It's Dev. What's up?
Hello. Well, Tuesday's like a holiday now, eh? Every week you got one
Every day
holiday.
that we stream is a holiday, Dev. Okay.
Isn't that every day now? Like you guys stream a lot more than you used to.
We stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
Yep.
Damn.
And
That
Adam won't, he gets very mad if I
5 days
say,
a
hey,
week.
on any day other than Sunday. He's like, no, you can't use your
Don't you
powerful
look? I'm
intro.
trying to keep the Sunday show special. Look, our Sunday show usually
Uh-huh.
gets twice the numbers of our weekly streams. So
Right.
yeah, because it's a special thing. We have people
That's
that just
true.
listen to us on Sunday. They're part of
Well,
the Sunday crew. They're not here during the week. They don't give a fuck. And they don't
uh-huh,
want your
uh-huh.
hey now being
Okay.
wasted.
I think they all want to hey now. Everyone wants to hey
Mhm.
now. And if I did more hey nows, then obviously all the Sunday viewers would come on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as well.
Our new intro
Obviously.
is hello, everybody.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy.
Welcome to
So
the Tuesday stream.
so there's this very interesting interview. This is the New York Times suddenly, for some strange reason, which I'm sure we'll talk about, decided to interview Curtis Yarwin on it's called On the End
Yarwin.
Yarvin on the end of
Yarwin.
American democracy. And I saw this interview and I just immediately I sent this to Dev and I was like, it's your
Did
boy.
you really?
It's your boy
Yes, he
Curtis.
did.
You gotta they're going after your boy. We all know that Dev is a massive Curtis Yarwin simp.
Oh my god.
Okay. He loves Curtis Yarwin. He's a huge fan. He's a huge fan. So we're like, we have to watch this with Dev, obviously.
Dev, what is your take on this? The optics of this look here, this leather jacket, this completely unkempt. I mean, this look screams basement dweller to me.
Well, I mean, this is how he's always been, right? You go back 20 years, he's like this too. This is just
Yeah, but
him.
look, you're interviewing with the New York Times, right? You don't look like you live in a fucking van.
I don't think he gives a shit, frankly. This is his thing, is to kind of be like the countercultural hipster from 1999. That's like his aesthetic. It's always been.
Okay. Is that a good way to for people to take you seriously? I mean, Richard Spencer was smart enough to put on a suit and get a haircut, right? Even though he's a fucking racist.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I'm not sure how seriously he wants to be taken, you know? He seems to be he's one of those guys who's so deep in the iconoclasm that he does it to himself.
Really?
And by the way, I can appreciate that because I kind of like look at my online presence, right? I'm a fat guy in my own art. There's some value in just shitting on yourself as you present yourself, you know?
And I'm gonna say, listen, I agree
Hmm.
with everything you're saying, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
But I am a cartoon character on the internet, so I guess I can't throw stones. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I'd like to think that if Sitch got an interview with the New York Times, he might actually, try to look presentable for that interview. So,
No, I'm gonna come in like a morph suit and just draw the little Sitch face on my
yeah.
face.
What is the
Nice.
point of even interviewing with the New York Times if you don't care if people take you seriously?
Hmm.
I mean, to be honest, I'd probably still wear the same t-shirts that I always wear, you know?
So, does he
I
know the purpose
the
of
big
this
red
interview?
t-shirt.
The purpose of this interview is obviously to smear JD Vance. Do you think he's aware of that, Dev?
Um, that Curtis Yarvin is? Yeah, I think so.
Yes. The only
But
reason Curtis
also,
Yarvin is getting this interview is because JD Vance mentioned him in a podcast. I've yet to see the clip. I don't know the context. Like, if I did interview JD Vance, I'd like to ask him, hey, when you said that you liked Curtis Yarvin, were you aware that he was pro slavery? Is that something that you knew at the time that you were saying, oh, you should check this guy out?
so I can give you a bit of the history here if you want to know it. If you want me
Okay.
to fill you in on the deep
Sure,
Fill us
do.
Yarvin
in,
lore.
Dev.
Fill us
Fill
all
us
in.
in
Because
Yeah.
deep.
I mean, so for those of you in the chat who don't know, I mean, we've done those two streams now on Moldbug is Curtis Yarvin, same guy, right? That his pen name back in 2008 was Mencius Moldbug.
Hmm.
Um, and he's done a whole bunch of writing just basically about what the new right wing should look like after the neocons collapse because he predicted in the like mid 2000s that the neocons would eventually go away, the George Bushes, and he was right. I mean, MAGA replaced them, right? He's his ideas have some predictive power, and I think he's actually a really great writer. However, just on the facts, he's constantly falling all over himself. He's just flat out wrong on a lot of history and on a fair bit of philosophy as well. His actual prescriptions on how to fix society are terrible. But at the very least, he is someone who is kind of like a new thinker ish, I'd
Mm-hmm.
say. Like his ideas are things you don't hear in the mainstream. So people are attracted because they're heterodox. You know, it's like, oh, this is forbidden knowledge, and I want to go see what it is, even though it's fucking insane.
Right.
So he kind of got his boost in the by talking to left wingers who hated George Bush and hated the Iraq War, and he would say to them, "Hey, listen, uh, the solution isn't to go more left because guess what? George Bush and the Republicans, they're all actually left wingers anyway, and the solution's actually over here." And then so he writes that 13 chapter book that we got through like half of,
Mm-hmm.
which was basically a propaganda piece to convert progressives into neo-reactionaries, which is what he views his movement as. Now, how this relates to JD Vance is that when JD Vance was
Well,
younger,
wait, let me interrupt you for a second.
okay, sure, go ahead, go.
How did his movement go from trying to transform progressives into neo-reactionaries? How did it turn into that into the libertarian to monarchist pipeline that it is today?
Um, well, progressives have a fair bit of overlap with libertarians in a lot of ways because they
What?
both value they do at least in their philosophy they both value a lot of like individual freedoms, right? Because
That's true.
the progressive talks about like, oh, I should be free to have all the gay sex that I want. Libertarian says yes, you should, of course you should.
Right.
So once you've pipelined them to the libertarian side, you can then pipeline them to the monarchist side through private property because monarchy is
Interesting.
basically a king is someone who privately owns a whole state.
It does
And so,
feel like there's a very different, like to me, the intuition guiding progressives is more, I want I want freedom because I'm so afraid of like, oppressing people. And I care so much about, these oppressed people, oppressed by the system, oppressed by the government, oppressed by, evil bigots, that they should be free to do it. Where I feel like libertarians, I just get a very different vibe from that their intuition is more like, I just don't want anyone to tell me what to do.
yeah, it's true. But I do think that with at least some progressives, you can definitely find among the more like anarchist left, you can find that leave me alone impulse as well.
Right.
Where they're just like, like I don't want the government to know what to do. Let me just go and get high and live in a polycule, whatever. Just
Hmm.
be degenerate. Yeah.
Dev, talk to Sitch. Stay out of the chat, okay? The chat is my domain.
This is fun though. Okay.
How dare you? Get out of the chat.
Hey, everyone in the chat is like, do you guys know Dev's gay? It's like, yeah, I'm bisexual. Everyone knows that. Come on, it's
I
fine.
said, for the record, we all know Dev is gay.
I
Okay, so
don't think his
anyway.
girlfriend knows that, but
No,
Oh,
she she's
uh-oh.
she's into it actually. It's fine. It's completely good.
you being gay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, with JD Vance, um, JD Vance is, I mean, we're all like in our 30s here, I think. So JD Vance is around our age. He's a millennial, and he grew up in that edgy 2000s online zeitgeist, and he read Curtis, as you guys would call him, Marvin Yarvin. He read some Marvin Yarvin. Um, he became friends with Curtis Yarvin through Peter Thiel because he's good friends with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel's good friends with Curtis Yarvin. Now they're not like really close friends, but JD Vance is somebody. JD Vance has said that even though he disagrees with Curtis Yarvin on some things, Curtis Yarvin has done a lot in terms of shaping his philosophy.
Hmm.
So he is pro-slavery then.
I don't know if he's pro-slavery or
That's
not.
look, you can't say that and expect progressives are not going to ask you if you're pro-slavery.
Mhm. So yeah,
See that
I think
that's what I don't know how much of his philosophy he's read. So like that's a pretty big thing to say. Well, I guess obviously JD Vance never thought he was going to be some sort of political figure. So the the cost of saying that when you're vice president is huge. The cost of saying that when you're just some dude talking to people on the internet is very small. So,
yes, that seems to be
yeah.
the case. Um, Especially since things were edgier back in the day. I don't know. I do recall things being very edgy in the 2000s. I don't know how pro-slavery you could be even in the 2000s, but at the very least, you had tons of edgy jokes back in the day about slavery and Nazis and black people, and it was just kind of the way things rolled back then on the
Well,
internet.
jokes about slavery are one thing, but actually believing that slavery is good and that obviously the slaves were treated well, like that belief system is I mean,
Well, he
come
does
on,
talk
let's
about
be
that. We,
real
we, we can
here.
get to that in the interview because he does talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, he does, because this guy calls him on it. But that's completely factually incorrect and offensive to most people, obviously. So,
Um, it's like 90% factually incorrect. Because one of the things we
oh
can
my
talk about it now. We can talk
God,
about no, no. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Dev,
Hear me out.
pro
Okay, okay.
slavery.
No, no. God damn it. Okay, listen. We're all enlightened centrists here, right? We're gonna be rational. You're gonna actually listen to what I say and not just blow up at me. Okay.
Hmm.
He mentions something.
Well,
I
I'm
think
not a centrist, so stop saying that.
oh shit. What are you?
I'm an independent, so
Oh
I
well,
don't
well,
like the
same thing,
centrist
really.
label because I. Okay.
You've spoken the forbidden word.
Spiritually, it's the same thing.
People, well, I mean, there may be some truth to that. People do not understand what centrism is, and they conceptualize it as a referee, somebody who is just above the fray, who doesn't get involved, who's just here to call balls and strikes, which I don't conceptualize centrism like that at all. Obviously, I don't think you do either. So it's
No,
just
I don't.
it's a hurdle to get over, that just having a conversation about politics with somebody. So if you know
Yeah,
50%
yeah.
of the people you talk to when you say you're a centrist are going to think, "Oh, this guy's not politically engaged." When I'm completely politically engaged, you're just sending out misinformation. So
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The way that I use
kind of
centrist is
like
that
you
I
saying
have
that
some.
being bi makes you gay. I mean, it's the same kind of thing.
So I have some views that some people would call left or far left, and then some that are right or far right. Depends on the view,
Hmm.
depends on the conversation. That's how kind of how I view centrist. Centrist doesn't
Yeah.
mean like disengaged. It means that you have views that fit all over the place.
Yes, but you're not a referee, and people will constantly come out and accuse you of being a hypocrite as soon as you take a side on an issue. They're like, "Wait a second here. You're not supposed to take sides on issues. You're supposed
Yeah,
to
I
be
get that a
somewhere
lot
in the
too.
middle." Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Right.
it's a useless label. I don't
Well,
like it.
but
So
we're gonna watch the video one second. But I want to hear how you
okay.
support slavery first.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah,
So
the 5%. Let's see.
one thing that he brings up, I think he calls them like the slaver narrative or the slavery narratives. I forget exactly what they're called, but I did read this a few years ago because Sargon is reading it, and I tend to read like what's on his reading list because he tends to read interesting things. And it was basically a list of accounts from freed slaves in the United States who said of their own volition, "Hey, we actually had it better when we were slaves." And their logic was that at least while they were slaves, they were housed and they were clothed and they were fed, and they didn't have to worry about, basically the upkeep of their own lives. They weren't free, but all the material things were kind of provided to them. Um, and now that they're free, they're completely destitute. They have no property, they have no money, they have no ability to get ahead, and now they're just living in shit, basically. And so that was kind of their view. Now, this is a minority of slaves who said this, or former slaves who said this. Obviously, it was a minority of them, but they still expressed this general discontentment that freedom did not give them what they thought it would. And
Okay.
that is basically this book is basically a collection of
Right.
their experiences.
What is the point though? Like, because obviously you can find a minority of people that believe anything crazy. Is it supposed to be a justification, or is it supposed to be to say slavery wasn't so bad?
Well, the book was just published simply as a piece of history because it
Well, I
is
mean,
a
when people
historical
bring it
record.
up, it's hard for me to imagine people are just bringing up like, oh, it's just this weird. Listen, there's just this weird little book here, right?
Yeah, I think most people who bring it up do bring it up because they want to backdoor something in there. Like that's
Hmm.
true. I mean, it's I wouldn't even call the people that felt this way back then as crazy because if you did live on a slave plantation and now you're like poor in the streets and starving, you can probably say, yeah, I'm free, but my life is shittier. That's not unreasonable to say. That's
Yeah, no,
probably,
like
yeah.
if
But
aliens came and they took a random person who was, homeless, or even a random person who wasn't homeless, but was just in, lower income situation, working, at Panda Express, as they like to say nowadays.
yeah.
And they're like, oh, we're gonna, you can't leave here, but we're gonna like take care of you and you can live in like a nice place and all this other stuff. Like you might be like, well, yeah, I'm like technically like a prisoner or a slave. I can't leave, but it's better than my, old life. Like that's possible, right? But that's probably going to be the minority of people's experiences
Mhm.
regarding this thing.
And
Eh,
even then, the important thing to remember is that freeing slaves came with growing pains, right? Because
Of
the Southern
course.
economy was shattered, and you had to recover from a civil war, and you had all these people, and what do you do with them? And
That's a good point. Yes.
you had all these businesses that were destroyed that had to now rebuild because they no longer have slaves. And it's like even if even if you can say that the owners of those businesses were evil because they were slavers, fair enough. I mean, you still didn't want the business to disappear. You still wanted the South to have an economy, so you have to now reorient your economy to work without slaves, and that takes time and effort, and it takes some knowledge and some rebuilding things. So like
Right.
there's a lot of immediate negative impacts that came out of freeing the slaves, and yet it was still the right thing to do long term.
Of course, of course. Well, and also I think in something what you were just saying is that, since it was right after the Civil War and there's all this, turmoil, even if in a hypothetical alternate timeline, slaves hadn't been freed, the ones that were saying it was better when they were slaves, they could have had the exact same experience, just they would be continue to be slaves because everything was so much worse economically.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically this book that he brings up maybe halfway into the interview or something it does seem to be his attempt to backdoor in, a more authoritarian form of government, but it's not like it's made up or anything. It's not like the accounts in the book are fake.
Right, right. Okay. Anyway, so let's jump into this interview here.
For years, Curtis Yarvin had been writing online about political theory and relative obscurity. His ideas were pretty extreme, that institutions at the heart of American intellectual life, like the mainstream media and academia, need to be dissolved. He also believes that government bureaucracy should be radically gutted, and that American democracy should be replaced by what he calls a monarchy run by a CEO.
Monarch is good. It's a new.
This is the problem. He just said three things. Only one of those things is actually extreme, right? It's not extreme that a lot of the major news institutions are totally or were totally, I think they still are obviously, but they're a little bit less now, definitely highly biased, should be completely dissolved or revamped or reworked, and get back to the core mission of actually trying to show people the news in some sort of objective fashion. That's not a radical idea, nor is it a radical idea. A lot of people do think that the government is too bloated and needs to be cut down. So I think it does not behoove the New York Times when they're like, look at this radical. And the first two things they say are not really radical at all. Then the third thing is like, oh, but dissolve democracy and have like a corporate monarchy. Like, whoa, hold on a second.
Yeah, exactly. So Sitch, when we were talking about this in private like a week ago or whatever it was, I sent you this tweet.
Can't
I just
believe
put
you're
it in
my DMs.
Sorry about that. I put the tweet in the Zoom text if you want to bring it up, Adam.
Okay.
Because it is relevant, because this is from the text version of this interview, and it has a bit more detail. And so the quote here is, his ideas were pretty extreme. Institutions at the heart of American intellectual life, have been overrun by progressive groupthink and need to be dissolved. The overrun by progressive groupthink, I don't think that was in the voiceover we just heard. That was added in the text. Yeah. And when you read that passage, it's like, oh well, that for some of these institutions, that just seems self-evident. If we're talking about journalism, yeah. We're talking about the academic sphere, yes, definitely. Like definitely a lot of these institutions have been overrun with people who explicitly do not care about being, or even just attempting to be, neutral. They're just progressives.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a classic case of people that are so ideologically in a bubble and completely unaware of it that they turn everyone away from their argument and actually help radicalize people by like acting like this isn't true. It was kind of funny. Like, I don't know if you saw, maybe we'll try to watch part of it. I know we was getting in trouble when we watch Jubilee videos. There's an insane Jubilee video that I watched that was like progressives versus like moderate Democrats. And this progressive person who's supposed to be a progressive Democrat's like, it's actually the right that started the culture war, not the left. And we need to move away from this. And I'm like sitting here like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, by definition, they're reacting to the left pushing things. And yet they just can't see it because it's on their side. So it's all invisible to them.
That's the narrative that they always share. It's just all of these are wedge issues developed by the right.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
It's like,
I mean, like there has definitely been right-wing engagement in the culture war before, like the Gamergate era or whatever.
Well, obviously, but I'm talking
like
about
the various satanic panics,
of course,
like video games and D&D and rock and roll. Like, there's been back and forth for a long time now, since long before any of us were born.
Right, but they're not talking about that. They're talking about what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Neutral term.
But while Yarvin himself may still be obscure, his ideas are not. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has alluded to his notions of forcibly ridding American institutions of so-called wokeism. And Yarvin has also found fans in the most powerful and increasing...
But by the way, the whole removing American institutions of wokeism one, that's way less unreasonable than this interview says that it is, and two, it's also one of the more reasonable takes that Moldbug has, because his actual really crazy takes are so fucking far beyond that.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
and I
that's
mean, just all the executive orders that Trump signed. I mean, he's halfway there already. So
I don't.
I mean, some of those don't really have any force behind them because they're not things the executive can do. They're just
Right.
like it's basically a wish list what Trump's doing right now. It's like, I want to do this, and it's like, yeah, but SCOTUS has to do it, or the legislature has to do it. Like you
Right.
can't just. I
I
don't know if you guys
mean,
remember,
maybe
but
for birthright citizenship, but for like the gender ideology stuff, there's some force behind that. Obviously,
I think so. Yeah, I think so for that definitely.
he controls the DOJ, so.
Well, sure, but one of the things he said was that the government will only recognize two genders, right? However, I'm pretty sure that ID is state level in the States, isn't it? There's no federal level like ID card. It's all run by
No,
each
there
state.
are. I think there's some federal requirements that have to be met, but I don't think they have anything to do with gender ID or anything.
Yeah. So like if
So
California still wants to let trans women have F on their driver's license, I don't think the federal government can stop that.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there was. I guess what he's referring to is because the
Hmm.
Biden administration tried to basically force like like the federal government to acknowledge trans identification, and I don't know if it was ever adjudicated completely on by the courts. I don't know if that was ever fully fleshed out. And so Trump would be removing that aspect. But then if the courts would rule on it and say whether or not, like if the courts rule on it and say no, under the interpretations of sex discrimination, you have to give protections to trans people or whatever, then Trump's executive orders wouldn't mean anything. They'd be nullified. So, but the thing that's weird to me about all this is like, I understand that I would assume that this interview is supposed to be a way to try to like smear Trump and JD Vance with the association of Curtis Yarvin. I don't know why maybe it's just their ineptness. I don't know why they're so weak in the beginning, because they say, first of all, oh, getting rid of wokeness, which isn't really that extreme compared to a lot of the other stuff that he talks about, number one. But then number two, they only say like, oh, it's like alluded to that JD Vance has some connection to him. That's not an illusion. JD Vance has flat out said that he thinks Chris Yarvin's like a genius. So I don't know why they wouldn't just lead with like the very strong statement right off the bat.
Where have you seen this? Like I've only heard people talk about this. I've never seen JD Vance
There's an
say
article
anything
about
about Curtis Yarvin.
There's an article about it where he says something like, yeah, I use some crazy ideas about monarchy, but he's like super based in other ways.
Yeah,
Okay, so he says some of his ideas are insane, but other of his ideas are good. That gives him quite a bit of wiggle room.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like the thing is, I think you could probably go back into JD Vance's like internet history and find like an old account of his where he's probably talking about Curtis Yarvin. And now I haven't done that, but I would guess you could probably do that because someone did in fact go back and find out that he was following a femboy account on Twitter like 7 years ago. And I was like, that's actually pretty based. Yeah. And I went back and was like, yeah, he was following a femboy account. He was following a fucking Greek towel boy account that posts just like youthful looking boys. And it's like
that's hilarious.
And they're like, oh, it's like a right wing account, and they're like, this is what modernity has stolen from you: the ability to have sex with underage men. And it's like, okay,
I would like to see original sources here for whatever he said or did on a podcast.
You want the original sources of the towel boys, Adam?
No. I want, like, obviously, Sitch said, I read it in an article. I don't trust anybody writing an article about what JD Vance said on a podcast. I want to see the original source. And I thought it would surface sooner or later. I thought, okay, well, here's the clip. It's going to come through my Twitter feed. But evidently, I have to go looking for it and find the podcast where he said this quote about Curtis Yarvin.
Right. Well, and also the JD Vance, I believe JD Vance and Peter Thiel for a few years were working together, both putting on that. I forgot what it was called.
Peter Thiel was his boss.
I understand that.
Yeah. So if your boss comes in and says, "Oh, I love Curtis Yarvin," you're like, "Oh, no, well, yeah, he's great. I think he's great too."
Not when he was working for Peter Thiel. Okay. Mm-hmm. When JD Vance is in politics, not working for Peter Thiel, I believe the two of them were heavily involved in setting up I forget what it was called. There's some sort of like dissident rights um annual
Mhm.
meeting or something that Curtis Yarvin was always like the star speaker of. So
Okay.
it's not like JD Vance is like doesn't know who he is, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know. So if he's if Peter Thiel loves him, and obviously Peter Thiel's like completely gun ho, pro slavery, wants to have his own slave army, that doesn't necessarily mean JD Vance wants to. And if JD Vance just listens to what Curtis Yarvin says at these things and doesn't do any other exploratory work, then obviously he doesn't know about the more insidious stuff. Like that's what I'm saying. I just want to know how much JD Vance knows. Like,
it does kind of seem like they're trying to cast Curtis Yarvin as Curtis Yarvin's relationship to JD Vance as being similar to Putin's relationship with Dugin, where it's like you have one guy who's in power and then one guy who does a lot of philosophical writing behind the scenes, which then justifies that use of power. I think they're trying to make this connection. I'm not sure how strong it actually is, though.
yeah, that's what I don't know either.
Right.
They're obviously trying to make that connection. They
Mainly
want
political ranks of
Nick Fuentes style connection here, like the Trump Fuentes connection is what they're
Of course.
fishing for. Yeah. I
Silicon
don't know about
Valley,
this guy.
like Mark Andreessen, the venture capitalist turned informal advisor to President-elect Trump.
We are living under FDR's personal monarchy.
Peter Thiel, a Republican megadonor, has called him a powerful historian. On top of it all, Yarvin has become a fixture of the right-wing podcast universe. He's been a guest on the shows of Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, among others.
Thank you for that lovely intro, Tucker.
I've been aware of Yarvin for years, but always thought of his work as pretty fringe. A lot of what Yarvin has to say is disturbing, and the historical evidence he justifies it with is riddled with exaggeration, distortion, and sometimes just plain inaccuracy. But given that his ideas...
That's true. So when we went over that book a year ago or whatever it was, there were multiple instances where we would like read a section and then it's like, hold on, this doesn't make any fucking sense with regards to history. And there'd be some truth in there, but there'd be like just enough to make him sound legitimate. And then we look it up and it's like, oh, there's actually a completely different narrative here as to what actually went down. There was something with Zimbabwe. There was something with like France during World War II. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I remember this at least a little bit. I think what Moldbug does is he kind of takes the power dynamic Marxist belief of if there's a narrative of history that's been instituted by people in power, and if there's an alternate narrative that can also explain that history, the alternate one is the one that's actually true because it's been suppressed by power, right? Which is by the way why a lot of people who are libertarians end up moving into like Holocaust denial. For like I think Styx Hexenhammer's done that a few times, and it's generally through this sort of this Moldbugian belief that power comes before even the recording of history, which I don't buy, by the way, but that is kind of how they view it.
Mm-hmm.
Winners do write the history, obviously, so they create the dominant narratives. So
I mean,
yeah,
kind of
but...
and kind of not. Like it's if winners were really true. Hold on, Jesus Christ. If winners really were the only people who wrote history and recorded history, we wouldn't have so much disagreement over what history actually is. Like we can definitely find, a pro-Nazi account of World War II, even though the Nazis lost.
yeah,
Right.
well, when they talk about the numbers, though, I mean, obviously, the Nazis kept detailed records of all the numbers in the Holocaust. So, I mean, there's obviously tangible evidence to all of that stuff that they have to ignore. So,
Yes, that's true. However, like that tangible evidence wasn't created by the victors to make a false narrative of what history is. It's real evidence.
well, that it was preserved by the victors, obviously.
Well, yeah,
but it still doesn't change the fact that it exists and tells a story.
Well, okay, here the expression history.
If the
was
Nazis
written
won, they
by
would
the
have
victors.
destroyed all of those records. They would have.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. But the phrase "history was written by the victors" kind of implies that victors will come in and erase parts of history that make them look bad, and that can happen, and it has happened. But I don't think it happens universally. And how many times has America done something bad that we all know about, right? Like Vietnam, Iraq War II. If it was just America's the big dick completely writing history to serve its own ends. We wouldn't know about any of that stuff.
I mean, it comes out obviously far, far later when all the people that you could do the most finger pointing at are usually gone. So when no one left to blame is alive, then a lot of times they're like, yeah, we fucked up. That was a big mistake. So,
well, I don't even think that's true, because when was it Abu Ghraib? When did that come out? It was like the Iraq War was still on when that came out.
yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. Of a whistleblower coming out.
Well, I
so.
think what happens is, you look back at more authoritarian or more monarchist regimes from the past, and there it's more, it would make more sense where they have like, okay, the history book says this, they literally throw people in jail, arrest them, kill them, burn their manuscripts if they say otherwise. But that doesn't really apply to, liberal democracies where, yeah, there's going to be cultural pressure to say, oh, if you don't buy into this narrative, you're a bigot or whatever. But those people are not assassinated, their works are not burned to the ground the way they used to be.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the reason that this view becomes prominent is because a lot of these people, whether they're left wing or right wing, they basically they view what authoritarian governments have done. They view what they want to do if they had power, and they assume that liberal democracies do the same thing because they have power, but they don't. Power does behave differently depending on what system you're in. It's not all just power for power's sake.
Yeah. Well, before we get back very briefly, because we're making not very good time on this video here, is
we're gonna EFAP it, okay? Let's
okay.
EFAP it. Go for 9 hours. We're going.
We'll see about that. I think what goes on is a lot of what basically, I don't know, Candace Owens is maybe a grifter, but at least what she expresses, which is that people say, oh, I can't trust the mainstream. And maybe there's completely good reasons not to trust the mainstream. The mainstream news and media has been very wrong over the last 8 to 10 years about a lot of things. And so people say, okay, since I've lost trust and faith in these institutions, I'm going to go in this tailspin direction of like, I can't trust any mainstream institution, past or present or future. So I have to doubt everything and just assume that every narrative that people accept as a mainstream narrative automatically has to be wrong. And I think that's kind of the pathway that the people get sucked down.
Are now finding an audience of some of the most powerful people in the country. Yarvin can't be so easily dismissed anymore.
When you say to a New York Times reader, democracy is bad, they're a little bit shocked. But when you say to them, politics is bad, or even populism is bad, they're like, of course, these are horrible things.
I'm David Marchese, and here's my conversation with writer Curtis Yarvin.
This interview is torture for me because I have to agree with the New York Times. Oh, fucking pain. Pain.
To my understanding, one of your central arguments is that, America needs to, I think the way you've put it in the past, is sort of get over our dictator phobia. That American democracy is a sham, beyond fixing, and having sort of a monarch-style leader, or call it a CEO, or call it a dictator, like that's the way to go. So
I can't believe anyone would believe this after the election that we just went through. Like, the difference between Kamala Harris as president and Donald Trump as president is fucking night and day. And to think that that wasn't decided by Americans going to the polls and voting seems ridiculous to me. If you just say that process doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the world. Like, well, what are you fucking smoking?
So I have heard some people who are in the dissident right say that democracy is a sham and that it's all just made up and that people don't actually, when you vote, it doesn't actually do anything. And in fact, everything is already preset. I've heard some people say that. Like, this is more like the academic agent types who say this. I don't think Yarvin believes this. I think Yarvin, his view is that democracy, like, you do actually vote, and it is a real vote. However, it's just an inferior way of having your leader chosen versus having a monarchy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's retarded, obviously, but I think it's just kind of like when you hear the communists and they say there's no left-wing party in America, because yeah, to their insane, spectrum, that's true. So it's like, yeah, if your spectrum is, well, right-wing to me is monarchy, there's no right-wing party in America, therefore the election doesn't matter because you just have two flavors of the same thing, essentially.
This also
Yep,
goes
yep.
against the ethos of his entire argument that we should have a CEO, because the democracy is the market feedback. And when you have a monarchy that's selected by what, like heretical heir, you have absolutely no market feedback. Like all the people could absolutely hate that person and their policies, and there's no way that those people can have any say. So it completely destroys his entire argument.
Well,
Right.
he accepts that, Adam, but he says it's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Okay.
So
Yeah. So
look,
here's how it's a
we
good
have
thing, right?
two completely different policy proposals from Kamala Harris and from Donald Trump. These policy proposals are fucking night and day. They're like turbo wokeness versus an end to wokeness. Now, I would like to think the market has spoken, that people are sick of wokeness, and that's why Donald Trump won the election. What you're saying is some heretical succession is going to decide that more effectively than the people saying this is what we see on the ground and it sucks.
Yes, haven't you seen Dune, Adam? Okay, the king will be able to see the future.
This is
Well, no,
fucking
well,
retarded, especially if you have a libertarian market mindset. Like they're literally competing on policy proposals in the same way that CEOs are competing on products and services, right? The CEO that doesn't develop a product and service that a wide swath of people want is ousted from the market.
So by the way, I'm going to present his views. I just want you to know that I don't hold them. I'm just going to accurately describe them to you. Okay. His view basically is that it doesn't actually matter which of the proposals is better or which of the proposals is more well liked, because if it has enough force behind it, people will simply accept it anyway. So the example,
get on your knees for Kamala Harris's policies, guys.
The example
Curtis
that
Yarvin has spoken.
Well, he'd probably say it for Trump more than Kamala, but still, the way that he views it is basically that if you have, I think he actually might have pulled this from the Dictator's Handbook. If you have a democracy where people can choose and it's functioning correctly, well, then you have everyone choosing their different their different policies, right? If you have a pure dictatorship that absolutely cannot be challenged, it cannot be overcome by any amount of popular force because the government is just that strong, then people will simply learn to live with what is done. And he uses
people can learn to live in fucking squalor. It doesn't mean it's going to make them happy.
So well, he's not concerned with happiness, actually. He doesn't give a shit about that. But so the example he gives is iPhone connectors, right? Because it's inconvenient that you have to use a certain connector to plug in your iPhone and charge it. And no one actually likes it. There are technically better connectors out there. The entire population of people who buy Apple products don't like the connector. They want to have a multitude of options. And despite all of these market forces, and despite all of these on the ground views of average people about what should be done, Apple still does whatever the fuck they want, and you will still keep buying iPhones, and that's just how it is. And Moldbug's view is, well, what's going on here is that Apple has this overwhelming authority to determine what connector is on the iPhone. And so people have simply just they've learned to reroute their life around what they don't like. And so people will flow like water around whatever you erect, and they will eventually can flow into areas that you want them to flow into. So he basically says we should just do all government policy like this, where if people don't like it, tough, and they'll learn to live with it. And then his view is that if we can implement this, that will basically give the leader the freedom to do what is correct outside of whether or not what's popular.
The leader does not know what is correct without market feedback. Like that's the whole fucking point.
Yes, I agree with you.
Look, so he's basically he's saying that a command economy will be successful, which is retarded.
Well, he actually uses more capitalist language because he says that if the sovereign owns the country,
doesn't matter
and owns
what,
its people. Well,
it doesn't matter what language he uses.
No, I know, but hear me.
Look, Chairman Mao owned the people. Did he do a good job mastering the economy? No.
So
you know why? Because he didn't listen to the fucking people. There was no feedback mechanism for his failure. This is what the capitalists are always complaining about. They're like, look, government programs don't have any sort of mechanism to die once they are a failure. That's the argument. That's the argument against government. He's basically making the opposite argument. He's saying, oh, yeah, we should take all those mechanisms of failure away.
Well, the argument that he makes goes something like this. It's something like, well, in a capitalist system, you have the owners of a business, and the owner is incentivized to treat the business well because he wants the business to grow and prosper, because his employees will prosper and he will prosper. So he already has something pushing him in the direction of not simply abusing his business and burning it to the ground.
This is a retarded argument because the pressure is the consumers, the
Yes,
market forces that he's swimming in.
So his view is that the pressure isn't only the consumers; it's also the care and sentimentality you have for something that you own. And so
Yeah, retarded.
basically, if you have a sovereign leader who owns a country and owns its people, it will be as if you own your business and you care for it.
It's hilarious. This is exactly why he has to make the pro-slavery argument.
Yes, it is actually, yeah. Because
this is so fucking stupid. Because look,
in fact,
people own shit all the time that they beat the shit out of.
Yes, it's really dumb. But Sitch, I sent you an article maybe a week before this video came out, and I was like, Sitch, you got to read this. And then I think you read some of it, and in it, Moldbug makes the argument like, yeah, people who are not owned end up falling to ruin just like any other unowned property or in any communally owned property. And so you need a sovereign that owns the people as if people are their property, so that the sovereign can have this sentimental attachment to them and then want to cultivate them well. And that was his argument. So he's he said it is better for people to be slaves of the government, of a good government, than it is for them to be free.
This is this is why I hate the thought process about all this and people that like defend this position. Like theoretically, if your choice is I can have a democracy, based like kind of in the one that we're living in, which has all the pros and cons, and it's designed intentionally to be somewhat slow and inefficient in order to allow division of power, separation of powers, to allow conflict within the government so that you don't have, not afraid of everyone working together to squash the citizens and all that other stuff. Like if your choices are that or, King Aragorn, the chosen, most fucking pure, honest, right person in the world who will always make the right decision. Like, yes, obviously, if you have a perfect person, if Jesus or Aragorn, comes to Earth, like it's going to be probably better and more efficient to have them be like the dictator, right? But that's the whole point, is that you don't get that. Or if you do theoretically maybe get that, their child is probably not going to be that. And their grandchild's probably not going to be that. And so on and so on and so forth. And so it's like, there's this retarded idea that like these people have like a backwards thinking where they're like, well, if I give the ruler all of the power, they're going to become Jesus. They're going to become Aragorn. And you just have like the most basic fucking look through of history to be like, that's not what happens. That's never what fucking happens. And it's always so frustrating because this is why the Dictator's Handbook is such a great book. It's like, no, even kings, okay, they're not Superman.
No man
they do
rules
not,
alone.
No man rules alone, even the absolute monarch. They are not Superman. They do not have the physical magic powers to make everyone do what they want. They still need a coalition of other people that control physical force to listen to them. And those people have their own things that they want. And usually they want resources. And so all you're doing in these situations is you're saying, well, the monarch just has to please the very small number of generals and elites that control the resources, and then they could subjugate everyone else. And the whole point of democracy is it says, no, since you need this vote from the people, you do actually have to care about what the fuck they say, and you can't just subjugate them without restriction.
Yeah, it aligns the principles of the rulers, the leading class, the elites, with the actual populace in the same way that a market does, a free market does. And it surprises me
I agree.
that Curtis Marvin Yarvin here like loves the free market, but can't see this. Can't see that the democracy is a fucking market. It's a market for public policy.
There's something by a philosopher whose name I cannot fucking remember right now, but he talks exactly about this. And he says something like, The absolute ruler is sometimes Nero or sometimes Marcus Aurelius. However, the people is always Nero and never Marcus Aurelius.
Oh,
What he's
yes.
basically what he's basically saying there is
Very
that
true.
you have good and bad kings, but you always have bad elected politicians. You can never have like a philosopher king come out of an elected population, because they're all like low born, they're all low educated, they all have low culture. You can never get a good leader out of just the mass man, but at least with an aristocratic class, you have a chance at getting a good leader. That's his argument. I think it's dumb.
Yeah,
There's probably
Obviously.
something
totally
to it, but
dumb.
it's not completely there. Like,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, they have all these. It's funny because all these people that they try to like prey on populists, they try to like sucker populists in libertarians into this movement when it's all based on like the highest form of elitism of like this some sort of genetic pure line of elite aristocrats who will know what's right and what's best for everybody. And they're like, and when you look at that, and this is what's kind of crazy too, because I remember when we would debate people on this, I'm like, okay, you understand if you had the elite aristocrat Marvin Yarvin situation that you want now, they'd all be the most fucking woke people on the planet.
Yep.
Wokeness is like the perfect ideology for the elites to adopt in order to subjugate the masses, where they could say, look how moral we are, look how much we're trying to help you. Meanwhile, we're just going to basically screw you over and take all your resources and keep subjugating you.
They're doing that. That's literally happening.
Yes.
It is happening. Yeah. Their argument, though, on paper is one of expertise, basically. Like they say, listen, you're not going to vote for who should run the nuclear power plant. You're going to select the person who has the best training, right? It's not something that you put to a democratic vote. And you're not gonna vote on who pilots the airplane. You're not gonna vote on all these technical things. So if ruling a population is a technical skill that must be learned, you shouldn't vote on it. You should simply you should hire the person who is best for the job.
Yeah, but the problem is so much of like this isn't a job in the normal sense. It's not like I need a programmer who has programming experience. You're not just looking for people that have knowledge or experience. You're looking for people who have the right moral worth and the right disposition. And there's this kind of retarded idea among some of these elitists where they think I can just make sure that I train and the right moral values into my children. And if that was the case, we would never have had any of these problems that we've had with all the monarchs, with all the aristocrats, with all the elites fucking over everyone since the dawn of human civilization, right?
Yeah.
And then it also it also ignores again what I said, which is that even if you have the most moral person on the planet, if you have a system set up where they have to bend over backwards for other elites who control the resources, who control the military, and that's their only concern, then you have to hope all those people are actually also the most moral people on the planet. Which, guess what?
They are.
That's not going to happen.
Never. Yes.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Like, you do have instances of good monarchs throughout the years, and usually it's because one, they actually like the monarchy, the monarchist formula actually worked. They were raised to be good rulers, and they ended up being good rulers. That happens sometimes. Or secondly, it's because they had some other experience that caused them to become a monarch, and as a result, they were a good monarch. But they didn't start that way. So like when you have like a population throws off the chains from some foreign occupier, and then like the person who led the revolution becomes the next king, he can be an okay king because he had that experience of being in the field. But his children and grandchildren are going to be pampered. You know what I mean?
Well, not according to elitists, because that was a person who was lower class and was raised up. They did not have the proper schooling and tutelage. So.
But yes, so basically the monarchist argument, from what I understand it, is basically an argument from expertise, where
yes.
we should treat government as if we're hiring the most qualified person for a job, not the most popular.
Right.
Why is democracy so bad? And why would having a dictator solve the problem?
Let me answer that in, I think, a way that will be relatively accessible to readers of the New York Times. You've probably heard of a man named Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yes.
And I do a speech sometimes where I'll just read the last 10 paragraphs of FDR's first inaugural address, in which FDR essentially says to the American people, hey, Congress, give me absolute power or I'll take it anyway. So, did FDR absolutely actually take that level of power? Yeah, he did. And so there's a great piece that I've sent to, some of the people that I know that are involved in the transition, which
Who?
is, there's all sorts of people milling around.
Name
down
one.
there. Name one.
Say he's like, name them. Tell me
look.
who I could connect you with, who I could smear the Trump administration with. Tell me.
This is the whole point of the interview. Yeah. He
Yes.
picks it up though. He's like, this is so horrible for him because he does want to up his status by saying, oh yeah, everyone in the Trump administration listens to me, but he knows the cost. He's going to be sent packing just like Ramaswamy if he says anyone.
Right. Right.
Wow.
So,
Name
just
one.
real quick.
I definitely.
Yeah.
I dug up FDR's first address because I wanted to see if this was true, right?
Oh my God. It's not even true.
Well, here I'll post if you want to pull it up just in case. I'll post it in the chat here. But like when he says paragraphs, these paragraphs are like 1 line long each. But I mean, it's kind of true if you squint your eyes.
Ah, hilarious.
Like he says something like, what's a good example here? I am prepared under my constitutional duty to recommend the measures that a stricken nation in the midst of a stricken world may require. These measures or such other measures as the Congress may build out of its experience and wisdom, I shall seek within my constitutional authority to bring to speedy adoption. So he's
What?
basically saying
Within his constitutional authority, I thought he
he's
was going to
basically
take it by force.
he's saying pass this shit and I'll immediately implement it. In the event that Congress shall fail to take one of these two courses, and in the event that the national emergency is still critical, I shall not evade the clear course of duty that will then confront me. I shall ask the Congress for the one remaining instrument to meet the crisis, broad executive power to wage a war against the emergency, as great as the power that would be given to me if we were in fact invaded by a foreign foe. So
Wow.
he's saying
Okay.
here, if Congress doesn't pass these emergency measures, I will basically I will do what I can using the executive branch. And so
Right.
like I get it, but there's more to it than what he's saying.
Yeah,
He's
totally.
saying that because
Mhm.
this is when was this? 1933. So this is 5 years before the Second World War. The Second World War is kind of already like it's starting to ramp up in Europe, but hasn't hit America yet, obviously. You have I think the Great Depression is still happening at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like he's saying there's an emergency, and I will use all powers that I can to stop the emergency, even if that means using emergency powers. It's like, okay, like I get it, because this is the fucking Carl Schmitt argument where liberals will tend to kind of go mask off and seize extreme powers during emergencies, but liberals also tend to give them back after the emergency's passed. They don't just keep them for themselves,
Right.
Like,
Well, this is
he's
what I
getting
was
that half
talking
of it.
about when I talk about they assume if you give someone absolute powers, they're going to become King Aragorn. When it's like, well, no,
Mhm.
you could have someone who maybe does have good ideas or maybe is working for the betterment and who seizes power, in a way that you might not feel comfortable with other people. That doesn't mean giving them the powers makes them moral, makes them a good person.
Yes, but more importantly, I think this is also just that it's the failure of the non-liberal person to see that liberal morality actually does function differently. That if you give a socialist absolute power, he will abuse it. You give a fascist, a
Yes.
monarchist absolute power, they do tend to abuse it, definitely. But
No,
liberals tend not
right.
to.
Well, that's a good
liberal.
point, because even the liberal with absolute power, if they're actually liberal, their mindset is operating under the constraints of liberalism.
Yes, yeah. In fact, like this was a big. I think this is might be why some of the monarchists kind of backdoor in some of this stuff, because you had a trend in Europe in the 1800s of the liberal monarchy, where you had these kings who were educated in liberal political theory, and even though they were still kings and they still wielded all this authority, they said, "Hold on, I'm not going to use this authority the way that my ancestors did, because I do hold these liberal values, and I am going to try
Right.
and liberalize my country despite being a dictator." And that did happen in various kingdoms in Europe.
Mhm.
So yeah, like I think it's just it's like I said a little, like maybe half an hour ago or so, that these guys, they know what they would do if they had absolute power, so they think liberals will do it as well. And when liberals say there's an emergency, I need this extra power to come in and solve the emergency, even though it's not a part of the normal course of events, they look at that and they say, he's seizing power. He's now going to hold on that power in perpetuity. But
Right.
liberals tend to give it up after the emergency's passed. A lot of even here in Canada, where we had the craziest like COVID shit, And we had some people who wanted to make some of the lockdowns permanent, or some of the power the government sees permanent. It was given back eventually because the crisis passed, and there was no longer the political will in the population to continue with the extraordinary measures, so they went away because democracy actually does work, it turns out.
Right. JMac, Arcer Gafar, thanks so much, JMac, for the $100.
Woo!
Thank you. Says, and this was not what you were saying about earlier, says, Dev, your example is flawed. The United States is unique since there isn't a hegemony of ideology. The examples you gave, there was huge dissent within the party politics, and the country as a whole. Also, data collection and recording technology has exploded in the last 60 years. So I guess this was about the history thing.
Yeah, the history thing. But I mean, I agree with JMac. I think he's kind of making my argument just in a different way. I think there's no disagreement here. It's just different words. Or yeah, my view of it basically is that the reason that history is not actually written by the victors right now is because in America there is not a hegemony of ideology, and you can actually have people with different views come in and write alternate histories.
Right.
Thanks for pointing this out, because it does. This is not what FDR is saying. What Curtis Yarvin's take on this is completely wrong. He even says we do not distrust the future of essential democracy.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying, look, we're in a crisis. We need to try a bunch of different things, but democracy has not failed.
Yeah, the people of the United States have not failed in their need. They have registered a mandate that they want direct, vigorous action.
Exactly.
They have asked for discipline and direction under leadership. They have made me the present instrument of their wishes. In the spirit of the gift, I take it. So yeah, this is basic. This is not an exclamation that he is seizing power. It's an exclamation that he is going to adopt emergency measures that give him abnormal powers that presidents don't usually have, but only for the course of the crisis. And by the way, he did give them back after the crisis was over.
Look, and this happens
to do that.
This happens a lot too, where the Congress doesn't want to take the political heat for a lot of the shit that's going to go down. So they kind of abdicate their responsibility and turn it over to the executive. Like, let him take the heat for this.
Right.
You could argue that's happening now with Donald Trump. So
that's 100% happening. Yeah.
I know Mark Andreessen, and so I sent this piece to Mark Andreessen, and it's an excerpt from the diary of Harold Ickes, who's FDR's Secretary of the Interior. And it's a little diary entry describing a cabinet meeting in 1933. And what happens in this cabinet meeting is that Francis Perkins, who's the Secretary of Labor, comes in to this meeting and is like, here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do. FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and is like, this is crap, I don't know what you're doing. Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill will be fixed and then passed through Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO. And so, the question of, was FDR a dictator? What does it mean to be a dictator? What does this pejorative word mean?
I don't understand the argument he's making. Just because he looked through someone's proposal and said it was bad, that means he's a CEO and not a president? I mean, isn't that what the president's supposed to do?
The argument kind of sounds like that because FDR was not this namby-pamby, all-inclusive progressive, he in fact went to the Secretary of the Interior and browbeat him a whole bunch over his proposals, that he was acting like a CEO would. And that
that's what every president has ever done. That's not like the idea that like all presidents are woke, like all presidents since the founding of this country have been woke progressives who are like, don't want to insult anyone's feelings is ridiculous.
I think he's just describing like how organized power has to work and hierarchy has to work. Like, yeah, okay, you were elected, but you were elected and maybe everyone else in the room was also elected, but there still has to be somebody who leads the project and delegates and then checks in on them and says, okay, you've done this right, you've done this wrong. Like, there has to be someone who kind of like enforces the standard and keeps order and makes sure everyone's on track. And sometimes that means you have to be a little bit rude. You have to have a heavy hand. You have to say, no, you fucked this up. Go back and do it again. Like, that's that's just being a leader.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with whether or not he's a dictator or not. I mean, I guess like to be a leader, you have to be a dictator because you have to dictate. Okay, I get it. But like, it's not. It means the word dictator does not like it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Word mean? I don't know. What I know is that Americans of all stripes, Democrats, Republicans, and everyone, except for a few right-wing Republicans, basically revere FDR. And FDR ran the New Deal.
Just trigger every libertarian alive right there.
Like a startup.
So, as I understand it, the point you're trying to make is that we have had something like a dictator in the past in American history, and therefore it's not something to be afraid of now. Is that right?
What we see in the sort of the course of, to kind of look at the objective reality of power in the U.S. since the revolution. You'll talk to people about the Articles of Confederation, and you're just like, name one thing that happened in America under the Articles of Confederation, and they can't, unless they're a professional historian. Next, you have the first constitutional period with under George Washington. If you look at the administration of Washington, what you'll see is that basically what is established looks a lot like a startup. It looks so much like a startup that this guy, Alexander Hamilton, who is recognizably a startup bro, is running the whole government. He's basically the Larry Page of this republic. He's nominally the secretary.
I feel like I'm asking you, what did you have for breakfast? And you're saying, well, at the dawn of man, when cereals were first cultivated.
I'm doing a Putin. I'll speed this up.
And then answer the question, what's so bad about...
Whenever I've heard Curtis speak, this is the way he speaks. It's horrible, and you can never get a straight answer. Everything takes like 20 years to have set up just to explain
all the context. Well, it's like
Right.
it's like Putin and Tucker. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. We had all this fucking history, like a half hour of bullshit, just to lay the groundwork of where he's going. So what he was basically saying is that the American government has been run many times like a startup business. And anyone who's ever like started a business and had to, build something new from scratch, they have ideas, they have to implement them, they have to hire staff and make sure the staff stays on task. Like the creation of a new government functions the same way, or plays out the same way. That's probably true, actually. What he's saying here.
He's just saying
makes sense.
In order to start
it's not useful,
anything, yeah, because it's like in order to start anything, you're gonna have to convince people to go along with it in the same fashion, in the same kind of like what that looks like, of convincing a group of people to go along to join an organization is going to look similar. That doesn't mean anything. And to compare that and say, well, you don't know anything about the Articles of Confederation, which were, famously not liked because they didn't give the federal government enough power. It's like, okay, well, that means the whole point of the Constitution is it's supposed to be the Goldilocks standard, right? The Articles of Confederation were too weak. Constitution is just right. That doesn't mean that you have to go, well, since the Constitution was better than the Articles of Confederation, if we go even stronger federal government power, then that will be even better. Like, that's obviously a complete fallacy.
By the way, Adam, I changed my webcam to the Trump looking one. Do you want to like slim it down and make it a little bit bigger, because it looks pretty good. Look at that.
Oh my God. Focus on the show.
Good. That looks good.
Nobody cares about your avatar.
I like it. I like it.
Chief Cringe. You want it to over the video? Come on, Dev. Let's...
Bad about democracy.
All right. To make a long story short, whether you want to call Washington, Lincoln, and FDR dictators, this sort of, opprobrious word, what they were was basically national CEOs. And they were running the government like a company from the top down.
So why is democracy?
Okay, just real quick there, because I know what he was going to say about Lincoln. He didn't get to it because he got cut off. But the TLDR of that is basically, because Lincoln wouldn't let the southern states leave the Union, Lincoln was a dictator. That's going to be the.
It was against the law for them to leave the Union. How's that being a dictator?
Well, sure, but it's also against the law for you to revolt against the British, and you still did it, right? Law is just what power can enforce. So his view is like, if you really were interested in freedom, you would have let the southern states leave in the name of their own personal freedom, and not simply enforced your standard on them. That's going to be his argument.
But there's a difference between saying like, okay, you're part of then this is again why the monarch argument's retarded. There's a very big difference between saying you're citizens of of a monarchy, you have no you didn't agree to do this, to be the citizens of this monarchy. You didn't agree to this power, and there's no power sharing to you. So you have no way of actually changing your circumstances really at all. It's very different than saying, okay, you had a bunch of states, which actually at the time probably people were alive that did agree to be part of the compact of being in this country and do have the ability and agree to the system of laws that allows the citizens and the states to control and change the legal system for the federal government. And then say, well, even though we all agree to this system, it didn't turn out in a way that we like. So now we're going to take our ball and go home.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the hyper individualistic, like freedom quasi anarchist argument is, why can't they take the ball and go home? Why can't they withdraw their consent from the system?
Because then you can never agree to anything ever. Then you can never actually work together as cooperative humans. If every agreement between humans is, okay, here's the set of rules that we all agree that we're going to play by, and then whenever you're playing by those rules and you don't like the outcome, you say, well, I'm going to retroactively, pull out and disagree with my previous agreement. Then no one would ever trust anyone ever to any agreement at ever, and humans could just cease to work together.
That's why you're a statist bootlicker, Sitch.
Okay, well,
that's what everyone is calling you, Dev.
Yeah, I know.
All the people who want to, I know you're joking, but like that's all the people that want to go. If you want to go live off in the woods by yourself, be my guest, right? But that's not what's going on in these, in the Civil War.
It's so bad.
So it's not even that democracy is bad. It's just that it's very weak. And the fact that it's very weak is basically easily seen by the fact that very unpopular policies like mass immigration persist despite strong majorities being against them. So the question of basically, is democracy good or bad, is, I think, a secondary question to, is it what we actually have? When you say to a New York Times reader, democracy is bad, they're a little bit shocked. But when you say to them, politics is bad, or even populism is bad, they're like, of course, these are horrible things. And so the thing is, when you basically want to be say democracy is not a good system of government, just bridge that immediately to saying populism is not a good system of government. And then you'll be like, yes, of course, like actually, policy and law should be set by wise experts and people in the courts and lawyers and professors and so forth. Then you'll realize that what you're actually endorsing is aristocracy rather than democracy.
This is the mass immigration example is interesting because obviously mass immigration serves the elite. And he's saying, obviously democracy doesn't work because you've got a bunch of people who are against mass immigration, but it keeps being foisted on them by the elites. I don't understand how the solution to that is to give the elites more power. Okay. It seems like that's going to make the problem worse. And also, ultimately, you can argue that it did catch up with the elites because it ended up in the election of Donald Trump, who's going to do something about it, right? So democracy did work in the end. So this is just a retarded example.
Yeah.
A fucking retarded example.
Yes.
Was this interview given before or after the election? I think it was.
I'm not sure.
After. Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure.
It makes, I guess, I see his logic before the election, but you're right. Like the election of Trump, again, despite everything against him, despite all the crazy bullshit, because people just didn't like inflation and didn't like immigration that much, kind of blows this point of view out of the water. I agree.
Sooner or later, the leader is going to see free money on the table. They're going to go, this is a popular policy that nobody's taking advantage of. The elites obviously don't want to take advantage of it because they're getting rich off of it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, even in a dictatorship, like the dictator can ignore popular sentiment, but only for so long because peasant revolts eventually do happen.
Forever. As long as they have their coalition that's going to keep them in power, the populace can just live in squalor and barely survive. And it makes no difference in their world. That's why most of these nations, these third world 10-pot dictator nations, they have like 100, 200, maybe 1,000 people that live in the lap of luxury. North Korea is a perfect example. And most people are fucking starving.
Right.
I mean, I agree with you. There's definitely examples of that, but there's also examples of where the general population's conditions become so terrible but then also
that they revolt. But listen, in those cases, it is the military that is letting them, using that population as an instrument to take out the people in charge that they've fallen out of favor with and put someone new in charge. But as soon as that new person is in charge, you think they become a democracy? No, it's meet the old boss, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Yes, and they go back to living in squalor. Like a bunch of them die in the exchange. So it does the military a favor because they're the ones that are having to manage these people, right?
Well, so I understand what you're saying. This is like dictator's handbook stuff. I get it. I get it. It's just that I can think of a few major historic examples where it went a little bit differently than that, right? Because I think the American Revolution is one example where it went radically differently than that. Because it's not like, oh, here's the same people who were pro-monarchy now working in the American government. No, it was a complete replacement of people at the top with the American Revolution. And the same with the Soviet Revolution too. Like they purged everyone when they took power. It was a completely new set of elites who came in.
It can happen. Look, and it does happen. Obviously, the thing to be aware of is like the power base of the country is usually economic. So there are all these economic systems that are set up that as soon as your society is thrown into chaos, you have a massive prisoner's dilemma problem going, right? All of a sudden you're like, well, how do we structure an economy? Like, how do we can't just build a bunch of companies overnight, right? We can't immediately turn into a democracy overnight. It's a slow process. But once you're like at the bottom of the barrel where, you know, you have absolutely no middle class, it's just rich elites and everyone else living in squalor. It's very like you got to take baby steps to get towards the democratic middle class liberal society.
Yeah,
you agree with that, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So look, and I am in favor of it. Obviously, Ukraine,
with Saudi Arabia right now, actually.
Sure.
Because the crown prince of Saudi Arabia is a very liberal guy, and he's been educated in the West, and he has pretty much complete Western ideas. But he understands that if you just immediately by fiat turn Saudi Arabia into like a secular republic, it will be a fucking horror show. So he's basically gonna boil the frog over the next 50 years, basically.
Right. Well, am I the one doing that?
Your ideas are ones that have been pointed to by people in real positions of power in the Republican Party. You know, I think it's probably overstated the extent to which you and J.D. Vance are friends, but he has
definitely overstated.
He has mentioned you by name. Publicly and you know referred to sort of de-wokeification ideas that sort of are.
By the way, real quick, I did find the original quote, but it would involve us pulling up a separate video, so we can do it after this if you want, Adam.
Sure, I'd love to see the clip.
Nice.
Send me a link.
Are very similar to yours. You know, you've been on Michael Anton's podcast, and Michael Anton has been sort of tapped by Trump to be high up in the State Department, talking with him about how to install an American Caesar. Peter Thiel, a major Republican donor, has said, you know, you're an interesting thinker. And so let's say people in actual positions of power said to you, Curtis, we're going to do the Curtis Yarvin thing. What are the steps that they would take to change American democracy into something like a monarchy?
My honest answer would have to be it's not exactly time for that yet. Because what I see happening in D.C. right now, you know, nobody should be watching this panicking, you know, thinking I'm about to be installed as America's secret dictator. And I don't think I'm even going to the inauguration.
Were you in?
Oh, you can hear the pain in his voice.
I know. He can't. He's like Richard Spencer.
He's like,
Can
oh
you
man,
imagine? Look, J.D. Vance
won't
has to
return
be
my calls
cringing.
anymore.
I know.
It's like you forgot where he came from. Oh,
Yes.
Were you invited?
No. Why? Like, I'm an outsider, man. You know, like I'm an intellectual.
They invited Logan Paul. They didn't invite J.D.
Of course.
Vance.
Look, Logan Paul is not pro fucking slavery.
So sad. Well, no, it's because Logan Paul has one of those mythical keys to power.
Oh, he does. Yeah. Exactly.
And it's kind of like that time when like imagine when you guys bump into someone you knew in high school,
Mm-hmm.
and they're and they're like homeless on the street, and they're like, oh, you guys run that really cool Adam and Sitch show. Now what the fuck, you guys give me a hand? And you're just like, I don't know who you are. I'm gonna speed walk away from you.
I mean, I would have
Kinda
said
like
I
this.
would have helped them, but they said Adam and Sitch instead of Sitch and Adam.
Right.
Now I'm not gonna help them.
Actual ways in which my ideas get into circulation is actually mostly through the staffers and the kind of younger people who basically kind of, swim in this very online kind of soup. And I think that's fine. I think that what's happening now in DC, to sort of distinguish my much more radical ideas from what's happening now, I would say that what's happening now is there's definitely an attempt to revive the White House as an executive organization, which sort of governs the executive branch. And the difficulty with that is if you go to Washington and say to anyone who's professionally involved in the business of Washington that Washington would work just fine or even better if there was no White House at all. And they'll basically be like, yeah, of course. The executive branch works for Congress. So you have these poor voters out there who elected, as they think, a revolution. They elected Donald Trump, and maybe the world's most capable CEO is
right.
in
And your
there.
point is he can't. The way the system's set up, he can't actually get that much.
He can't
done.
actually do that much to it. And he can block things. He can disrupt it. He can create chaos and turbulence or whatever. But he can't really change what it is.
Do you think you're maybe overstating the inefficacy of a president? You could point to, the repeal of Roe is something that's directly attributable to Donald Trump being
Yes,
president. You could
it
point
is.
One could argue that the COVID response was attributable to Donald Trump being president.
I think the
And he wonders why he didn't get invited to the inauguration, right? He's like, look,
Right.
Trump can't do shit.
Well, I think he's more saying that the executive branch can't do shit, and it has to be massively more empowered than it currently is. That seems to be his argument.
That's the argument he's trying to make.
I'm curious how these executive orders play out. Damn, there's a lot going on now.
COVID response is a slightly better example. Certainly many things about COVID were different because Donald Trump was president. Here, I'll tell you a funny story.
Sure.
At the risk of bringing my children into the media, in 2016, my son
Who's how
daughter, he's now 14. He was 6 then. And my children were going to a Shishi progressive Mandarin immersion school in San Francisco. And so
You send your kids to a sorry, I'm laughing. You send your kids to a Shishi progressive school.
At that time, Mandarin immersion.
The rubber hits the road, and that's what happens.
Indeed. And you can't isolate children from the world, right? And so at the time, my late wife and I did not. We just adopted the simple expedient of not talking about politics in front of the children.
Smart
which
move.
I recommend to everyone. And but of course, everyone's talking about it at school, right? And my son comes home and he has this very concrete question. He's like, Pop, when Donald Trump builds a wall around the country, how are we going to be able to go to the beach? And I'm like, wow, you really took him literally. Like everybody else is taking him literally, but you really took him literally. And I was like, if you see anything in the real...
Well, wait a minute. I want to know the answer.
How are you raising your kid, dude?
I want to know the answer to the question. How are we going to go to the beach if there's a wall everywhere? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Explain yourself.
real world around you over the next 4 years that changes as a result of this election, I'll be surprised.
In one of your recent blog posts, I guess it's a newsletter, not a blog.
Yeah, it
at this
sounds like
point,
he's in the
you
nothing
referred
ever
to
happens camp. Nothing
Yeah.
ever happens, guys.
Nothing ever
Yeah.
happens. Which is true. Nothing ever does happen, ever.
You referred to JD Vance as, I think, as a normie. What do you mean?
I would say
He has a Kamala Harris laugh too. Oh my God.
Well, I think that's his real laugh. Like, I think Curtis Yarvin has spent his entire life on the internet and then like the pre-internet and from like the early 90s, like the BBSs and stuff. So he's too terminally online. He's much of a memester. So
It's
Yeah,
not a pleasant laugh. Reminds me
sounds-
of a
it's-
jackhammer.
I do think that like he probably did call Vance a normie derisively. That sounds like something he would do.
I think of
Does he-
myself as a normie. When I heard this, I was like, wait, I'm a normie. What's wrong with being a normie?
It's because you're not plugged in enough. You don't know the truth of the world, Adam.
Oh, okay. I
You have
got
to
you.
have
You got to
access
be
to
a,
all the.
you got to be an internet conspiracy theorist over being a normie.
Yes.
You have to have access to all the esoteric knowledge that only real
Okay.
ones get. Yeah.
I will
All
say, Curtis Yarvin is no Rich Evans. Okay, he doesn't have the laugh of an angel.
Oh, really? Rich
Yeah.
Evans. I have to look into this. Who's this Rich
Yes.
Evans?
It's the
Wait,
laugh
really?
of
You
an
don't?
angel.
Are you kidding me? You don't know what Red Letter Media is?
Red Letter Media? I do know
Yeah.
Red Letter Media. So,
That's Rich Evans.
oh, okay. Yeah. I know who it is now.
See, Adam is a normie.
I am a normie. Totally. I told you.
That the thing that I admire about Vance and the thing that's really remarkable about him as a leader is that I think that he contains within him all kinds of Americans. His ability to connect with like flyover Americans in the world that he came from is, of course, very, very great. But the other thing that's neat about him is that he went to Yale and in Yale Law School, in fact. And so he can connect he's a fluent speaker of the language of the New York Times, which you cannot say about Donald Trump. And one of the things that I believe really strongly, that I haven't touched on when I talk about monarchy is I think that it's utterly essential for anything like an American monarchy. You have to be the president of all Americans. And I think this is something that basically the new administration could do a much better job of reaching out to progressive Americans and not demonizing them and basically saying, hey, you want to make this country a better place? I feel like you've been misinformed in some ways. You're not a bad person. This is like 10 to 20% of Americans. This is a lot of people are like the NPR class. But they are not bad people, evil people who want to but the thing is, they're human beings. We're all human beings. And human beings can support bad regimes.
The question was, why did you call J.D. Vance a normie?
Because he contains within him norminess.
Right,
but he's also an intellectual, and he contains within him intellectualness.
So I think this is all probably broadly true about J.D. Vance. I don't know how much you guys know about his history or where he came from, but he's definitely from, poor flyover America. He talks about it a lot.
I read Hillbilly Elegy. I read it when it came out. So
okay, yeah, so you know what's going on then.
Yeah,
and
totally.
there's definitely this sense that Democrats have lost touch with that class of people in the United States.
I agree. Yeah. Look, I think he's a normie. I agree. So I guess the question is really, does the New York Times even know what a fucking normie is?
Probably not.
Well,
there
he's saying, because I think he challenges Curtis on this. He's saying that he's making the accusation that when he said it, he meant it in a bad way, and that even though he's trying to butter up progressives here, obviously in other instances he's talked about progressives being evil or bad or blah 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 blah.
Yeah, he calls him out on that pretty decisively.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of I don't know if I can find it. Probably not. But you guys probably heard about this. In the run up to the election, J.D. Vance retweeted. It was a viral video of a woman who was going to go vote, do an early vote, and she was wearing a Trump 2024 shirt, and she was this kind of obese, has way too much makeup on, very clearly she's 65 or something, past her prime. And the poll workers say, listen, you can't wear anything that supports any political candidate inside the polling station because we keep this place without. And so, so you have to go take your shirt off. And so this woman shrieks at them and says, fuck you. This is why I fucking hate Democrats. And she rips her shirt off and walks in topless and votes.
Yeah.
And J.D. Vance retweets this and says, this is why I love the Americans.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys saw it. It was fucking funny. But what he's basically getting at is that there's this lower class American culture out there that does not like decorum, does not like the government, and definitely does not like Democrats, and the feeling's mutual. And basically those people are turning around and saying, yeah, okay, the Democrats shit on us. They think we're hillbillies and we're flyover states, all this shit. And so we're going to vote against them. And I do think that J.D. Vance kind of has an in with those people as basically being one of them.
Definitely. But that's what's so paradoxical about Curtis Yarvin and a lot of the support he gets, because he also hates those people. He thinks those people don't know anything, can't be trusted to vote. You need some elite class to come in and tell everyone what to do.
Yeah.
Yep, no, that's completely true because, I mean, like this is gonna sound cringe as fuck, but I'm just reminding myself these are Yarvin's words, not mine. Okay, he describes what's going on here as basically your average Republican voter is a hobbit from Lord of the Rings, and your average Democrat voter is an elf from Lord of the Rings, right? So
Right.
the hobbits want to sit around and grill and kind of take things really slow. They don't do any traveling. They don't really understand the wider world. They just kind of they live in Hobbiton. They don't really go anywhere outside of it. They farm and they eat and they have sex and they have kids and they have families and
This
you know
is massive cringe.
they just kind of like they live very simple, down to earth, family oriented lives. All right, and these
Mhm.
are that's your average Republican voter, and the elves, they live very beautiful lives. All right, they like to be refined and sophisticated, and they like to look good and smell good, and they like to be part of high culture and all this shit. And so Yarvin's idea basically is that the elves are obviously the superior race. However, you cannot govern hobbits like they are elves, or else there will be massive problems. And that's kind of so like Yarvin looks down on these Republicans, but also understands that if you don't treat them the way that they would treat themselves if they were self-governing, and they're not capable of self-governance, then you're going to have a revolution, basically. And
Hilarious.
he says he he says all of this using Lord of the Rings terminology,
Right.
which is
Right.
fucking cringe. But you get the point though. It's like it's a cringe metaphor, but it's not a bad one. You get the point.
Hmm.
And so, what you just said about, the administration could do a better job of reaching out to progressives, and we're all human beings. As you well know, it's a pretty different stance than the stance you often take in your writing, where you, right, you're laughing because you know it's true, where, you talk about things like de-wokeification, how people who work
Those
at
things are
places like the New York Times, we should all lose our jobs. We should, you have an idea for a program called RAGE, retire all government employees. You have ideas which I hope are satirical about, how to handle non-productive members of society that involve basically locking them in a room forever. So why is your tone?
Let's be clear here, by the way. It's not locking them in a room. It's turning them into liquid fuel.
Yeah, that's what
That
I
was his
thought.
idea.
I was, yeah,
Yeah,
I thought he wants to
that
turn
was
them into fuel. So,
yeah. So, well, so you guys remember the H-1B visa situation from a few weeks ago,
of
right? You had like
course.
this right-wing infighting between, you had basically the hobbits who wanted to have families and get the foreigners out, and then you had like the very productive oriented, technocrats like Elon Musk or
Hmm.
Vivek or whoever, who and their view is, we don't give a shit about culture or race. We just want to have the best possible economy, when the best technology. Like, neither of these positions are really left wing because one's meritocratic and one's traditional, but the left hates both of those things. So this is like right wing infighting, and basically Yarvin's view, because Yarvin's much more on the Elon side than the Hobbit's side. Yarvin's view for a long time was, if people are sufficiently unproductive, the government has an obligation to make them productive to help other people by burning them. Because if you burn them, you can use them as fuel.
Oof.
So
Okay.
Oof.
that's his solution for the homeless problem.
Interesting.
Round them all up and then burn them in energy plants to basically help the productive members of society.
I'm
There
not
you
on,
go.
I'm not in favor of that strategy, I don't think.
I don't know, man. How many times you been to San Francisco? Sometimes walking downtown there can
I think you can get rid of
maybe a few
the
trips you'll be able to be like, maybe
I
there's
think you can
something
get
going
rid
on
of
here.
the homeless vagrants without burning them alive for fuel. That'd be my thought process on that.
Has your thinking shifted?
No,
Is
no,
your
no,
rhetorical
no.
tone different in a setting like this?
You're looking for different. My thinking is definitely not shifted, and you're finding different emphases. It's like when I talk about rage, for example. Both my parents worked for the federal government. They were career, federal employees.
It's a little on the nose from a Freudian perspective, but yeah,
it is. But the thing is, basically, when you look at those the way to treat those institutions, I'm just like, treat it like a company that goes out of business, but sort of more so because these people, having had power, have to actually be treated even more delicately and with even more respect. And winning means these are your people now. And so the thing is, when you understand the perspective of the new regime with respect to the American aristocracy, the perspective can't be this sort of anti-aristocratic thing of like, we're going to like bayonet all the professors and like, throw them in ditches or whatever. Their perspective has to be that like, you were a normal person serving a regime that did this like really weird and crazy stuff.
How invested do you think J.D. Vance is in democracy?
It depends what you mean by democracy. I mean, I think that the problem is basically when people equate democracy with good government. When you use that word, you're using a very tricky word. I would say that what someone like, I'm on very safe ground, despite not knowing him well at all, that someone like J.D. Vance believes essentially in the common good. And
You like how he puts that disclaimer in there? He's like, listen, I don't know anything about this guy. I met him once. We shook hands. He spit in my face and said I smelled bad, but he does believe this.
the idea that government should serve the common good. And I think that people like JD and people in the sort of the broader intellectual scene around him, which is very varied intellectual scene, would all agree on that principle. Now, if that principle, I don't know what you mean by democracy in this context. What I do know is that if democracy is against the common good, it's bad. And if it's for the common good, it's good.
I think what you just described.
Good things.
Sorry.
Good things are good and bad things are bad.
It's kind of like that. So
yeah.
I've heard the common good from like a lot of right wingers right now in the past maybe month or so. Definitely it's ramped up. And they basically seem to be referring to like traditional values when they say the common good. And the example that I often hear them say is, oh, so you're more libertarian minded. So you want like a free market to decide what is, you want people's market choices, you want popularity to decide what's good or bad. Okay. Well, why shouldn't we have child pornography then? That's kind of their question. It's like,
how does that help the common good?
Well, no, this is the thing is they think that the reason that we ban child pornography, even though there's clearly a market demand for it among some small part of the population, is for the common good. So in their view, we've already cracked the door open to rejecting what outcome the market produces in favor of some moral position. So why not go the whole hog?
Right.
Why not simply ban everything that is immoral?
Right. Because not everyone knows because it's not an agreement, and not everyone can agree on what is immoral and what is wrong.
Sure, but when agreement is reached, we do ban it, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Becomes obvious, like murder is wrong, so let's ban it. Okay, rape, ban.
Well, and also just from an ideological level, obviously, CP infringes upon the rights of children and the harms of children. So that'd be that's the argument that you get from a strictly ideological perspective.
The counter argument to that is the child's already been harmed, so spreading it doesn't cause any further harm.
Well, no, because the idea is that the thought process behind it is, number one, by spreading it, you are still harming the person because they never consented to it. And so when they find out that people are looking at them, it causes them,
what the fuck?
It causes them, additional psychological harm.
Here, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that. And then also the fact that by spreading it,
there's this thing called revenge porn. I don't know if you've heard of it.
You're essentially creating a market for it. And if you create a market for it, it's, people aren't just going to say like, oh, well, I can't find any old ones, so I'm definitely not going to go out there and try to make new ones, right? You're definitely creating a market that's going to be incentivized to create new illegal material.
That's all true. I completely agree with you, Sitch. The issue is that if you think the market is actually the mechanism by which you discover what should and should not be allowed in society, then you should simply let the market decide.
No, but it's annoying because they do this shell game that's so dishonest, which is very few things in life are all one thing. They're all like, I have one rule, one ideology, one lens at which I can view everything. They say, well, if I can find one instance in your life where you use a different rule, or you say, well, this is a little bit different, then your entire ideology fails. No, that's retarded. and you've always
Yes,
talked about this,
obviously,
that,
yeah.
you know, the
Yeah.
golden mean is a reason why it's golden. Okay. You always have to find balance in everything. You can't just have some extreme view where you say, well, my entire moral system is going to be based on market forces. That's fucking retarded and a complete straw man. There's only like 2% of the people out there that would ever adhere to that value. And no one
No,
listens to them.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I completely agree with you. So I don't know if you guys have paid attention to the cultural online space recently, but like a few weeks ago, I did a video on Goonergate, and Goonergate, just real quick because it's fucking complicated. But the TLDR of it is, now that Trump has won, you have religious white right wingers coming back out of the out from under the woodwork, saying, no, we actually want to start censoring video games now. We want to start taking boobs and butts out of video games, and we think that this is immoral and we should ban it now, the same way that it was 20, 25 years ago, if you remember
Right.
back then. And like, you have gamers who are currently in the midst of shaking off all the woke nonsense to get that shit out of video games, and they're turning around and noticing that a bunch of the people that they've allied with want to censor video games from the other side now. And
Yep.
so Goonergate was now like a gamers versus right wingers thing that's been happening in the video game space for the past few weeks. And it's the same argument. Like the right wingers present the same argument. They say, hey, listen, if you are in fact in favor of letting the market decide whether or not a game is popular and simply allowing, you know, sexual degeneracy in video games based on popularity, you're just listening to like mob morality at this point, and you're not actually deciding anything for yourself. And in fact, we should be adhering to the common good by banning these things for sale.
Right.
And it's like, fuck, I hate these people. I fucking hate these people. But the point is that the common good as a phrase has come back, and it's because basically the right wing has begun to move away from like the neocon libertarian kind of axis, where they actually did value the market's input on these things, and now they're making moral judgments, and they're saying, no, 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 no. It doesn't matter whether it's popular or not. For moral reasons, we should ban it. And they're
Right.
using the child porn argument as the wedge in the door to do so, because they already see that, like, oh, liberals might be, you know, somewhat devoted to the market, but they already banned some things because they're immoral. So why not just
Well,
do it all the way?
and
That's
to be clear, it is a straw man to be like, well, the libertarian position is if it's popular, then that's morally acceptable. That was never a libertarian position. It was, does it harm an individual? Does it impinge on another individual's rights by having this product or service or whatever available? That was the position. And so when you say, oh, you know, is having, you know, sexy women in video games, does that harm another person? And, you know, the standard libertarian position, the standard liberal position under liberalism was, no, if you don't like it, don't buy it. And then the conservative position is, well, it's a more subtle argument, which isn't wholly untrue, but it's harder to sort of latch onto and define. This is why conservatives don't like these sorts of technical ways of thinking. They want to think in a more vibes-based system, is because they say, well, it doesn't necessarily, I can't really point to how it directly affects, you know, a person without making a feminist argument, you know, about objectification, all that other stuff. But it does seem to like lower the cultural standards of, or create a vibe of degeneracy, which I sense and I don't like, and I think that makes society worse.
I mean, that's true. I don't think the conservatives would word it that way, but that is what's happening there.
No,
Basically.
obviously
Yeah.
they're not going to word it that way, but that's their argument.
Yeah, they would word it something more like, well, you're objectifying women, but also you're like you're the objection would be basically a biblical one. It's like, well, this is improper. You should not be lusting after women that are not your wife. There's a time and place for human sexuality, and it is in private, in marriage. It is not you masturbating to big titted anime girls on your TV screen.
Right. That
So
you're
that's where common good comes from. Is basically
Yeah, sure.
this idea is making a comeback because the right wing now has realized that simply adhering to the market is not giving them all the results they want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the weird thing was, you know, in the 80s, you had sort of the alignment with Reagan sort of aligning the conservative movement with the libertarians. And that was only because they both had sort of this joint dislike of the federal government, which was seen as, and probably was, you know, more left-wing oriented. And so
Yeah.
there could be this alignment between libertarians who say, I want the government out of my life, and conservatives who say, well, I want the federal government out of my life because the federal government not because of an ideological reason of wanting the federal government out of their life, but because of a pragmatic reason of saying, well, the federal government is more left wing and seems to be going in a more left wing direction. So I just want them out of my life so I can do my more socially conservative things on a local level.
Yep, I completely agree with you there. So yeah, it seems like that
Might
that alliance is coming apart now, and it has been for the past couple of years.
Oh yeah, because the conservatives are it's funny because they're making essentially the CRT argument that the libertarian and liberal values are not producing the outcomes they want essentially.
Yep.
might be something that Peter Thiel would agree with. And there was
I think a progressive could agree with it.
and there was reporting that I saw, I think it was 2017, reporting done by BuzzFeed, where they published some emails, I think, between you and the right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, where you talked about watching the 2016 election with Peter Thiel and referred to him as fully enlightened. What would fully enlightened have meant in that context?
Well, just real quick, he's just name dropping like old alt-right figures now to be like, you're connected with this guy, so now you look evil to my audience. It's like, okay, dude. All right.
Context.
What fully enlightened for me generally means fully disenchanted. When I look at basically what the kinds of people that I know not really that well in Silicon Valley think, I'm basically like, have people like this been exposed to my ideas? Yes. Do they agree that America should be a monarchy? I doubt it, but I have no idea. But what they agree on is not a belief, but a disbelief. So I think that when a person who lives their life within the kind of, sort of progressive bubble, liberal bubble, use whatever term you like, of, the current year, looks at the right or even the new right or whatever, you want to call it, I think what's hardest to see is that what's really shared is not a positive belief, but an absence of belief. Basically, we don't worship these same gods. We do not sort of see, the New York Times and Harvard as like divinely inspired in any sense, or we do not see their procedures as ones that sort of always lead to truth and wisdom. We do not think that the way the U.S. government works, really works well or seems to be perfect in any respect.
And this absence of belief is what you call enlightened.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's a disenchantment from like believing in these old systems. And the right thing that should replace that disenchantment is not, we need to go do things Curtis's way, and is basically just a greater openness of mind and a greater ability to look around and say, we just assume that our political science is superior to Aristotle's political science because our physics is superior to Aristotle's physics. What if that isn't so?
You're basically saying there's a historical and political recency bias that people are susceptible to.
Exactly.
But I think the thing that you have not...
Okay, so do you guys have anything to say about that 2-minute passage there?
Well, I feel like everyone who has an extreme idea that is really outside the bounds of the Overton window, they all give this kind of flaky, whimsical, I just want people to be open to new ideas, right? Like you'd hear that exact same sentiment from a cannibal. You hear that exact same sentiment from, the people that want the maps, right? It's like,
don't judge a book by its cover, man. Come try it before you say
right.
that
It's like
eating human flesh is bad.
Yeah, right. It's like, okay, like, yeah, there's some level of truth to the fact that, sometimes the culture could have a wrong idea, or society could have a wrong idea about something. At one point people thought the world was flat and it was outside the Overton window to be like, no, the world is round and the earth revolves around the sun and all this other stuff. But I'm just always highly suspect when people, instead of making some kind of specific argument about whatever they're advocating for, they kind of fall back on this, what's the word? Like this fake, like general vague statement about just people having an open mind,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever since the invention of writing, like we have ruled things out in the moral realm and in the scientific realm. So it's crazy to think we need to still consider those things that we've found wanting already. So I think we can let those things go.
So I mentioned something earlier about how that 13 chapter book was basically taking progressives and turning them into neo-reactionaries by appealing to their shared sense of discontentment with the Iraq War, discontentment with Republicans winning from 2000 to 2008, basically just discontentment with how American politics worked in the 2000s. And you saw a lot of people who were on the left that were just dismayed by politics until Obama. And then even throughout Obama became dismayed when he didn't do all the changes he thought everyone thought that they
Right.
would.
Right.
And his view here, Curtis Yarvin, was basically to say, yeah, so I'm dismayed too. I'm also disenchanted, as he would say, with the current political system. And so, since we share in this disenchantment, let me present to you a new set of ideas. Because if you stay on the path that you're currently on, even if you're disenchanted, you're going to get more of the same liberal BS that you claim to hate. And so that's kind of how he would pipeline people, right?
Right.
He's how he,
Right.
and to be fair, he was actually pretty successful at it because, like, I mean, I recall aristocratic utensil. I'm sure you guys know who that guy is. Like
Yes.
he started off more or less in the liberal camp until he read Curtis Yarvin back in the day, and now he's a fucking monarchist, right? So like these ideas worked on some people for sure. There was definitely some appeal here. That's why he got as famous as he did. Um,
It's it's interesting because I feel like 95% of Curtis Yarvin fans don't actually agree with him at all. The I like the sense I get from like 95% of the people that are on his side is these are people that are conservative who do look at a lot of what's going on right now in society and say things are degenerate. I don't like it. I don't like that the degenerate left has a hold of all our institutions. I would like a sort of strong man conservative to go in, clean house, and seize control and basically hold us in this sort of traditional conservative uh, cultural worldview and kind of keep out the degenerates and the communists and all this other stuff. That's where they're coming from. And they just kind of see the Curtis Yarvin political structure as a means to get that. When that is actually not his Curtis Yarvin's view at all, and that's not the ideological basis of what he's advocating for at all. He's like he's just a pure elitist who doesn't like the scumbag commoners who thinks they can't be trusted. As you said, like with actually the Lord of the Rings example is a pretty good example in terms of showing like if the Democrats are the fucking elves, right? The pretty beautiful elves, and the conservatives are the hobbits, the short, squalor hobbits that just want to walk around in Hobbiton and, they don't have any presence of mind of the rest of the world. That really shows you where his thinking is.
Yep. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Um, that's all true, and it kind of just it mirrors previous waves of far left interacting with far right, right? Because you can go back to like the various fascist eras in Europe before the Second World War, and you
Mhm.
had people switching between socialism and fascism all the time, just because they were both anti-liberal, right? Because liberalism
Right.
has been the dominant mode of politics that's been so successful for so long now that you have all these crazy ideologies that would normally hate each other, and they're all kind of temporarily bound together in basically just being anti-us.
Yes, exactly. 100%.
Quite isolated yet is why having a strong man figure would be better for people's lives. Can you answer that
Yes.
question?
Number one, I think that having an effective government and an efficient government is better for people's lives. And I think that, the best answer when I ask people to answer that question, I sort of ask them to look around the room and basically point out everything in the room that was made by a monarchy. Because these things that we call companies are actually little monarchies.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're looking around yourself and you see, for example, a laptop. And that laptop was made by Apple, which is a monarchy. And it has a little thing on it that says designed in California and made in China.
Right.
It is
Yes,
made,
this is an example you use a lot where you say, and if Apple ran California, wouldn't that be much
right.
better run?
It's funny, again, and this came up a lot when you were going through his book. He just makes the inverse of the communist arguments. So the communists say, like, oh, isn't it good that in your country, you have a vote and this freedom and, the process of power is kind of diluted and things are slowed down. Shouldn't, because you like that system of government, shouldn't you also like that as a system of business? And I say, no, because private business and government do two very different things. A business, the point of a business is to design a product or service that people want and to sell it to them. The point of the government is to protect its citizens and maintain the well-being of its citizens. Okay. They have very different goals. And so the idea that two completely different systems that have two very completely different processes and goals and want to have different outcomes should mirror each other is kind of retarded.
Hold on a second, just real quick.
But you get into this thing where there's like this trick where you say, well, the government is inefficient, which yes, governments very often are inefficient. So I say, well, business are more inefficient. So therefore, you should run it like a business, which is, first of all, again, as I said, they have different goals. So you shouldn't run them the same way. But number two, when people say business is efficient, that is a complete survivor's bias situation. Okay. Because if you were to say, like, well, how many businesses start every year that fail, right? Like, it's astronomical. There's so many businesses that fail, but you just walk around and you see the businesses that succeed and are successful. And you say, well, obviously, if we run our government like a business, it's going to be run like one of these successful businesses. It's not necessarily going to be run like one of these failure businesses, which doesn't actually make any sense that you'd assume that.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. And the issue, you know what? In fact, I think you just put this together to me in the past 15 seconds. Let me see if I can formulate this new idea that's now forming.
Okay.
What keeps businesses? What cuts the difference between a successful business and an unsuccessful business is efficiency, but then also competition, right? Because the unsuccessful ones usually are less competitive, they're more inefficient, and so they die off. And the successful ones manage to grow. Okay. If you were going to run, let's say that you had like a market of governments, okay? So you have more or less efficient governments, and then the less efficient governments end up going bankrupt and being swallowed by more efficient governments, just like in a free market system, right? That would probably just look like warfare, I think, because governments, unlike most companies, have armies. And so
Yes.
when you have competition between governments, not always, but often it takes the form of warfare, right? So if you want more war, have more competition between governments where it's not just like friendly, oh, we're competing. It's no, one government is trying to absorb another one the same way that like one company would take over the market share of another company.
Right. Well, and this goes back to sort of the don't ever get suckered into like, I have to adopt one lens, one extreme version of a process or an idea, because our democracy is this good middle ground between the two things, because we do have competition between governments. That's what the elections are. The elections are competitions between political parties that say, I can govern the government better than the other party. And people, the voters, are the customers. And so we do that in a non-violent way. That is why having this democratic process, this constitutionally republic process that we live under is so worthwhile and based. Yes.
I mean, yes, I completely agree with you. Their counter argument is something like, because it doesn't involve violence, it can't be real change. So, like,
what?
That's a retarded argument. If anyone
in order to get a truly different system, and not just the
nonviolent resistance is the most effective. So,
in order to get a truly different system, and not just what the system has chosen for you as the proposed alternatives that are proper, to go outside of that, you have to actually engage in violence.
Yeah, so, but that's stupid.
Yeah, this is the democracy makes violence less probable, and therefore it makes change less probable. So if you need real change, you can't be democratic. That's going to be the argument, something like that. It's dumb.
Right.
It is.
It's dumb.
It is fucking stupid. With regards to his monarchist take.
Well, let me just say one second to respond to that argument that the violence argument. It's actually the opposite, because the more likely violence is, the more likely people will be willing to trade their freedom for safety. True. That is an inherent rule of human nature, has always been. That's how monarchies form in the first place, is that there's people, they're farming some valuable piece of land, and there's a roving band of barbarians or criminals somewhere that are going to come steal your shit and kill you. And so you have to band together under a king and build a castle and build a wall. And that's how kingdoms start in the first place.
They are the stationary bandit.
Yes. So
Yep.
it's the complete opposite. Violence means change is less like, well, no, violence means change is more likely to occur, but it means you're less likely to be free.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with you.
And that change is less likely to be stable and institutionalized, obviously. So
Right.
And I mean, this does tie back into his Apple argument. He says like, well, Apple is a monarchy. I mean, yeah, okay, it has a private owner, and someone made it, and someone hired people to it, and so we now like it's run like a monarchy because the guy's top down. Okay, every business is right. Big or small.
not though.
Your
It's
business
not.
is.
You have to ignore the fact that the CEO needs to have sales. And where do those sales come from? From millions of fucking people. Like, it is a democratic process.
Yes, who voluntarily buy their goods and services,
Yes.
and they're all under the purview that because they're not really a monarch because he's ignoring. They all have to follow what the government says.
This
They don't
is
have
why we
ultimate
avoid
power.
So
This is why we
when
avoid
he says-
monopolies, because in a monopoly situation, they can force you to just buy the product. They're like, look, we're
Right.
the only ones that sell water. It's
Exactly.
dirty and fucking bacteria infested, but you have to buy it because we're the only ones that sell it.
Right.
When he's saying monarchy here, what he means is a business is private property that is handed down from the creator to the creator's descendants, and is run.
That's not usually true though. I mean,
And is run by the whoever owns it. And if they run it into the ground, they run it into the ground, but it's
Mhm.
still the creator who the owner of it who makes the decision on whether to do A or B. That's
well, there's a board. I mean, if it's a publicly traded company, there's a board. They can just do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, that's all still just private owners, right? It's not like everyone votes on what Apple does.
No, but it's not even a monarchy because you literally have a board that can throw the monarch out if they're not, giving their shareholders what they want.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like
It's a little corrupt because the
it was
monarch
also the case,
chooses the board.
I
so-
understand that, but I'm just saying it's not like it's not the strict absolute monarchy the way he's portraying it at.
But it is
Yeah,
the same
he's-
thing as the
he's
winning
using the word
coalition. The
monarchies
winning
too.
coalition can turn on the leader, right? They
Yes.
just kill him instead of
Right.
throwing him out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, basically the argument that he's trying to make is that when he says everything in this room was built by a monarchy, what he is saying is that everything in this room was built not by a government that no one owns and everyone just votes on and someone manages it, but there's no actual sovereign owner of the thing, but
Right.
rather it was all built by private property that someone owned and had a vision and created and then made the product.
Yeah.
That's what he's basically saying.
I understand, and I say,
And
so what?
yeah, the answer to that is he's saying therefore monarchy is also better in government, but the difference again is that with government you have armies. It's not building laptops; it's building armies, and you're not competing with other laptop creators. You're fighting other armies. It's
Yes.
it's a different type of situation because now you have like possible mass death, not just products and then bankruptcy if you fail.
It's a sleight of hand because when he says look around this room and you see everything's built by a monarchy, he's really only talking about efficiency. Okay. He's not really talking about freedom because if it was up to those companies, it's up to Apple, you look around the room and you'd have to have everything in that room be an Apple product, right? But it's not up to Apple. And so it's like because we don't have a monarchy, the consumer has the choice to say, okay, I'm going to choose to buy this product. I don't really care if the company is run like a monarchy. I can choose to buy this product or not. To say that, like, if you're going to convert the government to be a monarchy, yeah, it will be, probably be more efficient. Well, not necessarily more efficient. It'll be more streamlined in terms of like top down. Someone tells you what to do and you're going to fucking do it, right? If that's what you mean by efficiency, sure. But when you have it's not like a company because and this is what you were saying, Adam, with monopolies. The whole reason we don't like monopolies is because consumers are supposed to have a choice where they say, okay, if I don't want to buy a product or a good or a service from some company, I don't have to. I have other options. If it's the government, you don't really have another option.
Yeah. The
You can always,
monopoly
I
on
guess, immigrate.
force.
You can
Okay, yeah. So everyone's going to leave the fucking America to go to Canada to go where?
So
right?
So here's the thing, right? My interactions with the libertarian monarchists, with like Aiden Powell and other people like this, that interaction has.
Are you guys
often
still
led to
friends?
them.
What's
No,
going on with
no.
you and Aiden?
No, that's drama. We're not friends anymore.
Let me send Aiden the link. We
haven't-
need to
we
get
haven't-
Aiden in
we
here.
haven't been for, like-
Aiden Paladin has come up on our stream. She needs to be here to defend herself.
Stop it.
No, I'm not okay. I'll you know what? Just in general, libertarian monarchists. Okay, not any
Okay.
one specific person. She's just the one that came to mind because there's
Not
several.
Aiden
Actually, no,
Paladin.
there's not that many of them. All right, but still,
Where's Spoon? Spoon's often in our chat. So
he's also a libertarian monarchist, I think, actually.
Yeah,
Anyway, no,
yeah.
no. So the argument that I've heard from libertarian monarchists is basically that if there is going to truly be a free market of governments, then you can simply choose another one. And they often say, if you don't like your lord, choose another lord. Just go and make the choice as if you were leaving one company and going into another.
Yeah, how'd
one.
that work in history?
It doesn't.
Oh,
This is why
okay.
it's stupid. But that's
Yeah,
the argument.
right.
That's the argument, right?
Yeah.
Here, just real quick here, because this is something that he does not bring up in this interview, but it is relevant to this conversation. This is the part that he's hiding. Okay, so I sent you that article maybe a month ago, Sitch. I pulled up just real quick. I'll read off like 2 paragraphs. They're short ones, don't worry. So Moldbug writes here. He says, the illiberal pre-modern view is that the state owns its subjects. There are no citizens, there are only subjects. To put it as pejoratively as possible, there are state slaves. The purpose of the government is to render these slaves as productive as possible, which means making them as valuable as possible in the capitalist sense. To a modern liberal, libertarian, or conservative, this is the most offensive possible declaration of authoritarianism. But to Plato, it's Tuesday. And then he says, just give me a second here.
Well, if the guy who makes kids clay likes it, then it's got to be good.
If the subjects of a government are treated as assets on its national balance sheet, as human capital, that means the government owns them. That means the government has to safeguard them. It has to protect and nurture them. And it is responsible for their appreciation. So it is his view, basically, that if all people were slaves of the government would then treat them as if a business owner would treat its business that they founded and they care about and they want to protect and safeguard because it makes them money.
It's so retarded.
It's really fucking retarded. Yes,
It's so retarded.
it's. But this is basically what he's hiding here, because he's not directly saying this, but you can see hints of it, and this is what's in his actual writing over on his Substack, where he knows he doesn't have a national level audience, right?
Right.
Whereas if your MacBook Pro was made by the California Department of Computing, you can only imagine it. I'm sorry, I'm here in this building and I keep forgetting to make my best argument for monarchy, which is that people trust the New York Times more than any other source in the world. And how is the New York Times managed? It is a 5th generation hereditary absolute monarchy. And so we've basically taken in some ways, like, and this was very much the vision of the early progressives, by the way. The early progressives, even like the pre-World War I progressives, you go back to, a book like, Drift and Mastery, are very...
I have to say, I find the depth of background information to be obfuscating rather than illuminating.
That is the most based comment I've ever heard from the New York Times. It's so true. So true.
Yeah. He's basically, what he basically just said there is, so you're saying all this shit, and you're saying things, and some of them are interesting, and there's some content there, but you're not actually answering the questions that I'm asking you. You're just kind of going around and saying a bunch of other stuff.
Substanceless clown.
So I wanted to look that up real quick, because he said that the New York Times is a 5th generation absolute hereditary monarchy. So what he's saying there is somebody created the New York Times and he's passed it down as his private property through 5 generations of his family, and now his descendant owns and runs the company. I was like, okay, let's fact check that. Why don't we? It shouldn't be that hard, right?
It's still laughable to think that it's trusted. Obviously, they have to bend to the market forces as well, right? There are other competitors in the market, and a lot of them believe New York Times is the least trustworthy source of information imaginable.
That's true.
So he undermines his own argument just by bringing it up.
So I looked it up, and the New York Times is owned by a company called the New York Times Company, and the New York Times Company is... The chairman of the company is Arthur Ochs Schultzberger Jr., whose family has controlled the paper since 1896. So, okay, I understand that the Schultzberger family founded the New York Times and has passed it down through the family. However, it's also a publicly traded company. So the fact that you have a chairman who's running things,
Oh my
but
God.
he doesn't actually own the company. It's
Hilarious.
publicly traded. It's like the fact. Yeah, okay. You have a guy whose great grandfather started the paper as your chairman, but is it still his private property? The business? The answer is no, because it's publicly traded, right? So even this doesn't work, because it turns out that if you take your monarchy and then you sell it off in a bunch of little bits called stocks, you're not really a monarch anymore, because now somebody else owns the kingdom that you used to own.
Of course. And all those shareholders can vote.
Yep.
In certain things, obviously not to the extent that, we vote in America. But
And-
still.
And by the way, it's this reason that Academic Agent says that the stock market is basically a socialist enterprise, because
Hilarious.
it's taking all of these privately owned things and socializing them by giving them a whole bunch of different mass owners.
Hilarious.
I love this crazy shit, man. I love like crazy fucking politics. It's so far outside the realm of reality. It's always so fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
How
But
can I change that? How can I make that?
by answering the questions more directly and succinctly, I think would be the simple reply.
Fine, I'll try.
But the thing I'd
I stop bullshitting me.
like to
Yeah,
say, just to
totally.
tie this back a little bit to something we spoke about a minute ago, is there is this idea that the incoming Trump administration is interested in the idea of a more powerful executive office. Are there things that you would like to see, or if you saw them, would be hints to you that the Trump administration is taking the right steps, as you might see it, towards actually enacting that reality and becoming a stronger executive, a more monarchical
I would
executive
say
office?
Oh my God, he's totally setting him up. Look, New York Times readers want to believe Trump is a dictator. You think he's a dictator, right?
that the incoming Trump administration, with all due respect, and there's a lot of great people there and people who are working extremely hard. Unfortunately, I would say that they're essentially finding themselves in a position where they're trying to untangle the Gordian knot. And
Meaning what?
Meaning that they're basically trying to, let's take just NASA in specific. So, for example, if you compare NASA to SpaceX, that's a fine example of actually all of the principles that I've been describing, because NASA was once...
He's like, oh my God, I just wanted him to say Trump is a dictator, and now he's talking about fucking NASA.
Yeah.
This schlep.
as efficient as SpaceX. So if you basically say, okay, at a very abstract level, forget the rest of the government, Elon, go and fix NASA, right? The goal of NASA is to give us cool space shit. We feel like we're not getting enough cool space shit. You have $25 billion a year, go and do cool space shit. I think you would get a lot more cool space shit under that principle. But one of the basic principles of kind of the California startup way of thinking is just to realize it's way easier to create a new NASA than it is to fix the old NASA. And that principle extends sort of around the government.
Your ideas, and I guess has been called like sort of a neo-reactionary cast of mind, are seemingly increasingly popular in the Silicon Valley world. Don't you think there's some level on which that world is responding to your ideas because you're just telling them what they want to hear? If more people like me were in charge, things would be better. It's an ideologically useful set of arguments for them to
The funny thing is, I think that's almost the opposite of the truth. It's like, let me give you a very simple illustration of this. Someone I have actually never met, believe it or not, who is Elon Musk. Now, Elon tweeted the other day, he was like, the proper structure of government on Mars should be not just a democracy, but a direct democracy. Let me sort of examine the thinking behind Musk saying this, because I find it sort of extremely odd in a sense. Because one of the things about monarchy that's been known for quite some time, and again, we've been very, very anti-monarchical.
Listen, we all saw Elon Musk praise Hitler, okay, at Trump's inauguration. So we all know that he wants a Nazi government on Mars, right?
I saw some of the tweets saying he was, in fact, doing that. And there was like 64,000 likes. I was like, holy shit.
It's so stupid.
We're redoing this?
Yeah.
This is the thing? This is the thing? We're going to do this again, huh?
Yeah, we're going back.
Oh my God, they're such a one-trick pony.
Yep.
Everything's fascism again. Welcome to 2016. I can't wait.
My God.
Hierarchical regimes and periods, an exception is made for this, is that a ship always has a captain. An airplane always has a captain. Basically, in any very safety critical environment,
You should have someone in charge.
You should have someone in charge. But the
A self-driving car always has a cat. Oh, wait.
thing is, you look at basically a Mars colony, and you're just like, really? Are the citizens of the Mars colony going to vote on like how to like replenish the oxygen supply or whatever? Like, no, of course not. The Mars colony that Elon establishes will be a subsidiary of SpaceX, and it will have someone in charge, and it will have a command hierarchy, just like SpaceX does. And so I'm like,
Just like
he's making the expertise argument that I mentioned like earlier in the video, where basically, so you can't vote on who's going to replenish the oxygen in a space colony because random idiots don't know how that shit works, but an expert does. And that is the argument for not voting on something and just putting an expert in there. But again, how to replenish the oxygen is not the same as who should rule. Not the same things.
How many wives you get to have, right?
Right.
What's going on? You guys don't know where the
Elon,
button is?
when you say that
Jesus.
this should be a democracy, what are the people voting on? And so there's this world of actually real governance that someone like Elon Musk lives in every day. And actually applying that world, applying that thinking to like, being like, oh, this is, this thinking is directly contradictory in a sense to the ideals that I was taught in this society. That's a really difficult cognitive dissonance problem, even if you're Elon Musk.
When I hear you talk about the need for a monarch, and we'll just use that term, encompassing CEOs or dictators. I'll just say monarch.
Monarch is good. It's a neutral term.
It would be an understatement to say that humanity's record with monarchs is mixed at best. Roman Empire under Marcus Aurelius seems like it went pretty well. Under Nero, not so much.
Using the exact quote that I thought.
Spain's
Okay.
Charles III is a monarch you point to a lot. He's like sort of your favorite monarch. Louis XIV, he's like starting wars like they're going out of business. And then in those are all sort of before the age of democracy. And then if
the
you look
monarchs
at more
in the age of democracy are just terrible.
Terrible. I can't believe I'm saying a phrase like this. If you put Hitler aside and only look at Mao, Stalin, Pol Pot, Pinochet, Idi Amin, we're looking at people responsible for the deaths of something like 75 to 100 million people. So given that historical precedent, do we really want to try dictatorship?
Your question is the most important question of all, because basically understanding like why Hitler was so bad, why Stalin was so bad is really like essential to the riddle of the 20th century. But I think it's important to know
Because they were dirty commoners and not elites, right? Is that the answer? Is that the answer, Doe?
I'm not sure, but yeah, they all were like dictators that came out of the common stock of those countries, huh? I think they were. Yeah.
that we don't see for the rest of European and like world history.
Yeah.
Human history as a whole is a mixed bag. The history of the age of democracy in the last 250 years is also a mixed bag. And
Wait, we don't see in human history what? If you didn't finish the
a Holocaust. You can pull the camera way back and basically say, wow, in Europe, since basically the establishment of European civilization from like 1000 AD to 1750 AD, we didn't have this kind of chaos and violence. And then you can't separate Hitler and Stalin from the sort of global democratic revolution that they're a part of.
But one thing I noticed when I was going through.
Sorry. So yeah, okay, that's really important, right there.
Right.
Because he's pinning the dictatorships of the 20th century, fascism and socialism alike. He's pinning that on democracy. He's saying, no, all this stuff is actually democracy's fault. because, and to his credit, pretty much every fascist regime was implemented democratically. A lot of socialist regimes were. They were all voted into power. And also, they all kind of draw on the same sort of mass movement justification for their actions. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the socialists talk about the worker, the fascists talk about the people, liberals talk about the citizen. They're all Enlightenment forms of government, and he wants to go back to before the Enlightenment, where who
Right.
cares what the actual people want? Who cares about justifying our beliefs or our actions by these appeals to commoners? We should simply have an aristocratic class that does what is right, and the people have to basically just suck it. Um, and so he's saying, hey, fascism's actually liberals. It's actually the fault of liberals and Democrats.
Right. This is a retarded argument. It basically it's like the argument when you hear I forget who it was. We heard someone say this a few weeks ago. There's like this race, like a really hyper racist person who was like, "Oh, white people are inherently evil because it was only white Europeans that enslaved people and colonized other people." And my response and other people's response is, well, it has nothing to do with them being white. It's just that they had the technology to do so before anyone else did. And they tried to make this sort of we was Kang's argument about how, like, no, Asians and Africans actually did have superior technology for thousands of years. They just never used it for evil purposes. Right. And so it's the same kind of retarded argument because, like, well, hold on. Number one, the reason that you didn't see this wide scale, like, Holocaust levels, World War II, post World War II communist levels of people dying was because there literally wasn't that many people to kill back, 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, you would have cities that ranged from like 1,000 to, like, the big cities would be like 10, maybe a giant city would be like 100,000 people, right? You didn't have cities that were like in the scales that you had in, the 50s and the 40s and the 50s and going forward, right? They just didn't have that many people to kill. So that's number one. So it's just ridiculous. And obviously, they didn't have the technology, the modern warfare, the guns, the machines, the tanks to drive these very vast locations to keep killing people, the communications to keep the war fronts up at the speed at which you would do in the modern times. These things just didn't exist. Okay. But then on top of all that, that's all that this statement is just factually wrong. Back in those days, they would just wipe out entire fucking populations, entire fucking cities would just be burned to the fucking ground, and the population would either be enslaved or all fucking killed. Okay. There's a reason. And then there's a reason, like, it's something like Genghis Khan's fucking DNA is in like some astronomical amount of the population. And then there was some study that was like, I forget who it was. There's some, I don't know if he was Scottish or whatever the fucking people were in England, back before times. There was some like English king or tribal leader whose DNA was in like 25% of the fucking English population or something astronomical. Like, this is a complete fucking lie. Humans were slaughtering each other at massive fucking scales for all of human history. The idea that, like, well, everything was like only sort of bad until, liberalism came into being in the 1940s. And then suddenly all these anti-liberal fascist and communist countries that are not adhering to the principles of democracy, wholesale started killing people. Well, that's when things got really bad. It's a fucking stupid idea, and it's a lie.
So, I mean, I kind of agree with you. I disagree a little bit, but
How
the,
dare you?
okay, so his argument basically is that, like, the mass death of the 20th century was caused by the Enlightenment. And I mean, yeah, okay, but it was also like it was caused by the Enlightenment because the Enlightenment caused the scientific revolution, which then created modern technology, which allowed
Yeah,
you
but
to have
that's a
all those.
retarded art. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
so retarded. Right?
That's how it actually was. It wasn't
Yeah.
just that, oh, these ideologies, like everything that sprung from the Enlightenment is inherently evil and drove people to kill. No, no, no. People always wanted to kill each other at this rate. They just mechanized the means to do
Right, but
so.
he's not framing it that way, because if he's framing it that way, then his solution is just, well, let's all go back to being caveman and banging sticks together, because then we can't, effectively murder each other, which he's not advocating
Yes.
for.
No,
So it's a
he's not.
completely
He's not.
fallacious argument.
Yeah. But also, more importantly, though, is that it's not about what they're talking about horror shows here, right? Like the worst of the worst. What is the worst ever fascist humanitarian disaster? Well, it'd probably be the Holocaust. What's the
Right.
worst ever socialist one? Well, probably it's probably going to be China, right?
Right.
The Great Leap Forward. Okay. What's the worst ever liberal one? Well, there's going to be a few candidates that kind of rank up there, actually. Maybe the British in the Boer War, maybe how the Belgians, because the Belgians, despite being a liberal country, they treated some of their African populations quite
Right.
poorly.
Chattel slavery,
Yeah, there's stuff
contenders,
that
sure.
there's stuff that liberals have done that have been up there with some of the worst things the socialists and fascists have done. So I get that argument, and when he says it here, he's not completely incorrect. However,
But he's not pointing to those things, though.
well, the counter to it though is to say, hey, what's the best of these societies, right? Because
Right.
the fascists and socialists don't tend to do much like anything all that better than the worst moments that they've had, but
Mhm.
liberals do, right? Like liberals have some skeletons in the closet, but we also created the best civilization in the history of our species. Like
Right.
if the trade-off is that we have some bad things in our past that we've grown out of, and they don't, and they think those bad things are good, perhaps we actually are just better than them, you know?
We are better than you.
Yes, we are in fact better.
Through your stuff
Mhm.
is that you make these historical claims like the one you just made about sort of no genocide in Europe between 1000 AD and the Holocaust, essentially. And then I poke around and think, is that true? And then you think, well,
Well, you have the
there was Tamerlane. There was
Tamerlane was not in Europe. I meant Europe though. Like,
well, it's okay on the edges of Europe, and then that's sort of like a goalpost shift there. But then, or you think, well, there were there's the French Wars of Religion. They killed millions of people, including the massacre of the Huguenots. So I often find when you just scratch a little at some of the historical...
There was no massacre of Huguenots. I think you're confusing it with the sack of Béziers and the massacre of the Albigensians.
So they got massacred, not the Huguenots.
Yeah. But the thing is, when people look at the Holocaust, they saw like a new species of deviltry that had not really existed in the world in that way before. When you see
Yeah, that's not because of ideology. It's just because of technology.
Yeah.
That's it. Like you go back 1,000 years, you give those people, 1945 era technology, they will commit holocausts.
Of course.
city sacked in the Middle Ages, you see just like wild, undisciplined troops like raging around. You don't see like lines of people march to their deaths.
My skepticism comes from...
I mean, you saw lines of people march into slavery. Is that better? Like what?
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what the Roman Empire did. They'd take over, they'd take all your shit, and they'd take a bunch of people as slaves. Like, it's just so... He has to know this isn't true, right? Like that this is a ridiculous argument.
I mean, maybe he knows it isn't true, or maybe he's doing the history is written by the victors thing. So the alternate history that I've read is actually the true history.
Oh,
maybe he's
okay.
doing that here.
I gotcha. Of course.
What I feel like is a pretty strong cherry picking of historical incidents to support your arguments. And then I look and you're like, the incidents that you're pointing to are either not necessarily factually settled, or there's a different way of looking at them. But I actually want to, just because some of the historical references are now actually making my head hurt, I just want to ask a couple very concrete questions about...
This guy's like, you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, of course.
look at his face there. I don't know if you can see it on yours, but like Curtis is like, how dare you?
Yeah.
Face on mine.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that you've written about race, for example, which seems pretty provocative to say the least. I'll read you some examples. This is the trouble with white nationalism. It is strategically barren. It offers no effective political program. To me, the trouble with white nationalism is that it's racist, not that it's strategically unsophisticated. Well, there's two more. There's two more. It is very difficult to argue that the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant, including that of freed slaves.
Oh, my God.
Come on. The third one. The third one. If you ask me to condemn Anders Breivik, the Norwegian mass murderer, but adore Nelson Mandela, perhaps you have a mother you'd like to So
that was
Okay.
so. Oh, let's go through.
and this is a guy who's saying we'll live through. We'll achieve harmony.
Let's go through each of those examples. And
Yeah.
so when you look, for example, at Mandela, the reason I said that, most people don't know this, there was a little contretemps when Mandela was released because he actually had to be taken off the terrorist list.
I mean, maybe the more relevant point is that Nelson Mandela was in jail for opposing a viciously racist apartheid regime. But
the viciously racist apartheid regime, basically, they had him on the terrorist list. So if you look
let's get the.
So I'm wondering if something happened here. I'm wondering either Curtis Yarvin did a terrible job. I mean, first of all, I don't agree that you should compare Nelson Mandela to the Anderson. That was like,
Yeah.
that was the
The
guy that
mass
like didn't
murder.
he blew up a bomb and like killed a bunch of people or something.
No,
or a
I
mass
think
shooting?
he
It
went
was a mass
with
shooting. It was a mass shooting.
Yeah.
Okay, I think he did both. But anyway, yeah.
So
I mean,
Anders Breivik, his whole thing is like he had some sort. This was, I think, was back 2016 or some shit. But he wrote this manifesto about how no, it was 2011. Holy fuck. No, killed 8 people by detonating a bomb and then killed 69 participants at the Workers' Youth League in a mass shooting. Okay, so yeah, you did both. He had written this manifesto about how immigration was destroying Norway with all these non-Norwegians coming in, specifically non-white Norwegians, like non-white people coming in and destroying Norway through through all the usual things that people say, whether true or false, changing the ethnic character of the nation. They're not abiding by the culture of the nation. They're not integrating. They're bringing like ethnic strife from their homeland. They're doing all this shit, and some of that is true. That's not beat around the bush there. Some of it is true, but he decides I'm going to solve this problem by committing terrorist activities.
right.
So he kills a bunch of random people.
Yeah.
And
So
well, the reason
my
he's,
point
he's
is
comparing him. Okay, go
right.
ahead.
I don't want to compare. I don't agree that it makes sense to compare Nelson Mandela with this guy at all. They're very different. They should not be compared whatsoever. Okay. That being said, so I'm not comparing them to.
Well,
that
I
being
want to know why,
said,
though. I want to know why.
Well, hold on. That being said, Nelson Mandela did kill a lot of innocent people and did participate in terrorist actions against civilians. And it's weird to me that either the New York Times guy doesn't know this, okay, or that Curtis Yarvin doesn't bring it up in the conversation to defend his comparison. And I'm wondering if he did bring it up and maybe they cut it out, or did he just flub that defense completely?
I'm not sure. Maybe they did cut it out. Yeah, because like everyone views Nelson Mandela as this aged statesman of South Africa. But you go back to his youth, and no, he killed a bunch of people. He was a terrorist.
Yeah.
And he was definitely a terrorist along racial lines as well. So, like, I get the comparison that he's making, and he might even be correct in the comparison. However, there's this view in the West of who Nelson Mandela is that completely omits his revolutionary activity.
Well, the reason I think there's a difference between someone who's a terrorist who says, I don't like that people are immigrating to my country and I'm going to kill a bunch of innocent people to stop that, versus a terrorist who says, I don't like that my country is being subjugated by foreign powers, so I'm going to kill a bunch of innocent people. You shouldn't kill a bunch of innocent people, but I think the fact that their motives are so wildly different and their context of their actions is different, which means you shouldn't compare the two actions, even though you both say that they're both wrong.
So even though it's an optics nightmare, I'll steelman Anders Breivik.
Oh my God, don't do it. Don't do it.
Just
don't do it,
bit.
Dev.
It was
Dev.
Dev. It's okay. It's okay. It's the view of people like him that basically what's happening in Europe right now is a colonization because their governments have been co-opted
but they're
by
wrong.
The globalist elite.
They're wrong. There's a completely different process. They live in a democratic country where they can actually change the government through some sort of legislative matter, where in Nelson Mandela's case, that wasn't the situation. Okay. Doesn't justify his actions. Doesn't justify, but they're just wrong. They're factually wrong. So yes, any person can mind fuck themselves into saying, I'm a freedom fighter and what I'm doing is completely justified like any other freedom fighter, right? That's not an interesting argument. That's a bullshit argument. The argument is you have to actually look at what the facts on the ground are.
Right. So I hear the voice of Sargon chirping a little bit in my head, so I'll bring up his argument.
Okay.
Because he will have said that the right wing in the UK has voted for less immigration for like 20 years, and whether it's left wing or right wing parties that win, they never get it. So at some point, democracy stops functioning if you vote for a thing, and the guys who said they'll do it don't do it after getting elected.
Okay, it's still not comparable, even remotely, to a situation where a foreign power has literally taken over your country and is control of the legislative system, and you have no way to vote or to gain individual rights and freedoms. These are very different things. And I don't, to me, it's a complete cope and a dishonest action to compare them and say that they're the same thing. Just because you don't, it's like Hassan on Twitter saying, oh my God, the Supreme Court, upheld the TikTok ban. This is what it's like to live in a democratic country, or nice democracy we live in, right? Implying that it's not a democracy, despite the fact that the TikTok ban followed the exact democratic process to the letter, right? If
So,
people in England are mad because they're voting for less immigration and it's not coming to fruition, then they better get their fucking shit together, okay, and create actual political process where they can do that. That's very different to living in a country where there is no political process that you can actually engage in to have the government change.
Right. Okay. I mean, I guess their response is something like, well, I mean, Boris Johnson ran on no more immigrants. We voted him in. He didn't do it, and like we keep voting for the guys.
But why did he not do it? I don't know enough about why he didn't do it though.
I don't.
And also,
exactly
wait, hold on.
either.
And also, it's a complete bullshit pivot, because was there a situation with this Anders guy where in Norway they spent 30 years voting for less immigration, and they kept saying, the people overwhelmingly kept saying, we want less immigration, and the government just kept ignoring them? Was that happening in his specific situation?
I don't think so, no.
Well, then if it wasn't, then this comparison is complete bullshit, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, there's
so stop cucking for them, Dev.
I am steel manning just so we have your conversation here. I don't agree with this.
I understand that, but steel manning for a fake argument is not really. I mean, is that a steel man?
I mean, it's
if it's a bullshit argument.
Listen. Okay, if I'm representing somebody else's argument and their argument is bullshit,
yes.
Oh, don't pin that on me.
I'm gonna pin it on you, motherfucker. Stop it.
Never repeat a bullshit argument.
Never. Let me read some super chats here. Anarcho Rain for $20 says Adam's description of democracy being a market feedback is flawed. Voters share a collective decision, meaning there's a reason to inform yourself, meaning there's less reason to inform yourself than when you're deciding for yourself/family. This causes rational ignorance.
What? Oh, I guess I should.
Want me to read this again?
Yeah. Where is this? Is it a $20
Anarcho Rain for $20?
Oh, Anarcho Rain. Adam's description of democracy being a market feedback is flawed. Voters share a collective decision, meaning there's less reason to inform yourself than when you're deciding for yourself or your family. This causes rational ignorance. It's still from the person being voted on, from their perception. I mean, obviously in a market, you have to get a certain number of people before a product even becomes commercially viable. So I don't see how that, I mean, you're only thinking of it from your own personal perspective, not from the leadership perspective.
Yeah. I guess the argument is something like, in a market, you have like different choices. You buy a product, you have the product. In a democracy, you have different choices. You buy the product. But if somebody else buys more product than you don't get your product.
Well, that happens in a market too. Obviously, some products are so niche, so unpopular that the product goes out of business, and the people who liked the product no longer get it, right? This happens with TV shows all the time. Hey, I like that TV show. Well, not enough people liked it, so it's not commercially viable.
Yeah, I guess. I gotta think about it some more.
This is the like the important part of the argument that I'm making is democracy and markets are the feedback mechanism. And your super chat, I thank you for the super chat, obviously, and I thank you for the feedback, but it doesn't really address the core of my argument. You're basically saying You know, and look, there are plenty of, they call them low information voters who are ignorant. But I would argue that those low information voters often go to somebody else who they think has researched the issues more, knows more about it, and they use them in the same way someone in a market might say, "Hey, I'm looking for a phone. What's a good phone?" Right? I don't want to do all the market research. Just tell me what you like, right?
Right.
A lot of people buy products in the same way. Oh, this is the popular thing. Everyone's buying this, right? This TV show is popular. I should watch it. I thought it sucked, but everyone else likes it, so I guess I'm watching it, right? So I don't this doesn't address the argument that I'm making about this. There's a feedback mechanism here that's important, very functional, right? That goes away in a command economy, which everyone virtually agrees is terrible, right? And also goes away in a monarchy in the same way. The monarchist doesn't have magical powers to understand what the population wants. I guess if you're going to say, okay, well, the the monarchist is going to go in and do a bunch of public polling and stuff like that, but those can even be manipulated. We understand that. Like the real poll is when people show up and vote.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
JMac, our second fire, thanks so much for the $20. Says you stop becoming the quote nothing ever happens guys when you have kids. So I don't know what he's talking about. Stuff is always happening when you're a parent. That is true.
Oh yeah, big time.
Epicureum for $20. Thank you. Says autocracy could only work as thousands of microstates using quote free exit, no voice. You're free to leave, but it had no vote. There is competing state nearby to go to. It's basically states' rights taken to the logical extreme. Yeah, I think Yarvin has made some kind of argument about that, or someone's made some kind of argument about that. And that's one of those things that's like, okay, that's some hypothetical paper system that will never actually be implemented in reality. Because if you are living in an autocracy state and you're managing it poorly, so all of the people that can leave the state, you think the autocracy is going to let all his people just leave? Or are you going to have a East-West Germany, Berlin situation where they're going to build a wall to keep people in?
Yeah,
Right?
So
that's what they did,
yeah,
right?
that argument is the anarcho-fascist argument from Ernst Jünger, in Germany, and the idea basically is you have no countries, you have no governments, but you have a bunch of tiny city-states,
Right.
and they're all extremely authoritarian, but there's free movement between them all, so you can go and live in whichever one has laws that you prefer. And so everyone gets to choose which dictator they have, but they're all dictators.
I feel like a lot of these systems, they would only work if there was some sort of immortal super being that flew above the skyline like Superman, and he had like this ideology programmed in his brain. He's like, I will enforce this I will make sure that all these states can be as autocratic as possible. But the one thing they can't be autocratic about is that they let people leave. And you're like,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
A lot of them basically say that if they can just educate everyone to believe this, then it will work because everyone will do it just
Right. If you could just mind control everyone into accepting this one teeny tiny thing, then people could be as off the rails as possible as long as they let this one little thing in. Yeah, of course.
It's just dumb too, because all they're doing is introducing a market force. The market force is that you pick whichever authoritarian state that you're going to be in, right? It's like, why do we have to have a market force be you have to actually pick up and move fucking to where, like, we have a market force. It's called democracy.
Right.
Jeez, let's not make it complicated, right?
I mean, his argument, the anarcho-fascist argument, is basically that you should have to pick up and move because each of these little isolated like tribal communities or city states or whatever, they would have their own ethnic, religious, and cultural character that should not be disturbed by having you have a different set of values that come in. So rather you should move to the choice that actually meets your values.
Oh, okay. It's, whatever.
It's stupid. Yeah, I know.
Right. JMac, thanks so much for $20. JMac says, did you guys see the Paizo Pathfinder drama with Vance? The CEO basically said that if Vance plays Pathfinder, he wants him to send back his books. This wasn't some low-level media account. It was the CEO.
What? Really? Holy shit. No,
That's
I didn't
crazy.
see that. Everyone's
didn't.
got VDS.
Wow. Okay, interesting. That's pretty hilarious. That's pretty stupid. It's pretty stupid. Epicurean for $5 attached to that one said, "You'd need a federal system over it. It's perfect for space habitats." Yeah, you would definitely need some sort of overlord, going over it. But then it's like, okay, so is the overlord just going to maintain all these, that one rule? I don't know. The whole thing seems silly to me. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, "Yarvin sees slavery as part of human social reality that can't be escaped, with good and bad instances such as parenting on one extreme end and evil chattel slavery on the other end. Functional people with much autonomy is good." Yet, I mean, to me, I feel like Yarvin, it's funny because when you came on and you were talking about his past, Yarvin was raised by a bunch of like socialist hippies, essentially, right? And
He's just
radical.
rilling against his parents.
Well,
Hilarious.
yeah,
Well, it's not
yes.
it's not that they were socialist hippies. It's that they were spies from the Soviets.
Okay, so he was raised by
they-
like hyper radical, lefties, right? And so I bring that up because it's like, not only is it just this sort of rebellious thing, but I feel like very often he uses such socialist tactics in how he communicates his ideas. He uses all these sort of like linguistical categorical tricks about like, well, is slavery really that bad? Are children sort of slaves, on one end of the extreme? It's like, well, no, children are not slaves. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You can't just do whatever you want to your child. Okay, there are rules, right? You can't start selling your child's organs. You can't abuse your child like this. They're not slaves. It's not a slavery situation.
Look,
so.
and you literally have a biological vested interest in your children that you don't have in the fucking slave that you bought down at the slave market.
Yes, of
It's
course.
fucking
Well,
ridiculous.
the argument is going to be that because you bought the slave, you own him, and now you feel a kinship with him the same way that you would with anything else that you bought. It's a capitalist argument, basically.
Yeah, look, I know the argument. And it's ridiculous.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's fucking
fake
stupid.
argument.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure.
I agree.
I'm sure you've met plenty of people that their car looks like a fucking garbage dump.
Yep.
Yes.
So look, what happened there? Wait, I thought people cared about their private property.
Yeah.
No, they don't. People don't give a fuck about their private property. They care about the utility of it. They don't care if it's fucking happy or going to last long.
Yeah.
Well, especially, it's funny because the right always complains about liberalism views people as interchangeable economic units, which first of all, they actually don't, because the whole thing is that each individual person has individual worth and a unique perspective. So it's literally the opposite. But that was like the whole thing. That's part of why they don't give a fuck about slavery. It's not like a job where they're like, oh, I have this one employee and he's like really, really good. It's a slave. Especially when you're talking about like back in those days when it's mostly like manual labor, slaves literally were replaceable units.
Well, and horrible workers, because look, obviously, if you're a slave, you're going to rebel. I know I am.
Yes.
I know Sitch is going to be none of us are going to be working quite as hard as we could, right? Yeah. We're going to break our tools. Oh, yeah. Look, my tool broke.
Right.
We're going to be fucking around as much as possible. We're going to be trolling our owners like ridiculously. So the idea that you're going to get a more efficiency out of it, when his argument is that this system is going to be more efficient, right? The Yarvin argument is ridiculous.
His argument is that efficiency isn't a product of the worker being happy. It's just a management issue.
That's bullshit. It's total bullshit.
Yeah,
I agree. The Groove Banana for $20 says, "What is this interview about?" It's about Curtis Yarvin, and it's about trying to attach him to
JD Vance.
to
Exactly.
JD Vance and Trump on a meta level. That's what the interview
Curtis Yarvin has a bunch of completely ridiculous ideas that they want. The New York Times wants people to believe are JD Vance's ideas and to be terrified of JD Vance becoming president in 4 years. That's what's going on here.
Right. Okay, let's continue.
Let's get
let's get to the other two.
But again, your quote was, "If you ask me to condemn Anders Breivik, but adore Nelson Mandela,
I'd prefer to condemn them both." And the thing is, basically, when you look at the impact,
what does this have to do with equating Anders Breivik, who shot people on some
because
bizarre, deluded mission to rid Norway of Islam with Nelson Mandela.
Because they're both terrorists, and because they basically both violated the rules of war in the same way, and they both basically killed innocent people. We valorize terrorism all the time. This valor.
So I mean, he's technically true here. Like that's true. They're both terrorists, and I get the point he's making.
Yeah, they were both terrorists, but again,
and also the
the
interviewer here is kind of soying out a bit because he's doing like a "how dare you" argument, right?
Yes,
and it's like there has to be a fallacy for this or fucking something where if you compare X and Y, you are saying they're exactly the same thing in all respects, and if one of those things is worse than the other, I'm going to be morally outraged that you would even try to do this. And it's like, well
I don't even think that's what's happening here. I think the guy, and that's why I'm wondering if they actually edited something Yarvin said, or Yarvin just being really bad at defending his position here, is that this guy seems to have no awareness that Nelson Mandela did do a lot of terrorist actions. Regardless of whether you support ending apartheid, that doesn't necessarily mean that you get to go kill a bunch of innocent people.
I mean, if you go, I think he is doing it a little bit. If you go back and look at him, like if you look at the interviewer's face and his tone of voice, he's getting outraged.
No, but I mean, he doesn't.
Doing a "how dare you."
What I mean is that he's like acting like he doesn't even know that Nelson Mandela killed a bunch of innocent people and did engage in terrorist actions. Like that's not even brought up in the conversation. So I don't even know if that's on the awareness, because I don't think the average American, the average person that knows about Nelson Mandela, they do not know that Nelson Mandela did do a bunch of terrorist stuff. They don't know that. They just know, like, oh, that was the guy that fought apartheid and went to jail for it, right? Like that's their awareness of Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, and then he became he got it out and he became a leader, and
right. And that in the alternate timeline, he actually died in prison, right? That's the most people's awareness of Nelson Mandela.
Yeah. That's all true, but like maybe he's I'm talking about the interviewer here. Maybe the interviewer is playing dumb. Maybe he didn't actually know. Maybe he doesn't care.
Right? Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe it's one of those things where it's like,
up.
or maybe it's like a progressive thing where he's like, you know what? It's actually good to be. It's good for Nelson Mandela to be a terrorist because of his cause, but it's bad for Anders Breivik to be a terrorist.
Right? Maybe
it could be something like that, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
So Gandhi then is your model. Martin Luther King, nonviolent.
It's more complicated than that, but I could
see. Wait, and this is like I don't like. This is again, Curtis Yarvin being a terrible fucking advocate for his own purposes. He's comparing Nelson Mandela to MLK, which is retarded because MLK was not a terrorist. He was not killing innocent people, engaging in terrorist actions or anything like that. And so Curtis Yarvin should just be like, well, that's the difference. It was nonviolent, right? Make this clear distinction. But he doesn't. He goes, it's complicated, which is like, well, wait a minute. How are you going to compare MLK to like Nelson Mandela or the Anders guy? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the line is violence versus nonviolence. And I think the history shows that the nonviolent revolt works.
Yes. Unless
it depends on who you're dealing with, right? Because like if someone uses nonviolent resistance against the Nazis, they will just be killed. So sometimes you have to use violence, right? But clearly in most cases you're not there. Yeah.
When it comes to like dealing with Western liberal democracies, then nonviolence seems to be the way that has always affected change, and violence seems to just cause the exact opposite of what you want.
Yeah.
On both sides.
All the time. This valorization.
So Gandhi then is your model. Martin Luther King, nonviolent.
It's more complicated than that, but I could say things about either. But let's move on to one of your other examples. I think the best way to basically grapple with that period.
It's all violence, okay? You can't get away from it.
Directly.
Is it violence?
Which period?
1860s.
He doesn't like them.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about
we're talking about the Civil War.
African Americans in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing that you can do that any Times reader can do, just go to your Google bar and Google slave narratives. Just go and read random slave narratives and get their experience of the time. So the thing is that basically the treatment of the freed slaves after the war is like extremely. There was a recent historian who published a thing, and I think I would dispute this number is too high, but his estimate was that something like a quarter of all the freedmen basically die in between like 1865 and 1870.
Yeah. Well,
That's too
again,
high.
I can't
That's
speak
too high.
to the veracity of that.
That's too high. Anyway, the thing is basically like, you know.
But you're saying there are historical examples in slave narratives where the freed slaves themselves expressed regret at having been freed. But this to me is another.
This is such fucking bullshit. Because the context was obviously there was Jim Crow laws. I mean, they were killing them indiscriminately. They viewed them as their freed property. So, I mean, they were in a horrible environment. If you compare that to them just being accepted in the same way that white people were accepted, you're like in a much different place. But this third option was never welcome to them. So they're like, he's basically saying, oh, they were happier because they made their lives more miserable after they were freed. Well, no fucking shit. But what they wanted was just to be respected like everybody else.
So what are you saying here? It's like I said at the start of the stream. There is some truth in this. You can actually go find a book called The Slave Narratives, and it's going to be stories of freed slaves who said, I preferred being a slave because I lived a much higher quality of life because at least I had food and clothing and shelter, and now I don't have those things.
Yeah, because the population kept those things from them deliberately.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true, but also just in general, if you have a slave and you say you're free, go, and then you throw him off your property, he's going to be like, what do I do now? He's not going to have anything, right? Just in general, when you end slavery, if you do nothing to help the slaves at least have like the beginnings of a life, you're not really doing anything for them.
Yes, but the problem is conflating that, like the logical claim is true or the fact claim is true. The problem is then using this fact claim in a dishonest way to compare it to try to make some comparison to something, saying something about how slavery wasn't so bad or maybe shouldn't have been abolished, because then it falls into what Adam was saying, where it's like, well, is it comparing from like a bad situation to another bad situation as opposed to a bad situation to a what is the actual like freedom having equal rights situation
today? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which people want to make the argument that today they have it worse.
What was the quote that he
it
said
is actual
anyway?
slaves. What's that?
Yeah. What was the quote that he said about slavery? Did he say that?
He's saying you can go up and look at
slaves
these.
are worse.
Look, and I don't even trust him on the slave narratives, because we could read these slave narratives and they probably say something to the effect of, oh, we didn't get any of the things that we were promised. You know, obviously they're pitching it to us that we're going to be welcomed into society. They really just treat us like they did when we were slaves. There's all this missing component there.
When I read the book, and it's been 3 or 4 years now, but when I read the book, there was definitely some accounts in there where a guy was like, hey, listen, my master didn't beat me. He treated me well. And now I'm just homeless on the street. And I have no food and I have no clothing. And my life was just straight up better as a slave. There was definitely a few stories like that.
Okay.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Well, he's appealing to this book in this argument.
No, but okay. Again,
why is he appealing to the book?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can have a fact claim that is true. Someone who was once enslaved had a better time or a better life when they were a slave than not being enslaved. That's irrelevant to making a broader argument about today's treatment of ideology and freedom and whatever. It has not. It's so detached from that, and so that's why I'm saying it's irrelevant.
And making an argument that slavery is as good as modern life.
Right.
I have to go back and see like exactly what quote they're referencing here, because I don't quite know where they're going.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't, and I don't think he actually says what the quote is.
No, he said 3 quotes in the interview. They're like 15 minutes prior.
33:13.
I mean, maybe the more relevant point is that Nelson Mandela was
Gotta go back a sec.
pleasant, including that of freed slaves. Sophisticated. Well, there's 2 more. There's 2 more. It is very difficult to argue that the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant, including that of freed slaves.
Okay, that's the quote.
Come on.
Right.
So that's going to be an accurate quote for at least some of the slaves in the slave narrative book.
It wouldn't be an accurate
period.
quote.
Well, hold on.
It would
for the immediate period after the war ended. Yeah.
No, he said anyone's life,
especially the freed slaves at the end.
No, he said difficult. I found the article. It says difficult. The quote that the guy read to him says difficult to argue that the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant. Anyone means everyone. Okay.
Yeah.
which is obviously not the case. Even
Okay,
if you have the book where like a fourth of slaves said that they liked it better. Okay, what about the other 75% of the people?
Right.
Yeah,
Who
I
were
agree
getting
with you. Yeah,
beat
yeah.
within
Right.
an
What
inch of
about-
their lives every single fucking day.
Right. So again, and also, I mean, I think the thing is, and I don't know because I don't know what maybe the New York Times guy is being sneaky here because I don't know what the context is. He doesn't read it. To when Curtis Yarvin says this, what is the context? Why is he making this statement? What is the purpose of making that statement?
Okay, what's the exact text of it? You have it up, Sitch?
Yes. Well, he just says, quote, difficult to argue the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant, including freed slaves. But I don't know what I don't know why he's saying that. I don't know what context that.
Okay. Difficult
this
to
was
argue
said.
the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant.
Yeah.
I bet if I just take that and run it through Moldbug's blog, I'll find it.
You'll probably find it somewhere. So.
Ugh, you have Molbug's book. Ugh.
Actually, I don't have his book. I have read his blog though.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's push the button at
Me? I don't even have.
You.
I
That
closed
is
my-
another prime example of how you selectively read history, because if you read other slave narratives where they talk about the horrible brutality of it, so
Absolutely.
what? That there are some slave narratives,
and I say this, and I say
how
this,
does that
and
justify
I say this in the
made
conversation.
anyone's life more pleasant?
Oh,
Difficult to
anyone's.
argue
Look, he pulls it out. He even pulls the quote out. You guys could have just hit the play button.
that the Civil War made anyone's life more pleasant, including freed slaves. Their children were no longer sold out from under
when
them.
I said anyone, okay, first of all, when I said anyone, I was talking about a population group rather than individuals.
But are you seriously arguing that they?
Oh my God, that's such a cope. That's such a cope.
I dug up the quote. Okay.
Okay.
I got it here. Okay.
What
So
is the
he
quote?
says, let's see here. What was slavery like for the slave? It depends on the quality of your master. What is government like for the governed? It depends on the quality of your government. In the history of American slavery, it can safely be said that most slave owners were decent people who treated their slaves reasonably, while a non-trivial percentage were not. Note also that we're talking about heavy agricultural laborers in an unpleasant climate. When most of us imagine ourselves as slaves, I suspect most of the suffering we imagine is in picking cotton, cutting sugarcane, etc. I wouldn't last a day, would you? Yet we should remember that whatever Lincoln and Grant did for the slaves, it did not involve freeing them from that labor. It is in fact very difficult to argue that the War of Secession made anyone's life more pleasant, including that of the freed slaves. Perhaps your best case would be for New York war profiteers and Unitarian poets who produced homilies to the war. War destroyed the economy of the South. It brought poverty, disease, and death. While material things are not everything, and the psychological impact of freedom was large and usually positive, you will find few slave narratives in which the late 1860s are remembered as the days of wine and roses. So there's
Okay. So the New York Times guy is correct that Curtis Yarvin is using this framing in a dishonest fashion, because the argument is essentially he's saying is like, well, he's trying to, first of all, he's equating being a chattel slave in the South to just being a citizen under a government, right? And he's trying to say, well, it seems like from what you're reading that the whole thing is that he's saying, well, people shouldn't be so adverse to the concept of being a slave because it really wasn't so bad, right? Like it was actually worse when you got rid of slavery. Like that's what it sounds like he's saying.
Yeah, his argument is that one, living under a government is like being a slave anyway. Two,
and it's not so bad.
There's obviously a difference between good and bad slave owners, just like there's a difference between good and bad governments.
Right.
Three is that being free does not free you from labor, and so that the freed slaves probably still had to labor in the exact same job they were freed from. They were just making a wage now. And four, the Civil War itself killed a lot of people and brought a lot of economic ruin, which itself just created a bunch of hardship. So what really changed materially for the slaves? They're working the same jobs. They're getting paid now, but they're working the same jobs. They have the same quality of life, maybe even a lower quality of life. And there's been a whole bunch of war and devastation. So what actually changed really? That's going to be his argument here.
Well, I think you're leaving out that there is this inherent argument of slavery wasn't so bad. So you should not be afraid of being labeled as a slave yourself if we live in some sort of monarchy system.
Yes, that is there too. But I mean, the answer to what changed really is going to be civil rights. And that's like an abstract philosophical thing that's not going to come into play immediately for your average former slave.
Of course.
It will come into play later once the material things are settled. And it's still important. And that's what he's really leaving out here is the answer to that question. What actually changed? Well, something significant changed. It just takes time to really understand it.
Era of slavery was somehow better than the era
of 1865 to 1875 was absolutely, and the war itself wasn't good either. But if you look at the living conditions for an African American in the South, they are absolutely at their nadir between 1865 and 1875. They are very, very bad because basically this economic system has been disrupted.
But abolition was a necessary step to get through that period towards to make people free.
Sure.
Like, I can't believe I'm arguing this.
Brazil abolished slavery in the 1880s without a civil war. And so the thing is, when you look at basically, the cost of the war or the...
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know about Brazil, but like that framing of that is implying that like that they wanted to have a civil war. Like they didn't want to have a civil war. They wanted to abolish slavery. And then the South said, fuck you, right? That's why there was a civil war. So it's a weird, it's a weird argument.
Yeah, because Brazil abolished it just because everyone wanted it to be abolished and they voted on it and it passed and that was that. Like that didn't happen in the States. So that's why you had a civil war.
Right.
Canada abolished slavery in the same way. We voted on it and it passed and that was that. Same with France, right? Like these places, slavery was abolished without bloodshed because it was popular to do so.
Right, and it was actually even stronger than just the South saying, we want to keep having slaves. They said, well, we're literally not going to be part of the country anymore. Right. We're just going to break off from you. So it's not even a situation of like, well, you could have tried this. I've heard this argument like, oh, they shouldn't have had a civil war. They should have just slow walked the whole process. Like, well, you can't really slow walk it when one side just leaves the country.
Meaning of the war, you're basically just like, it just visited this huge amount of destruction on all sorts of people, black and white, just massive. I'm just like, all of these evils and all of these goods existed in people at this time. And what I'm fighting against in both of those quotes, also in the way, the people respond, to Breivik, I'm like, basically, you're responding in this kind of cartoonish way to something that terrorism, which is, what is the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter? That's a really important question in 20th century history. To say that I'm going to have a strong opinion about this stuff without having an answer to that question, I think is really difficult and wrong.
Now, maybe you think, I haven't been red-pilled or whatever, or I'm not thinking through these issues enough. But I feel like, to me, you call it cartoonish. I call it very morally clear. I can say something like, I think slavery was bad. I'm glad there are no longer enslaved people. And then to hear you then say, well, you have to look at it from this other perspective.
I mean, that's not quite true,
this is a one-dimensional view of history. I think, well, no, I think it's pretty cut and dry. It just is very fascinating to me that your ideas, which strike me as pretty extreme, there were fringe ideas to me that apparently are no longer on the fringe. And that's, I don't know, what do you think that says about conservatism today?
I think that American conservatism is...
Oops, I was muted. Okay. Yeah, so the issue here is that the progressives of, let's go back to the 2000s again, they definitely had this sort of very open, question everything kind of ethic because they were confronting religious right-wingers, right? Mm-hmm. So they're like, you know what? We don't need to think about this dogma anymore. We're scientists. We're going to test. We're going to question. We're going to figure things out. And then people like Yarvin come along and say, okay, let's also question, liberalism itself. Right. Let's question our values. Let's question maybe the Holocaust. Let's question let's question the Civil War. Let's question all of these things that the enlightened fedora tipping atheist, you also hold dear. Why shouldn't we question those things as well? Mm-hmm. And, fair enough, because a lot of those people would like scream and become completely incensed and say, you're a racist, fascist bigot if you dare question this stuff. So, okay, the atheists also had their sacred cow and they all turned into fucking bread tubers. So we saw it play out. So, okay, he makes a point. Why shouldn't we question those things? The issue is that when you actually question those things in good faith, you come up with basically more or less the establishment narrative, right? Like, So you have the low IQ person who is like, the Holocaust is real. Then you have the middle person who's like, well, I'm just questioning, dude. I'm just asking questions, man. Then you have like the high I person who's like, no, the Holocaust is real because I did
Right.
Is
question
in
it
the
and I
long
found it.
and very, very
Oh,
difficult.
whoops. Sorry, I hit the button by accident. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
like
exactly. Yeah.
that's basically his whole thing is like he does
Right.
it with any sort of anything that a liberal might hold dear on an emotional level. He says, well, let's apply liberal questioning to this too. The issue is that you can do that and then still come back to the liberal conclusion. So I don't know why it's because he's being sneaky basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is it really liberal questioning? Some really more leftist, question everything mentality.
No, that's definitely part of liberalism too. Like if the
Mm,
scientific method is like an enlightenment thing is a liberal thing, then yeah, I think so.
yeah, but it's not really. I don't. Scientific method to me isn't to sort of question everything. It's like, no, we have this. We have a method that's better at determining what is true. So let's apply this to various things and then try to do it as unideological and unbiased and objective as possible. That's not
Right,
really
but
like a
questioning's part of
question
that though.
everything.
Well, no, but I guess the idea is you would apply the scientific method to everything.
Right, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I guess I definitely remember hearing people say question everything like back in the day. I just think nowadays when I hear that same idea, it's almost always coming from a critical theory socialist perspective
Well, yeah,
of like
because
deconstruct everything.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, and it's because I think they've adopted this. They understand that questioning popular narratives, it it's not only correct, it also makes you feel good because it makes you feel like you have the secrets, you have the esoteric knowledge, like you actually know what the sheep don't know, and so people get like it appeals to people on a base way, right?
Right.
But the issue is that you still have to go through the process of actually asking the questions and then finding the evidence and then being like, oh, okay, and then updating your
Yes.
beliefs, right? Like
Right.
they don't do any of that. They just question it, and that just opens the door to other beliefs that are less that are less truthful.
Right. This is the Candace Owens approach. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Grieving process of realizing that it has always been a fraud. And I think one of the especially dangers in American conservatism is that there's so much grift in it. And so much of it consumes so much energy and so much attention and produces so little. You are still a factor of 100 from being able to give the people who are voting for you and donating to you anything like what they imagine they're going to get from you.
And when you say it's a fraud, I take that to mean insofar as its conservatism is just...
The Washington Generals are never going to win the game. It just doesn't have the power to give anything that it promises.
Bullshit.
Well, he's talking about conservatism there, right?
Oh.
And so he's making an argument that I've seen a lot of people, whether they're reactionaries or monarchists, neo-reactionaries, fascists, I've seen fascists make this argument too, where they basically say that conservatives can never truly get anything done because all they do is cement the progress that the progressives have already made because they want to conserve what currently exists. So this is the ratchet effect. If leftists push things leftward and then conservatives say, I value things staying the same, they will always simply put into place what the previous wave of leftism has done and then turn that into a new tradition that people then adhere to. So
If it
things are always
works.
going to yes, that's the flaw of his argument. But basically, the reactionary view and also the fascist view of the conservatives is that they will never truly get what they want because they are not willing to be revolutionary. They always want to conserve.
Great. I love it.
So this is the second part of the interview, which apparently took place remotely. So
Thank you. It was fun. Let's have some more fun.
You do so often draw on the history of the pre-democratic era, which is a historical period sort of exactly coterminous with, for example, women being treated as second-class citizens. And the status of women in that time period, which you valorize, is not something I've really seen come up in your writings. Do you feel like your arguments take enough into account the way that sort of monarchies and dictatorships historically tend not to be great for big swaths of demographics?
So, okay, so let's look at, enfranchisement in specific. So when I look at the status of women in, say, a Jane Austen novel, which is well before enfranchisement, it actually seems kind of okay. The women in Jane Austen's book seems to be fine.
Who are desperate to
class.
land a husband because they have no access to income without them.
Well, have you ever seen anything like that in the 21st century? I mean, the whole class in Jane Austen's world is the class of like UBI earning aristocrats, right? But
are you not willing to say that there were aspects of political life in the era of kings that were inferior or provided less liberty for people than political life does today?
It's very hard. So first of all, when we say liberty, for example, so you did a thing that people often do where they confuse freedom with power. Free speech is a freedom. The right to vote is a form of power. And so the assumption that you're making is that through getting the vote in the early 20th century in England and America, women made life better for themselves.
Do you think it's better that women got the vote?
First of all, I don't believe in actually voting at all.
Do you vote?
No. I believe that voting...
Can we just cap it here? Is there something else? I feel like it's going to be more the same at this point.
Yeah, we can head off.
Kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all watched this through, right? Like,
Yeah,
like
totally.
They just kind of restart the argument here, I think.
I feel like they just kind of loop the whole. They bring up different subjects, but they're just looping the same concepts.
Yeah. And I mean, like Marvin Yarvin's argument here is going to be something like, well, if you lived in a pre-democratic time, there were still people who had pretty good qualities of life depending on technology level. So it's actually all about the technology and about the culture and not necessarily about having the vote. And there's going to be some truth to that for sure. But like his argument is, therefore, voting actually does nothing to make your life better.
It's a big
And
leap.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big leap.
Like women couldn't vote, but there was still, a culture of chivalry and treating women correctly, and so they still had like decent qualities of life. Okay, I get it. But also, them voting's still pretty good too. You know? It's yes.
Sketch for 30 months says, "Can you smell that? It's the smell of freedom and McDonald's. Pages turned, leftist owned, coffee sipped."
Oh,
There
wait
you
a second. Oh, I think the coffee is in reference to me since my whole thing is coffee on my channel. So are we actually done with this video? We're not going to keep going with this? We're done
Yes,
for real?
we're done.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm bringing
so-
something fun up. I
Okay,
can't
well,
stand this any
if-
longer. I've had enough.
Okay, well, here. Before we end it, then I'll post this video here in the Zoom call if you want to bring it up, because this is the interview where JD Vance actually said, "I like Curtis Yarvin." So I found it.
Okay, yeah.
Because the whole point of this whole
throw it in
fucking
the watch
thing.
together.
Oh, can I add it to there?
I think
Yeah,
so.
just put it at the top in the little search bar. You just pop it
Okay,
in
let's
there,
see if it works.
and then underneath it, you should be able to just click it.
Yeah, so
There it
it's from Jack Murphy's fucking podcast.
Oh my God, Jack Murphy.
It's from Jack
Holy
Murphy's
shit.
podcast.
Oh my God.
JD Vance talked to Jack Murphy, or he's
Yep.
just watching the clip?
This was back in
Holy
2021. This was before he got elected to office, and he was going around to various right-wing podcasts advertising hillbilly elegy.
Well, we got a bigger problem here if he's on Jack Murphy's podcast
Yeah.
than anything he said about Curtis Yarvin.
I'm assuming
right?
this was before Jack Murphy was falling out of favor.
I assume so. I don't know how far
Yes.
back. Like I know there was the whole like criminal order situation that was going on with him.
Yes.
But I don't know when that was. I don't remember.
Ugh,
Yeah.
Terrible.
troubling.
But basically, the whole point of that Curtis Yarvin interview was to link him and his crazy ideas to JD Vance,
Right.
because
okay.
everyone's saying that there's a link between them, and so apparently this is the source of the link. So this is an hour and a half fucking podcast.
Just go. We're just gonna jump to the thing, right?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it here. What's this timestamp?
What do you have?
Wait, I can't see the timestamp. God damn it. Okay, 13 minutes. I gotta wait for it to fucking load.
What are we looking for?
I'm just 25:15.
Okay, you're close. A little back.
Pretty. Yeah.
Couple
We'll
clicks.
just play it from here. Fuck it.
You know, replace the bad people, replace the bad Nazis with the good Germans. There was this entire effort to deinstitutionalize that ideology. And by the way, I think that a lot of the lessons learned in the 40s are being applied to the United States. There's this weird way where you're kind of like completely de-Americanizing American culture. Now, that's really what's going on. So, I mean, I think that there are two different ideas here, right? So one is like, you know, there's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things. And so one is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? And so the task of conservatives right now is to preserve as much as can be preserved. And then when the inevitable collapse of the country comes, ensure that conservatives are able to sort of help build back the country in a way that's actually better, not Joe Biden's Build Back Better, but actually some sort of reconstruction of the country. I think that's too pessimistic and too defeatist. I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokeification program in the United States, right? So like, let me give you a couple examples.
So, so he says Curtis Yarvin talks about the collapse, but that he's too pessimistic about the collapse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this isn't really an endorsement of Curtis Yarvin in any way, shape, or form.
No, but it is a declaration that he's read Yarvin's ideas.
Yeah,
and
we do know they're too pessimistic.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I think the issue, if I was going to be, you know, the New York Times, and I wanted to really slander Vance with this, I would say the issue isn't that he disagrees on how pessimistic it is. The issue is that like there's now a moral connection between them, right? It's like, oh, you don't absolutely think his ideas are disgusting and morally abhorrent, and you actually just think they're too pessimistic, but you're still on the same side. You differ in tactics, not in morality. Well, that's the problem.
He's only talking about, in the context, he's talking about some sort of American societal collapse. And he says Curtis Yarvin has written about this societal collapse. So I think it's dishonest to say that he's saying, I've read Curtis Yarvin and he's great.
This is not the quote I'm talking about, though, because someone sent it to me.
Okay.
Someone who was defending, actually, J.D. Vance. There is a quote of him saying, I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. It was something like, quote. It sounded like he was saying that he liked the concept of like the Cthulhu swims left concept, but he liked like aspects of Curtis Yarvin's ideas about, you know, strong executive power and all these other stuff. But he did say like, oh, but the monarchy thing's crazy. Like he does make some caveat there. There is a quote.
I've seen a similar quote where he says, I think he says something like, I think he has a lot of good ideas. I disagree with him on the monarchy, but otherwise, like, it's one of those things where they're both right wing, and he is swimming in these sort of in the right wing online ecosystem, and he has some disagreements, but they do recognize that they're like broadly like on the same side.
Right. It's a little bit deeper than just them both being right wing. It's that, you know, they both have this strong connection to Peter Thiel. They both were at, you know, they both were involved with the NatCon. Someone's calling me. They're both at the NatCon thing, you know. So there is this connection there that's deeper than just like, oh, well, they're both right wing, and you know, he mentioned him once. Like the original woman that wrote the article, you know, attaching the piece, like she was talking about like talking to both of them at the same party after after that Peter Thiel convention. So where they're interacting. So it's not like they're just sort of this kind of nebulous thing. Now, does that mean that J.D. Vance believes in all the monarchy stuff? I hope not. I would like for someone in, you know, the modern election to have asked that direct question so we get a like on the record answer about it. But
yeah. And I know what you mean. I mean, part of it is definitely going to be a genetic fallacy where because his ideas are descended from these ideas of the same thing, or because he knows that guy, he's the same thing, or he read that, he believes it. Like, you see this argument all the time. It never fucking makes any sense. You know, the person who reads fascist literature is not actually a fascist. Maybe he's just getting educated. Simply knowing about a thing does not make you a believer in that thing. That's the genetic fallacy. But also, I mean, there's still some overlap here. There's still some overlap of ideas that might be worth, you know, giving some pause. But clearly, I think the New York Times is trying to run with this in a way that just does not map onto reality. Not completely, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, guys?
I don't know.
Inauguration
you really want to watch
was absolutely.
Yeah,
What
we
the
got to
fuck
get
is this?
Dev's. We got to
Yeah,
get
they wanna
Dev's
watch that.
reaction to this.
What is this?
Dev, you were watching the. We all know Dev has a little. Well, he doesn't like Donald Trump much, so I'm sure you were
No, I don't,
watching.
no.
You were watching the inauguration yesterday.
I actually wasn't. I was not.
Oh, okay. You couldn't even watch the inauguration. Look at
No,
this.
no,
Oh my
no.
God.
I've had some real life stuff going on recently. I haven't been able to be plugged into any politics or any drama or anything.
Well, I'm sure you're a regular watcher of this channel. What is this channel called?
The iHip news.
I have no fucking clue.
These women are great. They're so catty. I love it.
I know. So they're
I
going
love
to
it.
give us, since you haven't seen any of the inauguration moments, they're going to give us the down low on all the tasty inauguration stuff. Of course, it's going to be completely unbiased. You can just tell from the look on their faces.
Okay, let's see.
Absolutely humiliating for Donald Trump. And
Hold on,
the
back it up.
inauguration
Hold on.
was absolutely humiliating for Donald Trump.
So how's that make you feel, Dev? The inauguration was absolutely humiliating. He was humiliated all day long yesterday.
I feel like they might be lying.
Oh, really?
And his guests and the entire right-wing media echo chamber. And to get us through this, we're all going to have to laugh. And so please join us for the greatest hits of right-wing media and the embarrassing inauguration that Trump had to move inside because he's too scared of the small crowd size. Number one, Kylie, show the clip.
I thought they moved inside because it was like super cold. Was it because of the crowd size?
No.
Really cold.
How cold was it?
How could you fall for the narrative,
That was
the
like really
right-wing griptosphere narrative? Sitch.
Was it really cold, or I don't know what's going on?
Yeah, isn't there some? I mean,
It
you're
was
in
like
Canada,
1 degree, they said.
It was
Okay,
like
so-
a polar vortex or something.
Yeah.
Well,
going on.
yeah. So
Water
like, it
freezes
was
at 32. I think it was 1 degree, they said.
yeah, we were at like minus 35 Celsius. What is that in fucking?
Oh my God.
Oh my
Move.
God.
Get the fuck out of there.
Oh.
Run for your life.
Okay, it's minus 31 Fahrenheit here. That's what
Oh
we were
my
at.
God.
Oh my fucking
That's
lord.
insane.
Why do you live in such a hellscape?
Hopefully Trump will conquer us, and I can move to the States easily then.
Minus,
Oh yeah.
what'd you say? Minus 21?
31 minus 31
Oh
Fahrenheit.
my lord.
Yep.
Can life survive
we
at that
have
temperature?
Fox
Like, how
News.
do you
This
not
is a
just
real
die?
I mean, I felt colder, so it's fine.
Oh my
It's just
God.
Canadian.
All right.
Okay.
Enough about the weather here.
I
Look,
guess it wasn't that cold.
they've found Fox News got the Chiron wrong.
Tick.
Oh my God.
Cock.
Oh, that's
How
kind of funny, actually.
embarrassing.
That
How
is kinda funny.
embarrassing
That's
for
pretty funny.
Trump.
I like that.
Iran.
That's pretty funny.
TikTok shuts down in the U.S.
Look, if there's an app called Titcock,
I'm interested.
that app should not be shut down, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be like a trans dating app or something.
And then next we have one of my favorite things. And here's Trump right in the middle of his barn burner of an inauguration speech, which could also be called a jet stream of bullshit. And here is Hillary Clinton's reaction to part of it.
Time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. We will restore the name.
Okay. I mean, okay.
God, they fucking love Hillary Clinton. They're like, oh, my spirit animal, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah,
but isn't Hillary laughing
Hillary's always
about
gonna be
it?
fucking cringe.
Hillary laughing about it's like that's not like a notch against Trump, isn't it? Like everyone acknowledges that it's funny, like the whole Gulf of
It is
America thing.
hilarious. Look,
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
when you can make
It's-
Hillary Clinton laugh, oh man.
This is just like freedom fries all over again. You know,
Yes, yeah,
bringing that
yeah,
shit
yeah,
back.
yeah. You know, I will say I watched Trump's inauguration speech and I thought, Jesus, he's so low energy. I was
Oh, really?
worried. Yeah, it was so low
Oh.
energy. He was so low energy. I was like, oh my God, are we going to get like, I was literally thinking like we're going to get Biden 2.0 in the next 4 years where like Trump
I
is
think
just
he
going to
will.
become
Well, I am
so-
worried about that. But
right. But then, but
he
I
stayed
did
up all
watch-
fucking night. What are you
I know that's what I was
talking
going to
about?
say. That's what I say. But then I did watch him doing all the executive orders and answering all those questions.
He was so high energy.
And he was very high energy. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Did he take a big bump of Sudafed or something? Like he's suddenly awake now. He's suddenly alert.
He's
I'm
a
like,
night person. It's so
I
obvious.
suddenly have confidence in him again to succeed and not be Biden. Not succeed, but to like not become a Biden in the next 4 years. So
well, maybe it's like an ADHD thing, right? Like if he has to sit there and read a script, he goes all over the place. But if he has to like sign papers, he's fine.
You're probably
this was
right.
a
That makes
big
sense.
objection everyone had about Trump's first administration was that he ran the White House like just a frat house where everyone just comes and goes and hangs out.
Right.
And it's so funny because that was the mood when he's signing the executive order. He's like, come on in here. Come on in here.
Yes.
The party's back. The White House has been on lockdown for 4 years because nobody wanted anyone to know that Joe Biden was halfway dead.
Right, right.
Now it's a party again.
Yeah, maybe that's it. That does make sense.
Everybody there is just like, what in the literal fuck is he talking about? He is a dipshit of the highest order.
Here's
all this is just such spin. It's such spin. It's hilarious. Yeah.
He's a dipshit, Adam. What are you talking
Not
about?
everyone's thinking that, obviously.
He's a dipshit. Okay.
More than half the voters think he's not a dipshit.
He is a shit of dip.
Oh my God. These are the white liberal women everyone talks about.
Here's the thing. Change it. Change the name.
Do it.
He also declared we're only going to have 2 genders. Okay, declare it.
Right.
None of this does jack shit. None of it. It's all puffery for a bunch of jack-offs by the ringleader of the jack-offs. You're an anti-intellectual dipshit. Change the name of shit. It doesn't matter. Say that there's only 2 genders. There's still going to be trans people.
That's
He's
right.
such a moron. All right,
He probably
next up.
doesn't know that transgender dates back thousands and thousands, like to the first.
Oh my God. Fucking talking points.
This is some massive cope levels that we're witnessing here. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, I read the whole executive order and I'm curious how it plays out, but this is a massive amount of cope.
First civilizations.
No, these people absolutely don't know that because they think that transgender people are trying to take their jobs.
Right,
and groom
which
their
has
kids,
nothing to do
which
with
is nothing.
I mean, listen.
Okay.
And groom their kids.
I've heard the
Well, they
grooming
are, but-
accusation. I've never heard the transes are taking your jobs accusation.
Oh yeah, that's completely
Did
silly.
she?
I haven't heard that one.
Did she like wire cross with the Mexicans? I guess the Mexican trans are coming
Probably.
over the border. They're climbing the wall.
And the Mexicans, they're not sending their best. They're sending their transes to groom your children, to remove their genitals.
They have never seen a progressive talking point that they didn't like. So
Yeah, yeah. Like, here's the thing. So they are describing some of the dumbest components of the right wing accurately, but they're doing it in the most annoying
my
fucking
God.
way possible.
oh my God.
And I fucking hate them.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
No,
Yes,
but there are definitely some idiot right wingers who believe some of this nonsense for
Oh, of
sure. But
course, of course.
these people, it's like this is that one meme where it's like heartbreaking. The person that you hate made a great point. That's what this
Yes.
fucking is right now.
Yeah, look,
Well,
there
but-
are anti-trans people in the Republican Party and in the conservative movement, but I would argue the reason the election was won is because people do have a legitimate fear of some stupid 20-year-old elementary school teacher transing their kids or instilling gender ideology in them, making them believe that they can change their sex. That's fucking dangerous for parents. And these
Right.
two people completely ignoring that is great because they're going to keep losing elections until they get that message.
Well, and also I think they're just factually wrong in that. Yeah, I mean some of the executive orders that Trump put out were just totally performative, but I believe that the one about there only being 2 sexes or whatever that does have an effect. I believe it does have an effect on federal prisons, saying that trans
It
people have
does,
to
yes.
you
Yeah.
know, go to the federal prison of their sex. And I do believe that there were other. I don't have all of them offhand. I'm pretty sure that there were other avenues of like had to do with colleges and colleges receiving
Pulling
funding.
Title IX funding.
Yeah,
yes.
that the Biden administration said that transgender stuff had to be included in that. And I'm assuming this undoes all that. So I do think it has some effect on the
I mean, it
law.
has some effect, yeah. I don't know if we talked about this on the stream or before the stream, Adam, but I think I mentioned at some point that some of this doesn't have effect, some of it does. I mean, also, not all this is good either. Like, but still, I mean, I don't know.
All of
It is
these,
cringe.
no, a lot of these executive orders are fucking great. That's why I was like, talk about taking down wokeness. Like, if you're against wokeness, like they're taking a huge swing at wokeness with all of these executive orders. They're definitely going to try to take wokeness down a peg, for example, if not wipe it out of existence. And look, and she's fighting back here. She's saying, Trump is such an idiot. We already control all the institutions. She's saying the quiet part out loud. She's like, well, we're not going to listen to any of this shit, which I've heard, like, even though the Supreme Court weighed in on the racist policies at Harvard, racist admission policies, they're still doing that shit. They're still doing it. They're breaking the law. They're like, fuck it. We're still going to do it anyway.
See, for me, there are some individual things about this that I don't like. Like, for example, I don't really like the idea of putting trans women in men's prisons, because that can lead to a whole bunch of like different abuses. Like here, imagine Blair White going to jail and she's in like a men's prison. All right, she's going to be turned inside out within 30 minutes.
How do you? Like, but how do you know?
It's going to be a fucking terrible situation.
How do you know which are the legitimate trans women and which are the women that are just pretending to be trans so they can go into the women's prison and raise chaos? How do you know?
I don't know. I don't know if I would put them in the women's prison either. I think I'd have like a trans prison, frankly. I like because neither of these solutions really works for both of these reasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was I don't know what the thought process was. Trump did have some end of remote working, and I don't know why. What's wrong with remote working?
Yeah, I saw a tweet by Elon Musk where he said it's a principle of fairness. Other people have to go into work that make products and services. They can't stay home. So just out of fairness, you should have to go to your job as well. So
it depends what your job is. I mean, I'm assuming a lot of the remote working is people don't live like physically in a location where they can go to wherever the job is.
Sure. Yeah. And if it's like working over the telephone.
Right. Yeah. I don't agree with that.
One of those annoying people that you talk to over the telephone for anything that has to do with the government.
I don't know. Talking about fairness, that's like, we're streamers. We do our work remotely. Elon Musk is a billionaire. Like, what do you mean fairness? Like, all sorts of people have different jobs at different levels of fairness. That's such a weird, I don't know. That seems weird to me. Like, it seems like, yeah, maybe you can complain. I'm sure there are definitely people that do remote work that are like, don't do, they're lazier. They don't do as much work as they would do in person.
They don't do
that's
jack
fine.
shit.
Right. But just that's a weird argument. So.
Yeah.
I'm not a religious nut. You're not a religious nut. But Trump's base are religious wackadoodles of.
You are a religious nut, baby. I hate to tell you this. You're in the gender ideology religion. You are a fucking nut. That's why we're watching this.
I like these ladies. Be nice.
Yeah, but they're both crazy.
That's what makes them. That's why I like
them.
Crazy. That's why they're fun to watch.
What do you think of Michelle Obama making Barack Obama walk into the inauguration all by himself? Like, he couldn't even get one of his fucking daughters to go with him. How depressing is that?
I mean,
it's funny, I think, actually.
It is kind of funny,
yeah.
Oh, my God.
I love the drama, man. I'm here for it.
No one cares. It's not like, oh, he's alone. He's a loser. No one's thinking that thought process with Obama.
Oh, I did. I thought it. I saw him walk in. Like, everybody's walking in pairs, with their significant other. He's walking in alone. And it just, oh, my God. It just made me think. The fight that he had with Michelle Obama. You can't even go for me. Just go for me so I have someone to walk in with. I gotta show my principles, okay?
I don't think that occurred.
She probably used it as leverage to try to get him not to go.
I don't think that.
He's like, Michelle, I'm the president of the United States. I have to go.
Highest order. So here we have an image of Trump, convicted felon, doing his swear.
They got to go convicted felon, right? They got to throw that rapist, right?
The label, yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
What the fuck is Melania wearing?
Their joke about that is actually kind of funny. They're calling her the Hamburglar.
That's pretty good, yeah.
And I was like, wow, that is the Hamburger. I saw it and I was like, Melania, what the fuck with the hat? Like, you're completely upstaging your husband. Nobody's
Yeah.
going to remember anything but your fucking hat.
Well, I said she looks like the Hat Man. I think that's what's going on here. Trump is in America is in some kind of fever dream, and we're all collectively seeing the
Oh,
Hat
you're
Man.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is funny. Look, is this like the crossed fingers behind your back thing? He doesn't have his hand on the Bible.
No, he doesn't.
She's holding the Bible up there, but what's this down here, Sitch? What's going on here?
Did you just forget?
It's what you're saying.
Was this his thinking behind January 6th? He's like, well, I never had my hand on the Bible.
Mm-hmm. But going back to the,
I am ready for all the memes. I'm ready for the Trump memes to come back. Okay. I don't know if you recall, but his son Barron was just like a kid, 8 years ago, and it was all like memes of him like playing Roblox, and he was like this innocent little kid, and now he's like the fucking like behind the scenes Godfather controlling his father, and all the memes is great. I don't like Trump. I think it's gonna be a bad 4 years, but it's gonna be great on the internet.
It's gonna be a great 4 years.
No way, no.
Look, think of all the shit coins we'll get to make fun of. Come on.
Oh fuck, dude!
Did you get in on the ground level? How much Trump coin did you buy? Dev,
none, and I was smart because he rug pulled already.
No, he didn't. No, he brought Melania in.
Trump's rug pulling his own fucking voters. It's great.
Trump coin is going to the moon. What are you talking about? Trump coin is going to be the currency on Mars, literally.
Okay. How much Trump coin did you buy?
Is that why? Look, obviously Trump coin is worthless. Oh God. The Trump coin thing is completely embarrassing. It's just, look, Trump is such a mixed bag. Like I said, okay, we've been talking about fighting against wokeness forever. I do think that there is this like preference falsification going on that we're kind of getting past now with all these executive orders. And so there are things Trump is doing that I'm just like, yes, finally return to sanity. And then there's Trump coin. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
So there's a claim. I don't know if it's true. It's a claim, a random claim that Trump.
That Barron is behind it? Oh.
No, that Trump has already withdrawn, or that whatever those accounts are, like, the select accounts, have withdrawn $500 million from the meme coin.
Yeah, I saw Dave Portney, what does he run? Some podcast or something like that. He tweeted out, he's like, I bought 1 million of the Trump coin and I doubled my money. So I got out. Now I'm going to bet it all on the game. And I'm like, oh my God. Because so many people, I mean, that's them throwing $1,000 in.
Right.
And Dave Portney gets to walk away with a cool million to bet on a fucking game. Yeah. It's so sad. People are so fucking stupid. Like, put your money. Well, I guess we can't give financial advice.
Spend all your money on Fell for It Again awards.
No, look, if someone spent $1,000 on a Roth IRA with some S&P 500 ETF, they would do far better in the long run than the fucking Trump. Look, I acknowledge some people are going to be, they're going to make millions of dollars. You're not. First of all, he had $1 million to put in. You don't have $1 million to put in. You're putting in like $1,000 or $500. But that $500 is going directly into Portney's pocket so that he can fuck some hooker and gamble on the game the next day. Why are you contributing to that? Anyway, that's the end of my speech. That's my TED Talk.
And there's the Hamburglar, First Lady Melania.
She looks awful.
Holding 2 Bibles. And guess whose hand isn't on the Bible?
This is genius. Trump knows. He's like, look, I can do anything now.
Let me guess. Not the super religious, faith following vessel from God.
Here's my thing, Pumps. If Obama did this, or if this were Kamala Harris's inauguration day, Fox News would be hyperventilating. I don't think there is an ER equipped in the entire area of Manhattan that could deal with the accelerated heart rate that they would have over this. They would lose their fucking minds. They won't report it. They won't talk about it. Nobody's going to care. I don't give a shit if he puts his hand on the Bible or not, because I'm not weird and that doesn't mean anything to me, but his supporters certainly do. But here's what amazes me. This motherfucker gets off doing everything that they hate. And what grosses me out so much is you have a large portion of the American public that celebrates this awful human being that does not even remotely deserve the peaceful transfer of power. The Democrats put on this big show. We're going to have the...
Oh my God, she's going for it. She's like, what the fuck? We should have done January 6th. Kamala Harris was right there. What a bunch of pussies these Democrats are.
There you go.
Peaceful transfer of power. The Republicans don't give a shit if it's peaceful or not. They don't care.
Well, that's not true, because Fox News is having a meltdown that Michelle Obama didn't go there. And I don't remember one single word when Trump and the Hamburglar didn't show up for Biden's inauguration. He was the fucking sitting president, and he dipped because he was a little titty baby. I don't remember any
Titty
outrage on Fox News. None.
Well, hold on. I think also I think Biden also didn't want him there after January 6th. He said that Mike Pence was welcome.
Really?
But
Holy
Trump was
shit.
not. Yeah.
Did he really disinvited him?
I have like a vague recollection of this.
Look
I have
at
to look it up,
this. These
it's
liars.
one of those things where it's like you tried to steal the fucking election. You shouldn't come here. Get the fuck out.
These
I have to
little
look
titty
up, though.
baby liars. Holy cow.
And I just want to say this. It appears to me that it's the Bible, the Trump Bible, that he didn't put his hand on, the new inauguration Bible. So after the Melania coin, Trump coin, all the grifting, he now has the inauguration Bible that he can't even touch for his inauguration because he sucks.
Okay, next up we have...
So much venom. These so catty.
Mark Masculine Energy Zuckerberg staring at Jeff Bezos's fiance's boobs, who showed up in a bra to the inauguration. Show the pic. Play that again. So here's the thing. I don't care if Lauren Sanchez wants to wear a bra with a jacket over it, because I'm not some Puritan weirdo hypocrite. I don't give a shit. But correct me if I'm wrong. Was Fox News not losing their shit because Michelle Obama wore sleeveless dresses?
Yes. Yes.
All of their arguments are hypocrisy arguments. That's all it is.
I don't even remember that. I mean, maybe they did this. I don't remember this.
All of these
Fox
clips
News
are like...
was complaining about Michelle Obama wearing sleeveless dress. That's pathetic. I mean, really.
I didn't watch
I
Fox
remember
News
that
about
because it was all about like she had like man arms. It was fucking stupid. I found what was going on though. So Trump tweeted that he didn't intend to attend Biden's inauguration, and then a reporter asked Biden about it, and Biden basically said, "This is one of the few things that we agree on. You shouldn't come, Trump. You've been an embarrassment to the country." And so
Wow.
that's where
Okay. That's what happened. So Trump broke up with him, and then he's like, "You can't break up with me. I'm breaking up with you."
She was showing her arms. Yes, they were so offended. Here's the thing. One thing I did see on the internet over the weekend, it was a picture of Mark Zuckerberg and Joe Rogan, and it said, the #1 cause for vaginal dryness.
You know what's amazing to me? So
is this show just like laughs at memes? Is that what it is?
Kind of. Well, look, I haven't watched a lot of this, so I just thought it was hilarious. Seeing the inauguration through their eyes, I think is pretty funny. I thought the inauguration was pretty interesting. I don't know, how much of it did you guys watch?
The inauguration?
None.
Yeah.
I was being completely honest. I had something IRL going on. I didn't watch any of it.
I watched, I don't know.
Did
I mean,
you watch
it's like all day.
Trump's speech and...
I watched some key elements of it. I watched Trump's speech. I watched Elon's speech. I watched Kash Patel's speech, which
oh yeah, I watched Kash.
was actually fine. It was a decent speech. You know, he talked about. That's funny because there's obviously the whole Elon drama about people saying that Elon threw out a Nazi salute, which
Oh yeah.
I don't believe he threw out a Nazi salute. After he does the motion, he says, "My heart goes out to you." I think he was just. I think Elon is an autistic, socially awkward retard who.
You have to throw your heart underhand.
Yeah, exactly. You have to throw your heart underhand, right? I don't think it was intentional. I don't think it was a troll. Some people who will remain nameless think it was Elon and doing some intentional troll. I don't think that was it. I think he's just autistic and stupid because I can't imagine. And I said this in my tweet about it, which a lot of people on the left were tagging me for, which was I can't imagine that Elon is going to get into this, weeks long fight with the far right ethno nationalist people about H-1B visas and literally say that that the Republican Party needs to rip out the racist root and stem. That was the words he used. Okay.
Yeah, you kept linking to that. It was
right.
great.
He's gonna rip out the race. He wants the Republicans to rip out the racist root and stem, and then he's gonna turn around and be like, "Oh, LOL, I'm a Nazi now." Like that just makes no fucking sense whatsoever that he would do this.
But
and
he does love troll culture. Like I could see him betting Trump $1 that
I can't.
The mainstream media news will just talk about this night and day.
I can't because I can't imagine. Well, first of all,
Trump would say,
no
"Don't
way,
do it," though.
Yeah, there's no way Trump would say,
"It's my inauguration. How dare you ruin my day?
You're gonna ruin my night by doing this fucking troll." Right.
Right.
I can't imagine that. And if Elon did do that intentionally, then he's like psychotic and a retard and really shouldn't have any power anywhere. That he would potentially, put Trump in this position right off the bat because he thought it was funny. Like that is borderline psychotic. I think what's more likely is he's just retarded. I mean, we just got off the whole.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
We just got it off. We got off on the whole like Elon Musk was mad at Asmongold because he called him it wasn't a real gamer drama. Like this, like Elon's just stupid. He's just stupid.
Somebody
and
said
autistic and does stupid things.
Someone said he's trying to launch a game himself or a gaming company, and therefore that's part of his
interesting
producer cred. And that's I don't know if it's true or not, but that's an interesting angle. So,
but then it was interesting because right after Elon spoke, Kash Patel comes up, and listen, I don't like Kash Patel.
Was he crazy?
I'm very biased against Kash Patel, but he didn't bring up going after people. Okay, he didn't bring up anything crazy.
Well, and Trump in his inauguration said he wasn't going to do that.
He did say that. We'll see. I don't believe it, but he did say that. Well, I guess maybe Biden has pardoned everyone. Maybe there's no one to go after anymore.
Well, supposedly once they're pardoned, they can't take the fifth anymore. So
I know, but what are you going to go after them for?
Well,
who are you going to go after?
Corruption.
But you can't go after them if they're pardoned. So I don't know. We'll see.
You can't incarcerate them, but you can point out the corruption.
You could do investigations, I guess.
Like politically, it would be perfect because they could say, "Look, we are standing on our principles.
Right.
These people should be in jail, but." It makes Biden look even worse. Oh, this we found out why you pardoned them.
You would have to do. It depends. I believe Congress can investigate anything. It doesn't matter if you're pardoned or not. But for the Attorney General's office to do a federal investigation, there has to be that they're trying to charge someone with a crime. So what they'd have to do is they'd have to find someone that wasn't pardoned.
Special prosecutor, yeah.
They'd have to find someone that wasn't pardoned and then try to catch the pardoned people in some sort of net to implicate them to force them to compel. That's what they had to do. But anyway, my whole point was with Kash Patel is that he didn't bring up anything crazy in his speech, which I was happy about. And he did. It's funny because it comes right after the Elon Nazi thing, is that his whole speech was about like being the son of an immigrant and finding the American dream. And being American, means that you adopt the ideas of Americanism, blah, blah, blah. So I liked all that stuff. I just thought it was funny that it came right after the Elon, Hitler salute controversy.
He said, "I'm here not because of the color of my skin, but because I'm good at what I do."
Right.
Yeah. It made me think, like, why aren't more people of color conservative just to avoid the DEI charge?
I did hear a little bit about this from academic agent who basically said that this is proof that the Republicans are left wing.
The Kash Patel thing or the Elon thing?
The Kash Patel thing and like the whole son of an immigrant, the Republicans leaning into like legal.
Oh my God, he got triggered over Kash Patel. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
after all of these suck-ups, all of these people in Congress, senators, representatives, sold their souls. I mean, have gone out, Bible thumped, done all this shit, and then they go and just throw it all away for Donald Trump.
Mhm.
They don't even get the good seats. The billionaires are, it's all prime real estate for the billionaires. Okay, next up we have the convicted felon and the Hamburglar attempting to do a kiss. Now we know why she wore the hat.
Yeah, no shit.
This is so fucking bad faith, because you know that these two women do this with their husbands all the time. Oh, don't mess up my makeup. Don't mess up my makeup. What are you doing? How dare you?
was kind of brilliant on her part, even though I think she's.
Well, it's not that the makeup; it's that her hat is so big that he can't even get in there. Basically, she has to like tilt her head at this like weird angle to make her, cheek even accessible. So,
I mean, that happens a lot, even if there is no hat, because you're like, no kiss on the makeup.
I understand.
I spent all day on this face.
Of
How
course.
dare you slobber all over my face?
Yes.
Honey, he should have just tongued her, right? That would have been great for the inauguration.
Who was the
Al Gore? Al Gore.
Was it Al
yeah.
Gore?
Yeah.
Al Gore gave his wife some
Let's
big
bring
kiss
up the. Let's bring
everyone
up
was
the.
like, "Oh my God, Al Gore, you pervert! You're kissing your wife like way too hard on stage in front of
No,
everyone."
let's bring it up. It is the most cringe kiss ever. You're like, oh God, that's bad.
Every bit as bad as he is.
Oh, she absolutely is. Okay. Next up, we have Trump's number one advisor, his
Here
best
it is.
friend, the leader of Doge, the world's richest man, in a video at the inauguration, appearing to be tripping his balls off on drugs. Show the clip.
Bible that was given to her husband by his and the one that was used by.
I mean, that's so bad faith. That is
He's just
so
masturbating. That's
bad
what it
faith.
is. He's jerking off instead.
I saw that clip when it happened, and I knew immediately this was going to be like a story for just no reason.
What is he doing there, though? Do you think
he's fucking hamming it up
He's
for the
just,
cameras?
just looking around.
All right. He's looking around.
Oh no, wait, he's stretching his neck.
Yeah, it does look like he's stretching his
Look,
neck.
go back. Look, he's 100% just stretching his
Drugs.
neck.
Show the clip.
Bible that was given to her husband by his and the one that was used by.
Yeah, he's 100% doing the neck. When you roll
The
your
neck roll,
Yeah.
getting ready.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's bad.
What did it just kick in? I mean, he's clearly not sober. And here's what's so
bad faith,
terrifying.
Well, listen, after the Nazi salute, maybe he wasn't so okay.
Maybe
it's
he
a pretty
wasn't
poor
sober.
decision-making process going on there. Right?
Everyone says he's on ketamine all the time, but
I'd believe it.
who cares? Look at these.
That guy owns Trump.
Yeah.
He owns him. And he is a direct link to Putin. And he can't even show up to that
Look, they're still tapping into the Russiagate shit. Oh my God. Putin owns Elon, and Elon owns Trump.
shit show of an inauguration sober. And so we have these, psychopaths and untreated alcoholics and drug addicts now running the country right now. And that is Trump's number one bitch right there.
Or you could say that Trump is Elon's number one bitch because it's unbelievable. Could go either way.
Okay. And then, the Republicans, Mark, masculine energy, Zuckerberg, Elon, big alpha male, Joe Rogan, he's so masculine, alpha male. Trump is, he's this big tough guy. He's, thinks he's so hot and all this stuff. Jesse Waters talks about, people looking gay, sounding gay, all this gay shit. They think gay people are ruining the country. I just want to play for you a clip from last night's MAGA rally in DC, the rally prior to the inauguration. This is the clip from the MAGA rally where they rail on and on in support of masculine energy, alpha males, and all of the, scary things that they think gayness is.
What do you think? What clip are they playing, Sitch? What do you think?
I have no clue. Games?
Oh, it's got to be the Village People, right?
Oh, I
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
see
yeah,
that. I didn't see that. Yeah. I mean, they didn't get hit with the music claim, but
No,
I
we'll
guess,
fast forward it. Well,
So I guess the gays are on the side of the Republicans now. Is that
Yeah.
what
it's
we're
just
taking
so
this?
it's so weird. It's so weird. They're like, oh yeah, they've embraced gay culture, and they still can't win.
That MAGA won them in the culture war,
Right.
and they can
Mhm.
have YMCA. It's a huge loss, but that's okay. But I mean, it's gay. The YMCA song is gay, and I don't have any issue with it because I'm not a homophobe. I'm an interior designer. Almost all of my great friends and colleagues are gay men. I thrive around gay men.
Oh my God, it's like a living stereotype, Sitch.
that's funny.
I'm just curious as to why the biggest anti-gay party, Pro Alpha Male, had a gay show last night at the pre-inaugural
Wait, hold on.
She's just asking questions here. Okay.
Yeah, the question she asks is, so the party is pro alpha male and anti-gay, right?
Mhm.
But aren't at least some of the gays the most alpha male of all males?
I'm not sure I would go that.
Well, think about it. I mean, listen, you have like the alpha males who are fucking all the beta males, right?
Mm.
So the tops are obviously
That what's
the
going on?
gigachads.
Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This sounds like the it's gay to fuck women argument. That's
Yeah.
what this sounds like.
God. Oh man, I love whenever I see someone saying that shit. It's fucking incredible.
I
It's
bet
gay to
you
fuck
do.
women. No, it's just okay. You must have seen that one clip where a guy said that having sex with your girlfriend but you use a condom is gay sex.
I've not heard that. No,
You guys didn't see that clip?
no.
Oh my god, you missed out. It's
We
just
can go back to
stupidity.
super chats. We don't have to watch the rest
Okay,
of it.
we don't have to watch anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very sad that this woman has amazing limbo rings, though, because she does not deserve those eyes.
Yeah, there you go. Don't be a hater. Of the limbo rings.
Hate.
Okay. Bring up the super chats. Argil for $5 says Dev is smelly and stinky. Adam, you need to clean him.
What?
I'm not cleaning him. No, that's your job. Where was that?
That was Argil for $5.
Okay.
Silver Camaro for 78 for $5 says Dev back on the Sitch and Adam show. New year, new president, new diaper for Dev to poo in. Dev loves pooing in his diaper. Remember, D Club
Christ.
stands for diaper. What is happening here, Dev? What is this? What are they referencing?
I think people are just memeing. They're forcing a meme.
I think you
by the
don't
way,
want to
I
tell
Drop
us something.
the diaper tape or something? Did something happen?
No, people are just making shit up. This
Little
is a troll from my community who goes around and posts this shit wherever I go.
Wow.
Okay, I posted the clip by the way in the chat if you want to look at it. It's like 15 seconds. It's the it's having sex
put it
with,
in
with
the
your girlfriend is gay. Well, it's a Twitter clip. Will it work on Watch Together?
No, I can bring it up.
Okay, yeah.
Read some super chats while I get to that.
No.
Read
Cocoa
the
Beans
$20
for 17
ones
months.
too. There's a bunch of $20 ones at the bottom, so I don't know why you went to the top.
Oh, there was. I missed them then.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I read them already. I don't
Oh,
know
you
my
did?
things.
Okay. I trust you.
As I
if you-
scrolled, my whole thing crashed. It's all Adam's fault.
It did? My fault. I am the one that reminded you and reminds you every day to buy some RAM.
First of all, you only reminded me once,
Go
and it
on
was at like
over.
midnight.
Well, look, I'm reminding you now.
He's like 12 o'clock at night. He's like, buy some RAM. I'm like, okay. Cocoa
man,
Beans
so-
for 17. Cocoa Beans for 17 months says thoughts on Trump's inauguration speech. Also thoughts on Elon apparently going full Nazi now. It couldn't possibly be he's an opera dresser. Oh well, we already talked about that. So there you go.
Yeah,
we did. So okay, just real quick, something I just noticed. Okay.
Yeah.
So Trump's White House team is deleting every single thing that Biden's White House team put up on the official whitehouse.gov website, right? They're just clearing it all out. Everything that was uploaded between like January 20th, 2017 to whenever. It just mass delete. Okay.
Good. Gone.
One thing that was deleted though was the page in the Constitution, because Biden's team uploaded that page. So people are like, Trump's terminating the Constitution, guys. It's happening.
No way. Oh,
It's funny.
Oof.
Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says, I do not consider NRXers conservatives. They may be reactionaries, though, but on their actual ideas, they're socialists who come at it from another angle.
Okay.
I disagree.
Woke
I understand
times, guys.
people on the
Woke
right get very mad about that, but it's fine.
Okay, I got the clip up. It's 1 minute and 16 seconds, right?
You just got to watch the first 20 seconds.
Okay. Here we go. I'll pause it at 20 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
No birth control, nothing, because I'm not going to have gay sex. And like gay sex is more than just like another man and a man. It's just like the idea of looking at sex as such a materialistic thing and just like, oh, well, like we just have an orgasm and that's fun or whatever. No, like, dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. Like you pump yourself full of birth control.
Okay. I guess no blowjobs, man. Sad for you. Wow. That sucks.
Yeah. So, fellas, is it gay to have sex with your girlfriend?
Yes. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, mainstream media dialing the Nazi rhetoric to a million lately.
True. Yeah. Let's hope. It's weird because I'd like to think that it's destroying their credibility, but I see so many people just diving in like, oh yeah, we're going to do this again. So many lemmings, so many brainless lemmings.
I'm waiting for
I think part of the issue is that Trump, or at least Trump's team, I don't know about Trump himself, but definitely Trump's team, is more extreme than they were in 2016. So I think more people are more worried this time around.
Yeah.
What? Oh my God.
I don't know what you said, but I'm gonna agree with it.
I completely disagree. I think less people are worried. I think a lot of people have found out that the rhetoric around Charlottesville was a lie. The fine people stuff was a lie.
Oh, it's mixed. There's some people that have like switched sides, and then there's some people that are more worried because it seems like Trump definitely has their shit together this time in terms of like they had all these executive orders planned out, all these positions planned out. Where in the first term it was kind of like flying by the seat of his pants. So
I do think optically he played it brilliantly. He's like, look, day one, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to sign 200 executive orders. Then I'm going to hit the fucking golf course. Now it's time for you guys to react to my 200 executive orders. Yeah.
Yeah. It was great optics. Definitely to sign all those orders, answer questions, look like you're having fun doing it.
Fucking late all night long. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Tom waiting for $5 says someone never watched Schoolhouse Rock's No More Kings. True.
Yes. We're done with that.
Joe Strickland for $2 says the JD Vance towel boy was community noted. Fake.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that means either.
I think you guys were talking about some JD Vance towel boy ratting him out or something.
What?
Yeah, some JD Vance towel boy said something about JD Vance. I don't know.
I didn't say that. Did Dev say that? And I was not listening.
It was not fake. It was not confirmed fake, guys. That's fake news.
What is this story?
Okay, so JD Vance followed an account.
Oh, that was the thing that you were talking. Oh, okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crack Rock Steady, thanks so much. Our favorite Ninja Troll supervillain. Thanks so much for 34 months. Oh my God, of discipline equals freedom. Amazing. Says showing some love to my favorite streamers, playing catch up with the previous stream show since I've been catching them live. Still waiting for the comic S Class in the best class in 18 Supreme.
I'm still waiting on the comics too, but I mean they should be here any day now. So I'll let you guys know. Look, I'm going to stack them up right back here. So when you see boxes and boxes of comics behind me, you'll know they've arrived. Yes. Yes. Still haven't got the drawings from Sitch either. So
let's talk about prepping for $10. Says there are civilizations we don't know anything about, just that they existed and they were erased from history in every way by a winner. Very, very
true. Yes.
Amoeba Sheep for 50 Knock Knock says, so I didn't get the job I interviewed for. They hired 2 men over me. A woman. What do you guys think? Do I have a case? I'll share damages. Well, obviously, they must have been sexist pigs. That must be the only explanation.
What was the job? Was it firefighter? Be honest.
Yeah, what was the job? Was it firefighter? That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to hear that, though.
Yeah,
So,
obviously.
Silver Camaro 78 for $5 says Adam's view about democracy is like a capitalist marketplace is wrong for a few reasons. One is because no company has the power to steal people's money. So people do
Okay.
this thing where someone makes a comparison to something and they talk about one element that they're making the comparison to. And
Perfect.
then
Yeah,
someone
perfect
says, yeah, but
example.
that's not true because it's not comparable in this other element. And
Right.
it's like, okay,
Which I'm
but
not talking about.
which you
at
weren't
all.
talking about. Because
Yeah.
obviously, I mean, you could do the same thing, like when people talk about running, the government as a business. I mean, this obviously is going over, there's many differences there. So,
Yes.
but to me, going back to what you're saying, Silver Camaro, you are correct. That's why the government shouldn't be run by like a business, because the government does have the power and authority to take your money, to take your freedom away. That's exactly why it should not be run like a business.
Yeah, the concept is we need feedback from a large number of people to know what the fuck we're doing. Like it's just obvious. I mean, obviously you buy it into the capitalist system. You're like, money is information. Like every libertarian knows this, right? Money is a market signal, right? That's what we're talking about. Well, votes are a market signal too. And to deny that just because the government taxes you and the corporations don't, although there are plenty of things that you are forced to buy in the marketplace, obviously, housing, food, water, etc.
Right. Jonathan Rosler for 20 months, thanks so much, says, hey, Dev, give Dave and his girlfriend my best well wishes.
Will do. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Tom waiting for $5 says, but Sitch, don't you understand? People complain less when they don't have freedom of speech, therefore freedom bad. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we all know why. Disappear your ass in the middle of the night.
Right. Titanium Dragoon Neo for $5 says, quote, to Marvin for Yarvin, real monarchy has never been tried. Based on a true story. Much love, Sitch and Adam and Dev. Prayers out to Dave and Dom.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nice.
Silver Camaro 78 for Char says, Dev dictates that Dave and Naomi change his diaper. Is this true?
No.
Okay.
You sure? I mean,
Yeah.
people believe it.
Lives and Dev's wall specifically for $5 says, Dev doesn't use diapers. I keep buying them for him, but he keeps throwing them out.
Ooh, ouch, Dev. Cleanliness is close to godliness.
Did you ever find that guy that's living in your walls that always gives us money?
I keep hunting for him, but he's pretty slippery.
Okay. The Wooster for $5 says, first, Yarvin is interviewed by the New York Times. Now Trump pardoned January Sixers and Elon is throwing up Romans. We can't stop winning, boys. I mean, I guess that's one way you could look at it. Wooster,
oh my God. Wooster. Bad Wooster.
Brent for $5 says, Dev offers safe harbors to PDF files on his Discord. Would our moral psychology bros care to discuss the pros and cons of offering these people safe spaces? Wow.
I would.
Some Dev haters in here.
Oh yeah. That's okay. Listen, I'm sure you've heard that there's like a dozen different Dev dramas, and it's all weird.
I have heard all the dozen different Dev dramas. Yes,
there are zero pros and infinite number of cons. So, but no, we don't want to get into it. Let's move on.
I can explain it to you if you want.
No, we don't.
Fine, then I will simply defend myself and say no. I don't actually do that.
Okay,
just being
that's good to know.
retarded.
That's good to know.
Good. Wow, I think Silver Camaro and these other people really have a diaper fetish. For $2, he says Dev watches hours of Yarvin while pooing in his diaper.
Oh my God, you guys are the worst.
There's a lot of diaper fetishes going on. Gross.
Mm-hmm.
I read that one. Let's see. Short Stack Goblin for $2 says shows with Dev get way too bogged down, gets boring. I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I love when Dev is on.
No comment.
Terrible.
Adam.
Well, we could.
Traitor.
I do agree that they do get bogged down sometimes, and sometimes it does get boring. But look, we can. That's good feedback. We can adjust. I like Dev. Dev can come on.
Let's choose a topic that you like getting bogged down on next time, Adam.
Talk about MMT.
Marvin Yarvin.
MMT.
That was the poll. MMT
economics.
stream. Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, when people are begging for an MMT stream, in the middle of this stream, I mean, you know, things are getting bogged down. So,
Well,
look, and
hold on.
there's a
How
lot
often
of
do you
shit going
guys-
on. So, like, everybody wants to talk about the Destiny drama. Everyone wants to talk about the executive orders and how we're winning and punching
That was my
wokeness
fault,
in the
though.
face.
That was my fault.
Yeah.
I guess I should have said that we should do a stream on Wednesday or something instead. But
Yeah.
it's fine.
Well, look, tomorrow's a new day. I'm sure, you know, Elon is going to do some ketamine and probably write some swastikas somewhere.
We'll
So,
talk about executive orders tomorrow.
yes.
Hey, Dave, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Sketcher $5 says he's wrong about Lincoln. The problem was the South was that after the Confederate States ceded, they attacked Fort Sumter 2 months later. That is true.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Bunch of losers.
Imagine for $5 says American Revolution has nothing to do with monarchy. It had everything to do with Parliament. You guys literally have Carl to see why we'd hate it.
Mm-hmm. Because of the smugness.
There you go. The Butter Anvil for $5 says I pop in now and then, but I'll always hit the full stream for the Marvin Yarvin back shots.
Look at this.
Disgusting.
See, some people love this stuff. So
I thought back shots. Okay, never mind. I don't think that's the appropriate terminology to use for this.
back
No,
shots.
it definitely is. It definitely is. Nah.
Okay.
Are those shooting onto the back or off
That's
of
what
the
I
back?
assumed
Yeah.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Back shots are when you come on a girl's back after.
I know what
fucking
it
her from
means,
behind.
Dev.
So, well, no. The idea is that we're fucking Marvin Yarvin here. So
Okay. I was
yeah.
like, when you're but you're like, we're criticizing him. So
Yeah, because we're fucking him.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I didn't make the connection.
There are better ways to punish people.
Yes.
He's got long hair, so it works out.
There you go.
Oh my God. You're so
Maj-
gay, Dev.
Margin for $5 says, what of the lineage of Woden do these monarchists prescribe we make king? What virile-laden whelp can rest the weight of America upon his locks and brow?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a great
So
question.
they're going to say, Baron,
Is
make
it
him the
Baron?
king. He's so tall. I don't know anything about him. I've never heard him speak, but he's tall.
You think he's running these crypto scams?
Yes.
I mean, look, if he's like, Dad, it's time for me to make my own money. I need some billions.
I need some rug pull money.
I mean, there's some Baron token as well involved in this, and a Baron
Right.
wallet or something.
That's
I'm just
hilarious.
thinking, can you imagine if he's like, that's right, I made my first billion
Terrible.
doing a crypto token for my dad.
I mean, hey, there's all those kids that all they do is rug pull each other, right? They make a cool 10,000 rug pulling. He's like, nah, I made a cool 10 million rug pulling.
He's like, Don Jr., he's not a billionaire.
Right.
Right?
Sammy, yeah, exactly. Sammy G for $5 says, I just want to say it's too damn cold today. Sitch, please contact the secret Jew weather controlling people to turn up the warming.
Oh my goodness.
I'll get right on it.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Why does Sammy donate money to your channel?
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Can't you just walk to the next room and just give you the $5?
Well, first of all, Sammy's at work, okay, because she's a big girl.
Well, yeah, but like, no. Well,
That's
listen.
hilarious. What is she doing listening to our stream at work?
This is what everyone does. What are you talking about? They listen to us while they're doing their job.
It is true. It is true. I thought about that about halfway through.
What I'm getting at is YouTube's just taking 30% of that. So just give you the money directly, man.
She just wants, well, number one, listen, she's a patron of the arts. Okay.
Yes.
But no, she just wants me to read something.
Yeah.
So.
It's fun.
What, you think I'm supposed to like show favoritism and read a message from Sammy out without her paying for it, Dev? Okay, that wouldn't be very democratic of me. That'd be rule breaking. That would show favoritism.
That's fine.
No.
Nepotism.
Nepotism.
That sounds pretty based.
Terrible. Look at this guy. Valvan Go for $5 says common good in the context of rule by democracy means long-term prosperity over short-term relief.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of manage the long term and the short term, obviously. So this is the problem with the TikTok ban, because it is short term pain and long term relief. So nobody wants to take the political hit for it.
Yes.
Antelope for $5 says nobody plays devil's advocate like Dev does.
That is
Laughing
true.
emoji.
Sammy G says in the
I'm pretty
chat.
good. I'm pretty good at that. Yeah. So
he says, Dev, Sitch pays for all my dinners. The least I can do is give him $5.
no,
Now, you know
I
what I'm saying?
agree. No, Sammy, I agree. Just don't give YouTube 30% of that $5. Just
And
give
don't
him
give
the
Adam
$5.
33% of it. Give it just
Yeah.
all to me, Sammy. Give me
Just
the
walk over
$5 direct.
I
to
don't
Sitch's
care
room
if-
and give him $5.
Yes. I agree with it. Dev's changed my mind. Sammy, just give me a $5, okay? Don't get
Yeah.
Adam's greasy hands or YouTube's greasy hands on it.
But look, they do kind of have us by the balls because it's fun to do super chats in the chat and bring them up and read them
That
and
is
all that
true.
stuff. So
That is true.
I mean, it's kind of maybe worth the 30%, I think.
Sometimes. Well, Sammy, there's something. What was the thing I was supposed to tell everyone that you said yesterday?
Sammy G
Let me know in the
said
chat. She said something.
Something bizarre.
She always says bizarre shit. I have like a running like quote book of things she said. We need to make like a fucking comic of all this stuff. Meme spread for $5 says we can have competition between governments, compete at the state level, smaller federal government, larger state government, more freedom of choice.
I like choices. I like
Fate
choices.
of Morality for $2 says shareholders can literally vote in a company. That is true.
A lot of people don't, though. The people that usually have the power are the ones that run these ETFs because they get your shareholder
Right.
proxy votes.
I mean, and you could say like, yeah, I don't think most people do vote in shareholder meetings, and it doesn't really matter because it's usually only the individual people's vote doesn't matter. There's like large conglomerates that, make the difference here.
It's so hilarious. I get those things all the time, and I have never once voted my stock proxy. So
I haven't either because I don't take care enough to investigate what the fuck the issue is.
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's right. So here's a question: you guys know what it is when you say a cat's making biscuits?
No, I know. Kneading the bread.
Dev, have you heard this? A cat making biscuits?
No.
Okay, interesting. But Adam, you haven't heard that, but you've heard kneading the bread.
Yeah. When they go
Okay.
up to you and they like kind of pat their paws to
It's when a cat's in
fluff
front of
the
you and they
bed
like,
up.
yeah, they like grab the cloth in front of them. They kind of like knead it. It looks like they're
Yeah.
kneading dough. Right?
Yeah. Make it
I don't-
comfortable for them to lie down. Is this a good spot to lie down? It's kind of the thing that they do.
Right. I know. I said the cat's making biscuits thing, and Sammy looked at me like I was insane, and I had to Google it, and that's the terminology. I didn't know this was a thing people have never heard of before.
She said kneading the bread. She said,
No,
"How dare you?" Does she know kneading the bread?
I don't think. I mean, she knows like the motion, but she didn't know there's a name for it. I guess besides just kneading generally, cats kneading.
Wait, hold on. Do you make her make that like Jewish flatbread?
The Jewish flatbread. Pita bread?
I don't know what it's called. I just know that
Matzah?
Jews make flatbread.
Matzah. It's
Italians
a funny story.
make flatbread too.
The funny story that you mentioned this. So I literally, I don't remember the context, but for some reason, like a few days before Thanksgiving, I explained to Sammy the the Passover story. Okay. Which I assume most people know the Passover story. Jews are in Egypt. They say, Moses is like, let my people go, the Pharaoh finally lets them go, right? Everyone knows the 10 plagues, all that stuff. That's the Passover story.
His daughters
right?
try to have sex with him.
I don't remember that part. But so the part you might not know is that the reason the Jews eat matzah, which is that cracker that Dev is talking about, is because the story goes is that when the Pharaoh finally let the Jews go, or said he was going to let the Jews go, because obviously he reneged on it shortly after, the Jews left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to let the bread rise, the yeast rise. And so they just had to cook it and take it. And that's why the bread is like the cracker, the matzah cracker. And so Jews are supposed to be celebrating Passover by like eating this thing that they ate, when they were fleeing Egypt.
The gross bread that they ate on the run.
Right. Well, first of all, matzah isn't actually gross. It just tastes like a cracker. It's fine. Just literally just tastes like a cracker.
Unleavened bread.
It's unleavened bread, yes. So I tell Sammy this story like a few days before Thanksgiving. And then by pure chance, for Thanksgiving, she's like trying to cook bread for Thanksgiving and does the exact thing the Jews do by accident. She forgot to let the bread rise.
Wow.
And she's like, no, the bread is ruined. And I was like, Sammy, I just told you the story of Passover. Why weren't you listening? The Jews, they could have saved you. So the answer to your question, Deb, is I've never made Sammy make matzah, but she has made matzah by accident.
Right.
The accidental matzah maker.
She's Mexican, right? So you could probably just.
She's not Mexican.
You can put like burrito
elements
onto the matzah
you
bread,
racist.
roll it like a burrito, and just there you go.
She's not Mexican. She's half Venezuelan. Okay.
Oh, okay. So socialist Mexican, got it.
Well, it's worse. She's half Venezuelan, half German, so it's like full Nazi right there. But
oh wow,
yeah. So. She also says that she doesn't understand why the term beaner is a slur. She thinks it should be a positive term. Because she really likes flag beads. So okay, so I'm gonna stop picking on Sammy. Okay. Patrick's A Base Life for $2 says the left hates autism. Okay. The Mongolian Leprechaun Surfer Man from Saturn for $10 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, Dev, you should watch on stream Geese by Runesmith. I think it'd be hilarious to see your reaction to it. It's anti-geese and the truth. I have seen it based on your recommendation. Thank you. It was very funny. I don't really want to watch it on stream because we'd just be like laughing at it, basically stealing the content.
Right.
But yeah, everyone should watch it. Geese by the YouTuber Runesmith. Very funny. It's from like 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay.
Poboxy for €5 says Steel Manning for a fake argument. The Zack Snyder School of Politics.
What's that mean?
I don't know, but it's funny.
Oh, because it's Man of Steel. I get it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ace for $5 says we live in dark times. You guys need to up your game and get more views and subs. I would give my life to make that happen. Wow. Well, you don't have to give your life for that. I think we can do without it. But thank you.
Yeah. Just tell us how to do it, I guess.
I got to stream more video game content. That's obviously the strategy.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Well, look, I think we could focus on doing stuff that people want. So
we could
do more videos, Sitch.
Let's just promise never to do Marvin Yarvin again, and that should help. That should.
We say that every time, and then a year goes by, and then we do another one.
Right.
Okay, listen. What if? Okay.
Yeah.
Trump dies horribly somehow, and then JD Vance comes into the White House as president, and Marvin Yarvin is by his side. You got to talk about him then, right? Obviously.
That's never gonna happen, though.
Obviously.
What you're a successful YouTuber, Dev. What is the angle? I'm thinking of Ace's life here. Ace's life is on the line here. We need to get to 100K subscribers, or Ace is gonna do something.
Explode.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna spontaneously combust. So, how do we save Ace's life, Dev? What do we do? What's the magic? Do we become Destiny orbiters? Is that the play?
That is not the order. That is not the successful strategy currently.
Do we start blood sports with Pisco and who's that other?
Just go have sex with them, okay?
No, I'll leave that. Sitch is still single. I'll leave that up to him.
I'm not single.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wait, what?
You mean
you're not
unmarried?
Married? Yes.
You mean
Sitch
unmarried?
Yes, Sitch is still unmarried. There we go.
I'm gonna pass on that one.
Actually,
Dev, what's the game plan? How do we up our game here?
I mean, you guys are blowing up as it is. Like, you've been consistently growing for the past couple of years. I think you're doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're doing more streams and you're getting more viewers, and yeah, you used to get like half the live viewers than you do now on a Sunday show. Like, you're growing nicely. I don't think you gotta change anything.
Okay.
Ryan Uhl for $10 has 3 facts of life. S-Class is the best class. A-Team reigns supreme. And Ruby Ridge was the U.S. government's fault. Praise Space King and God bless.
Well, God bless.
God bless.
I like that.
TX for 500 yen says, happy 33rd birthday, Adam.
Why, thank you. Oh my God.
Is it your birthday? Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday. but I do thank you.
Okay. WTF? Yeah.
WTF 1A for $2 says Dev Win is the truckerist ace video.
The trucker
Praise
and
be
ace
of my
video.
Foamy.
Oh,
praise be foamy. Okay, yeah.
so
So
fear of missing out, right?
No,
I'm in the
squirrel,
middle
but anyway.
of doing the trucker video because the Canadian election is finally upon us. So I'm finally making it.
Wow.
And the ace video is also being made. I'm just not sure which one of those will come out first. Probably the ace video before the trucker video, to be honest. But yeah.
What is the ace video?
There's a guy named Ace, different Ace than the Ace we just talked about, who does nothing but not nothing, but that's uncharitable. His most popular videos of the past, let's say 6 months, have been nothing but shitting on me. And there's a lot of just straight up lies in there. And I'm like, I should probably respond to some of this at some point. I've been lazy about it, but I'm gonna do it.
Okay, interesting. J-Mac, thanks so much for taking a follow. Daddy J-Mac for $20 says, give all your money to Sitch and Adam show and converted the units of free will. Conversion rate are the best they've ever been. Hurry and get it now while the getting's hot. That is true right now for a limited time because Trump's inauguration. To celebrate Trump becoming president, we have a conversion rate of 10-1. That's right, 10 free units of free will per $1. Okay, to celebrate Trump's inauguration.
Right. Sweet.
Bubba Peck
Get
for
all the
$5
free
says,
will.
I wonder if the freedmen who'd said things were better when they were slaves would have said the same if the 40 acres and a mule deal had been carried out. Probably
not. Yeah. They'd be like,
probably
this
not.
is based.
The Wooster for $5 says the Yarvin New York Times interviewer has clueless student being corrected by his professor vibes. I wouldn't be surprised if the interviewer became red pilled soon. I think that's delusional.
Yeah.
That guy is not changing his views anytime soon. J-Mac, thanks so much for the $20. Says these two are a PSA against the dangers of a sexless marriage. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Wow. Listen,
Big time.
me and Adam's relationship goes beyond sex, Jay. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think he was
I see.
talking about the clip, Sitch.
I think he's talking about us. Grossero for 33 months, big and free will secret. Thanks so much. Says, just want to say at first I was sad about my incel brother Sitch got himself a girlfriend, but I actually like the little updates on TDS, Stitch, and Samaga.
Oh, I know. Look, it's a
That's true.
controversy here.
That's true.
Who will win?
Actually, wait,
Obviously
did you guys
not.
ever finish watching my 4-hour video, you and Sammy?
We never finished it. No.
God
What
It
was the
spawned like
4-hour
a
video?
6-hour argument, and then we never went back to it.
Oh,
It was
this
a
is
video-
a J6 video that you did.
This is a J6
that
video.
got
Yeah, it was-
everyone hating your guts.
Yep. It was the video that showed that how Trump tried to steal 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I just it's strange because it's like he did this thing that is kind of equivalent to like maybe cheating on his wife or something like that. And I just think people, they understand it's bad, but they don't want to think about it anymore. They're like, let's not bring it up over and over and over again.
I mean,
That's
well, first of all,
like-
I think stealing an election is worse than cheating on your wife.
Yeah, I
worse.
think that's a terrible
It's like,
comparison.
well, it's like cheating on America though, right?
cheating on the Statue of Liberty.
Okay.
It was just one time, honey.
Okay.
No, I know what you mean though. The whole like, let's not think about it. Some people think that like Biden was just worse. Some people don't believe that it happened. Sometimes you find people who say that like, actually, it was good that he tried to steal the election because democracy sucks, and I just want my guy to win by hook or crook.
Mhm.
There's a bunch of different reasons for it.
Yeah, they still want to talk about it because it makes Trump look bad.
Yeah, just like
That's-
cheating, someone cheating on their wife. Like,
Right.
I think the cheating on your wife analogy holds true though, because obviously there was an election and America decided to take the philanderer back, right? So
Mhm.
what's the point in constantly bringing it up again once you decide, okay, we're going to stick by this guy, right?
Well,
You see the analogy?
Well, the video was before the election.
yes, it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was before the 2024.
Well, no,
election.
I'm talking strictly about like the J6 stuff. bringing up the J6
It was
stuff.
before the election.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I made the video before the 2024 election, so
Okay.
it's yeah. And I mean, there's still value in just discussing the truth anyway, you know?
Right. I mean, it depends on what the context is, obviously. But.
I wonder if people are. I mean, people are still bringing up the J6 stuff though after the election. I guess the analogy works better, obviously, after the election because it's like, look, America's standing by her man.
Well,
Why
I
are we
mean,
going to constantly bring up the infidelity of the past when we have the entire future ahead of us?
That's fine. I think it's I think it's the reason people bring it up, and I think they can bring it up. And the problem that the Trump supporters have never faced is that, when you kind of lose all of the standing. I mean, obviously people don't because they're hypocrites or they don't care because they're biased. You basically lose all the standing of saying, I'm the flag waving party that supports the Constitution and rule of law and being a constitutional republic and blah, 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 blah. You lose all that when you basically flat out support the person who threw all that in the trash can.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why people still bring it up. So
to make
and to be honest, to be honest, the right wing did not let it lie for 4 years as well, because they screamed about how much they were being victimized on J6 after the fact, right? It's like, oh,
right.
All of our brave heroes are being locked away. It's like, yes, they should be, because they're all fucking traitors. They should be fed to the crocodiles.
Oh my God! Wow.
Oh, it's just a grandma. It was just a grandma walking through. Yeah, grandma can go to the crocodiles too. Throw her in.
Oof, oof.
Lives in Deswall specifically, still living in Deswall specifically for $5 says, I've been busy. Who are these two? Everything about them is terrible to experience and makes me sad. Also, hi, Dev.
Hello.
The I hit people. I don't know. I forget who it was. Someone recommended them to us, and we checked them out. And we're like, oh,
and
I like these catty ladies.
Yeah, I continue to watch because it's just so laughably funny. But look, I mean that video got 500,000 views. They're like raking it in.
Right.
People want that.
Let's see. Ace for $5 says, my 3 favorite content creators. Nice. Dev was the reason I found Sitch and Adam. Team enlightenment all the way. Look at that.
Nice.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Officer J for $5 says, at the very least, Vance is guilty of supporting a sitting U.S. president who doesn't know what tariffs are. Bum, bum, bum.
Apparently those tariffs are coming in on Canada within the next month. That's what I've heard.
I heard that in order for these tariffs to be put into place, there has to be some kind of like, I forget, maybe it's 30 days. There has to be some kind of investigation, finger quote investigation, where the federal government makes a determination or justification for the tariffs. And I think some of the executive orders last night were like to create that investigatory process. So
right.
I guess we'll find out.
It's going to be such a fucking shit show. I swear to God.
Is it? I mean, I think if it causes inflation to be worse, obviously Trump will go in a different direction.
We'll see. I mean, to be fair, I think Trump does know what tariffs are. I just don't think I don't think when people are worried about prices, it makes sense to say, well, tariffs is a solution to that problem, because that's going to raise prices. That's the point of a tariff. So generally, that's the point of a tariff.
And it also takes time for the backlash of that kind of policy to like work through the market. So by the time the tariffs are passed and like, oh shit, prices are going up, they'll have been implemented for a while. So there's going to be like, I don't think it's going to be a good time, frankly.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if they're just used as a threat to get some better behavior, then that's fine. But if they're actually implemented in a way that's damaging, then they'll be stupid. So I guess we'll find out.
Well, sure. But like, what better behavior do you want out of Canada? We already do mostly what you want.
There's always more you can give, Dev. Okay. There's always more. We can always squeeze you dry a little bit harder. All right.
I've seen studies that show a lot of manufacturing is functioning at 50% capacity. And if they upped their capacity to closer to 100%, they'd achieve more economies of scale and could actually lower prices. So
if that was true.
Yeah, of course. Right. But look, the way to find out is to start tariffing some people and take away the foreign supply.
Right.
If manufacturers can scale up and really are only operating at 50%, that's more American jobs.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that's
that's all
the
true.
point. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah, and not only that, the tariffs are actually taking money out of the money supply. It's just like any tax, but it's just not taking it from Americans. So you are shrinking the money supply.
In terms of Canada, I think we'll probably be fine just because we have like 1/10 of your population, and we also have more natural resources than you. So we'll just start selling all of our stuff to Europe or something. I think we'll be okay.
The question is if our manufacturers can rise up to meet the increased demand. That's the question. But you don't really know until well, they might know. They might actually look in there. They might look at whatever industry they're planning on tariffing and say, they would go to the manufacturers and they said, look, if you had double the demand for whatever you're manufacturing, could you meet that demand? And if they would say yes or no, right?
Yes.
What business doesn't want to look? McDonald's wants to sell twice as many Big Macs as they're selling now. That's what they want.
At the same price, I guess, yeah.
Well, no, you could lower your price because obviously once you start selling more, you have more economy of scale and you can give on the margins.
Yeah,
when you're selling very few, you have to have higher margins.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I never like when you go, I do like, I don't know if they do this in California, but in Florida, a lot of times when you go to the grocery store, there's like, they have the multiple, you can buy the same thing, but in multiple units. And on the price tag at Publix, it says what the actual price is per unit. And it's always annoying when you go to look at the bigger unit. It's like, do you want the 30 dish detergent, little hockey pucks, or do you want the 50? And you look at the 50 one, expecting it to be cheaper.
It's way
and it's
cheap.
Like, it's actually more. And I'm
Really?
like, what the fuck? Yeah, like what the fuck is going on here?
When that happens, I start buying the little packages, but I buy like 10 of them.
Yeah, I'm like, what
just
the
because I
fuck?
don't want to go back to the store again.
Yes, why is the big one like 5 cents more? This is bullshit.
That is
It's the whole
bullshit,
point. Yeah.
Normally, when I buy more, I expect to pay less. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, because you're buying in
Right.
bulk, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's the thought process.
Look, if the tariffs work, if tariffs can increase American jobs, that's going to increase American demand for products and services, right?
Right.
I mean, they could work.
I mean,
I don't like people who just dismiss them out of hand.
Well, the issue is that you already have pretty low unemployment. Like, who's going to work all these new jobs that are created? Especially since you're sending all the
Indians,
immigrants home.
Dev, haven't you been listening?
They're all going home.
We got to bring them
put
back.
onto poo rockets and being launched back to India.
No,
so, like,
Elon's gonna get them back. Okay.
There are studies that say that the unemployment numbers are fictitious because we do on paper have very low unemployment, but a lot of people say there are a lot of people because unemployment is only the people who are looking for a job. They fill out they're looking for a job and can't find one. That's technically unemployment. But there could be a lot of people out there who would take a job if the job actually paid a lot of money, or then they wouldn't be unemployed. So if we brought back good manufacturing jobs, sure. If we brought back good manufacturing jobs, those unemployment numbers could change. Yeah. And look, they're constantly talking about how many men have checked out of the workforce, right? There's all these men that aren't even looking for work. They're living on their parents' couch or their grandparents' couch. So in order to fix the economy, it's like FDR, you gotta fucking try. You gotta change things. You gotta do something. So I don't like Trump saying he's gonna try the tariffs. I mean, I'm fine with that. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but we gotta do something.
Okay, it's not gonna work, but okay.
Okay, why? Why do you say it's not gonna work?
We've had this conversation at length.
Okay. Well, look, I made some arguments there.
I did. I didn't agree with them. Living Dead's Wall specifically for $5 says praying for swift healing for Dom. Give her a day my best. Let me know if I can help.
Thank you.
The Wooster for $10 says yesterday was a good day, not only because Trump was inaugurated, but because Sitch was eternally BTFO'd beyond recovery.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm curious as to what happened that did that. It's because of the January 6th pardons after gaslighting us about it for 4 years. Obvious Fed op. Oh, I see. Very interesting. Well, I didn't know this. Apparently, the Wooster believes that all the people that Joe Biden pardoned are totally innocent, because when you pardon someone, that proves that they're actually innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what pardoning does. It proves you're innocent. Okay. Interesting.
Guys. If J6 was done all by Antifa plants or whatever the fuck, why did Trump just pardon them all?
That's a good point. It's a good point.
America has decided to stick with the philander, so I just
Wooster.
think we should let bygones be bygones.
Wooster, explain that. Why did Donald Trump just pardon all the Antifa plants? J-Mac, thanks so much for a surrogate follow for $20. Says, I vote every time I get my packet. I mean, I just go with who the board suggests, but damn it, I still vote.
Really? You vote? Oh, look at this. Voting your stock.
J-Mac, thank you so much for being 33 months outside the simulation. Says, yes. Yeah, Dev, we Hispanics and Latinos aren't all the same. You bigot. That is true.
Oh,
How
look at
dare
that.
you? How dare you?
Clumps you all together.
I know. Mexican.
Okay, listen. Which among you do not eat beans?
Mhm.
Well, who among any people don't eat beans? Who doesn't like beans? Beans are good.
Actually, Naomi doesn't like
great
them, in
source
fact.
of protein too.
Yeah, great source of protein and fiber.
Fiber, yeah. Everyone, the fiber. Don't forget the fiber.
You need your fiber. Got to be regular.
Yeah. That's probably why I look 20 years younger than I am, because I love Mexican food.
Right. I mean, I don't really like Mexican food, but
It's good for the
beans are fine.
soul.
Okay.
Hey, what the fuck? You're dating one. You can't yet. You have to like it.
On Sammy Mexican again. Okay. She's not gonna donate any money to you.
You're gonna come home from like the YouTube factory, and she's gonna have like made tamales or something, and you're gonna be like,
There you
no,
go. There
not
you
gonna.
go. Of course. Ace for 2 hours says, Deb, sorry, my evil counterpart is being the worst. I don't know what that means.
Hey, remember the ace, the evil
Oh,
ace?
the other ace. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Right. Okay. Arithmetic for $2 says, are hey nows a finite resource, Adam?
Oh, only one a week.
Yeah.
I think it's more a question of the law of diminishing marginal utility. Like if you have a hey now every 6 months, you're like, oh my God, this is the best hey now ever. You know, if he's throwing them out 4 times a day, you're like, what the fuck? I'm getting bored of this hey now.
It's a cheesecake problem.
Exactly.
Okay, so hold on. Let's think about this for a minute. Are you saying, Adam, that you'd rather only have sex once every 6 months? It would be more valuable to you?
Oh, no.
Well, sex is a different. We're talking hey nows here.
He hit
Come
you
on.
right in the gut.
It's still marginal utility.
He hit you right in the gut.
Which is better, Dev? Sitch saying hey now or having sex?
Do you have to choose? I mean, they're both pretty good.
No, come on. It's not
Can't
even
you
close.
get them both at the same time?
Only if
Wait,
you're
hold on,
Sammy
wait,
G.
Yes, yeah.
No, I meant you just
listen
listen to the stream, you pervert.
You can do both at the same time with Sammy. Like,
You do
listen,
that? Does that
You just listen.
happen?
No, I'm just saying that people should just listen to the stream while they're engaged with their loved ones.
Listen, okay, so like it's gonna be one of those late
Just
nights.
so you guys know, this is how Sitch introduces the topic of sex in the home.
Yeah.
Hey now! Just soak that in
night.
for a second.
It's a late night. The kids are all sent off with like the uncles or whatever, and
Hey
like the two of you are getting ready for a date, and Sammy's like lying in bed, and then Sitch, you Kramer slide into the room, throwing your clothes off.
Yep,
Hey
that's
now!
Got to get the Kramer slide in.
Yeah, exactly. Yarvin the Martian for $2 says, I claim this country in the name of Mars. Isn't that lovely? Thank you.
Oh,
Yarvin.
yeah.
Thank you. Solid for $2 says, the reason the 27th Amendment was able to be ratified is that there was no deadline in the resolution. The Equal Rights Amendment had a 7-year deadline that passed, and a few states even rescinded their ratifications.
Yeah, they rescinded it. Wow.
There you go.
They're like, fuck that.
Solid for $2 says, quote, the Constitution requires an adoption in toto and forever. It has been so adopted by other states. An adoption for a limited time would be as defective as an adoption of some of the articles only. James Madison. Interesting. Dr. Diller for $2 says, hey, gang, missed the stream. What's the secret you guys seem to have of making your haters self-immolate? Seems useful.
Is that going on? We didn't do anything.
It just happens.
We're just
blessed.
enjoying our lives.
We're just blessed, and the haters just blow up.
Yeah.
To be fair, like there are certain ways you can conduct yourself online such that people who hate you have to destroy themselves to try to get at you. Like for a long time, people who hated Sargon would like just break themselves trying to like take him down. He's like, I'm not even doing anything, man.
Right, but I feel like that takes a lot of work, and we're lazy.
The haters I don't mind. I don't think about it. I got other shit going on. So
Right.
Yeah.
The hate you give will destroy
is,
yourself.
Is directly proportional to the hate that you get. Is that how it works?
Yes.
I don't know
you
about
live
that.
a life of
Beatles
hate.
taught me that.
Listen, sometimes you can just get hate and have done nothing to deserve it. So I don't know about that one.
That's true. That does happen a lot.
That is true, but I'm trying to make an empty platitude here, okay? Don't ruin it. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I saw Trump was down in, but the right-wing death squads have not come through my area yet. However, we're supposed to get snow, which I think is just as bad. That is true.
Yeah.
Point.
Snow's worse.
Snow is worse. JMac for $20. Oh my God, says in
I
all
can't
caps,
believe this.
I don't eat beans. Terrible, Jay. Terrible.
Is this true?
A good
you don't
source
eat any Mexican food?
of protein and fiber. Okay.
It's crazy.
I mean, you can get beans outside of Mexican food. You can eat baked beans when you get your barbecue on. Come on.
True. Yeah. They're everywhere. Garbanzo beans in your salad.
The Wooster for $5 says, once again, Sitch continues. Instead of just admitting he was wrong.
What
about January
Sitch,
6th?
You're breaking up here.
You're yelling too
Continues
much.
to gaslight instead of just admitting he was wrong about January 6th. Very disrespectful.
Very disrespectful. Look at
what were you wrong about January 6th?
I don't even know.
Huh.
I don't know, because usually when I talk about January 6th, I talk almost exclusively about the elector scheme. I mean, I guess I did. The only thing I'd say regarding the protesters is the whole Fed op thing is like obviously bullshit. And no one has ever even remotely showed that to be true. And there's like a bound of evidence showing it's not true. I don't know how. I assumed Wooster was just trolling, but if you're being serious, I have no clue what the argument is that Trump pardoning people would somehow adjudicate that it was an op. I don't know what the logic is there, but
look, I don't want to. In the January 6th situation, like I don't believe that the protesters were actually trying to overthrow an election or do some kind of like coup on the government.
Well, I think everyone had I mean, there wasn't like a joint collective consciousness of what people wanted. Some people had different goals. So
right. I think they were in general protesting an election that they thought was
obviously the
stolen.
protest. Yeah. I thought you were talking about once people started breaking in.
And in the context of the fact that we just had all the George Floyd riots and stuff like that, where nobody was really prosecuted at all. Like they were just letting people go and stuff. That was an important context for the January 6th stuff because they were thinking, we're going to protest in the same way the George Floyd people protested, and then, it's all going to be done.
But that's not true. They didn't burn the Capitol down.
Oh, exactly right. So they did. Their protest was less in kind of the George Floyd stuff, but they did prosecute them as if they were trying to actually do a real coup of the government. And I think a lot of people sense that that's unfair. So
the issue
that's
is
my perspective.
You can, during the January 6th committee, there was a whole bunch of information that came out about Proud Boys.
Yeah, but that's
Oath Keepers,
completely
and one other group.
Well, that's completely separate from what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because those organized groups were in the riot and they did have coup-related goals that they were actually trying to get done. Now, most people were just kind of like riding and going along with it, but there was a core there that actually had a plan.
So was that 10 people? I mean, there was like 1,500 people.
No, it was a couple hundred for sure, and there was something like 20,000 or 50,000 people there. So like it was.
What was their goal?
Their goal was to get a hold of Pence and make him accept the false electors.
Really?
That was the plan. Yeah.
And they talked about this explicitly?
Yes.
Okay.
They ended up getting some Telegram leaks from like their group where this was their plan. Yep.
Yes, that's why I said there were different people in the riot that
had different
motivations.
goals. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
So-
yeah, and
but I would
idea.
assume the
God.
majority of the people were just people that just wandering in. They didn't really know what the fuck
Of
their
course.
plan was.
Yes, of
But-
course.
But as I said during the BLM riots, if you recall, I said if you're participating in a protest or a riot, and even if you're not doing what's looting, if you're providing background cover for people to loot or to do crimes, I think at some point you become just as culpable. And
No,
just
look,
as
I think they
responsible.
should have thrown all the BLM people in jail too.
Right.
And thrown away
Yep.
the keys. So
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the issue at that point becomes like the local prosecutors, right? Because you have police who are arresting the BLM and Antifa people left, right, and center, and the prosecutors are like quietly letting them go, and that was bullshit.
Yes, 100%. Right.
Well, look, I should be clear. Like the BLM protesters that lit buildings on fire and beat people up and did nefarious shit, they're the ones that should be thrown in jail. But just people who are innocently protesting, I don't think they should be thrown in jail. And the same applies to the January 6th stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's most
who didn't go inside or who like didn't break down the barricades. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I think that's most people's position on the January 6th stuff. At least that
Oh my
I've
God,
heard.
this fucking smooth brain in the goddamn chat. Coup-related goals, aka questioning the results of the election. Listen, when your plan is to go into the building and fucking apprehend Mike Pence and say you will accept the alternate electors, that's not questioning the results of an election. You've now kidnapped somebody and you're now using force. Like,
well, look, we watched a January 6th hearing, and I don't remember any of this stuff you're talking about, Dev. So I don't know the source of this. Yeah, we watched. Well, I watched them all. We watched some of them on stream. So,
I mean,
no, we didn't.
This was
no, because I am familiar with what Dev's talking about. This didn't come out in the January 6th hearings that we were watching, which was more about Trump's act. The ones that we were watching were more about Trump's.
No, I know, but I watched all the January 6th hearings aside from that. Aside from the ones that we watched.
There was
on
stuff
stream,
about.
So.
I do remember there was stuff about Proud Boys and whatever, I forget the name of the other groups that were involved.
Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and then there was one more.
They had some wacky
the
ideas.
First Amendment Praetorians, yeah.
Right. They had some wacky ideas about, what they wanted to do, regarding, on January 6th and all that stuff.
But they specifically said we have to apprehend Mike Pence. We have to coerce him physically to.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Some of them did say that. Yeah. That was part of their stated goal on whatever Telegram group they were using. Yeah.
Well, to me, I mean, and this has always been my position on the people that got arrested for this. As I said, I think the people that should go to, serve criminal time are the people that, physically broke into the building, and the people that were attacking the security and stuff that nature. I don't like the people that just wandered in like fucking retards. And I do think they should get hit with some pretty heavy fines, but I don't know if they should go to jail for that. And so I don't know what the point is to me to sort of adjudicate the whole like Proud Boys versus non-Proud Boys versus all this stuff. Like to me, it's like, it's pointless. I agree that I've heard this argument, and I think it could be true. We won't know, obviously, there's no way to know this, but it could be true that if it wasn't for the BLM riots, that wouldn't have had planted the idea, inception the idea in the mind of people on January 6th to go into the building, break into the building, pushing the building, do all stuff. It's possible. I don't know the answer to the question, right?
I mean,
maybe yes, maybe no. It doesn't matter to me. I think, and I said this a million times, all this focus on the January 6th rioters is such a massive fucking waste of time. I do not think that Trump intended for anyone to break in the building whatsoever. I think there's a lot of evidence that he didn't intend for anyone to break in the building. He wanted to have a bunch of National Guards people out there, and obviously that would have prevented all this from going down. I think it's all just a fucking complete, like, honestly, a massive waste of time for people to focus all their energies on this sort of visual event that was basically pointless, wouldn't have enacted any actual change. And to me, it's why I've always said from day one that the electors scheme was 1,000 times worse than a bunch of retards, breaking into the Capitol. And
it was
doing all that stuff.
I don't completely agree with everything you said there, but we don't have to go through it right now. Yeah. Here's what I'll do though, right? When I make the J6 riot video, you and Sammy can sit down for their 4 hours and watch it.
Okay. Anyways.
Oh, right. Look at this. We're all done.
Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for generous donations. Thank you, Dev, for coming on and talking. It's
no problem.
A pleasure.
No problem.
We'll talk about executive orders tomorrow.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Take care, everyone.
No harmonica?
Only on Sundays.
Only on a special day. Very special day.
Only on Sundays.